India performance in the last few games has been particularly worrying. With the game in the Asia Cup against Pakistan, those concerns have been reignited.
Once India's biggest strength is now one of the biggest concerns. Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul and Virat Kohli come across as the most threatening top order in world cricket. But with time, things have changed and India now rely more on their middle order. Even against Pakistan in their opening game of the Asia Cup, they struggled to get going. First, KL Rahul out for a golden duck. Then Rohit was gone for an 18-ball 14. And finally, Virat out for a scratchy 34-ball 35.
Both of them got out to forgettable shots. You've got to say that. At that stage, those shots were not necessary. The asking rate was not 19 or 20 for them to try and attempt sixes at that stage. At that stage, what was needed was to keep going, get to 70, 80, and then maybe go for the big shots. So I think, that I think should be a learning. I could be totally wrong in reading the game. They might be thinking differently, that this is the way we are going to play. But that's for them. But it could have cost India the match.
Jadeja and Hardik Pandya had to dig deep to pull off a win in the last over thriller against Pakistan. The numbers for all three have dropped considerably in the last couple of years. In 2021, Rohit scored 424 runs from 11 innings at an average of over 38 and an impressive strike rate of close to 151. But this calendar year, he has managed just 302 runs from 14 innings, an average of just 23.23, and the strike rate has also dropped to 134.22. Virat's average has also come down to 23.20 this year compared to 74.75 in 2021. The strike rate at which he scored runs last year was 132.88, which has further dropped down to 119.58. KL Rahul's form has been under scanner for 2 years straight. 289 runs from 11 innings at an average of 28.90 and a strike rate of 130.76 in 2021. Rohit Sharma, ever since he took over as captain, has often spoken about the new T20 template that Team India intends to follow.
One thing that surprised me was normally when Virat Kohli reaches that stage, when he's batting at 33, 34, normally he doesn't take those chances. He never looked desperate, but now that he's not got runs behind him, so somehow maybe he looked little desperate that he was trying to go after the bowlers. That is not what Virat Kohli is, and I'm very sure he will analyze and he'll try and improve more and more. Same with Rohit Sharma.
India have had great success in T20s ever since they lost to Pakistan in the T20 World Cup last year. But a lot of it has to do with the success of the Indian bowlers and the middle order. Rohit, Virat and KL Rahul are three of the biggest names in white ball cricket, and form cannot desert them for too long. Hopefully, with the T20 World Cup not too far away, they will soon find their mojo back. Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we have time for on this edition of the broadcast. I'm joining you with the headlines on India's agenda in just a few moments from now.
The prices of commodities and goods have risen over the past few months. If China-Taiwan tensions escalate, it is likely for more goods and commodities to get expensive. We saw how the Russia-Ukraine crisis increased prices of everyday goods like sunflower oil. Same is likely to follow in case of China-Taiwan. So what will be expensive in India? India depends on China and Taiwan for many of its imports. Let's take a close look at this. In 2021, India imported goods worth $125.6 billion from China. These include integrated circuits, laptops, computers, oxygen concentrators, and vehicle parts. Imports from China has increased by 45%. But due to the border disputes between India and China, over 50 Chinese apps continue to stay banned. But what does India import from Taiwan? Taiwan plays host to 20% global supply of semiconductors. And in the last 10 years, India has exported $58 lakh worth of commodities from Taiwan. Here are some of the commodities that India imports from Taiwan: electrical machinery, plastic and its articles, nuclear reactors, organic chemicals, iron and steel. All these raw materials are used to make final products. If there's a war between China and Taiwan, it is likely for these goods and services to get even more expensive than they already are.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that you need to know this hour, beginning with the headlines. Tharoor set to throw in his hat in Congress president race, stresses need for big organizational overhaul in the party to stay relevant. No detention, no arrest of rape accused Muruga Matsya in Karnataka. Protests erupt demanding justice. Seer moves court for anticipatory bail. Big Idgah Maidan hearing in Supreme Court. Apex Court to hear pleas against High Court order granting ground access for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Bengaluru. After raids, CBI to open bank lockers of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia shortly in Liquorgate controversy. Up to meet CBI seeking probe against the Delhi LG in alleged 1,400 crore rupees scam. Arrogant Gurugram man who abused and thrashed guard arrested after massive outrage. And violence grips Baghdad after prominent cleric Al-Sadr quits politics. Protesters enter presidential palace, at least 15 killed in showdown with cops. And let's begin with shocking images that have come in from the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway. This is on the outskirts of the city of Bengaluru in the Ramnagara district, where you see these unbelievable images that have come from an underpass in this highway, completely inundated. Buses have been literally drowning in that water as they were trying to make their way through. You can see people wading through the flood waters, getting to safety as vehicles are left stranded in that underpass. This is in the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway. Yesterday, there's been torrential rains that have been reported in parts of Karnataka, in Bengaluru, in Ramnagara as well. And we understand that the situation in Ramnagara, which is a district bordering Bengaluru, is in a dire situation right now, that the condition is like this in most parts of Ramnagara, of inundated roads, people being stranded, their vehicles being taken away by the water. This is the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway, an integral part that connects, in fact, many people to the city of Bengaluru. And this is the situation right now that you see on your screens. There have been so many questions about why the infrastructure in Bengaluru and in adjoining districts hasn't been bettered. Last evening, we got multiple reports also from the city of Bengaluru of a huge amount of waterlogging, of trees falling over, creating a lot of inconvenience for residents. While parts of Bengaluru have dried up today and the water has drained off, in the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway, this was the situation yesterday after a few hours of rainfall. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Concerning, Nagarjun, that this is the situation on the outskirts of Bengaluru. We understand that things are very dire in the Ramnagara district. In Bengaluru yesterday too, there were scenes of waterlogging.
That is true. In fact, unprecedented amount of rainfall in interior Karnataka, in central parts of Karnataka. What we saw in Ramnagara district and Mandya district was unprecedented, is what the Met Department says. Yesterday, the Bangalore-Mysore highway was completely submerged at the Ramnagara stretch. It was a newly constructed, yet to be inaugurated Bangalore-Mysore highway, which is the 10-lane highway. One of the part was completely submerged. It visited the spot and went to Ramnagara district along with Kumaraswamy, who is also the CM and local Ramnagara district MLA. Things are back to normal, is what we are told. Water has in the last 10 hours. It's not rained out right now, but there has been an alert given for southern interior Karnataka and central Karnataka, including the Bangalore city, for heavy rainfall for the next 3 days. So all eyes are on the sky, hoping that it doesn't pour so much that there will be waterlogging and flooding in the district.
But the question, Nagarjuna, is why we see this every single year, why we see this every single monsoon season, that, there is torrential downpour. It's something that we're expecting, with the Met Department even giving warnings of it. And yet these kind of subways, which are clearly very unscientifically constructed, become completely inundated. There's no advisory issued. And so people are seen wading through that water, trying to get to safety.
That is absolutely true. Most of the constructions would be done on lake beds or on river beds, and also on Raj Kalwis, which is a stormwater drain. When the lake or river is dried up, they start becoming construction zone, and that is when there is a heavy rainfall, it completely gets submerged. This is unscientific, and also people are the ones who are suffering at the end of the day without any proper notification from the government also. But however, Met Department says no matter what infrastructure it is, such kind of rainfall won't be tolerated. With such heavy rainfall, it has happened only once in few decades or years, is what the Met Department says. And this year, 2022, is expected more rainfall in the next few weeks. We also saw the same in 2021. A lot also is credited to the climate change. But however, if infrastructure is half better than what it is today, things would be much smoother.
Very true. These are the images that we're getting from Ramnagara yesterday. After a few hours of rainfall in this district, people were struggling to continue with their normal life. Vehicles being submerged, people wading through waist-deep water in some places to try and get to safety. And in Ramnagara itself, have there been any steps taken, Nagarjun, to ensure that this doesn't repeat? With the Met Department, as you pointed out, saying that there will be more rains in the coming days, any steps that the authorities have taken?
See, what exactly happened was Ramnagara highway, which is not very close to any river or anywhere. This was happened due to a lake which started to overflow. The lake was completely filled to the brim and it started to overflow, and the water poured onto the highway, what we are told, and that's why we saw a stretch of a highway completely submerged. But people surrounding to the highway have been moved away to a better places or a high level points from the low-lying areas. Things are back to normal, is what we are told. It was yet to be inaugurated, so luckily not a lot of traffic was on the stretch. The 10-lane highway, which is Bangalore-Mysore highway, yet to be inaugurated in the October Dasra time. But right now, things are back to normal, at least in that part of Ramnagara.
What about the city of Bengaluru, Nagarjun? Because there were multiple reports that came in last night of waterlogging after these kind of torrential rains.
Waterlogging was reported yesterday, last night, around 12 o'clock or so. A lot of low-lying apartments around the Belendur Lake, Agara Lake, did see waterlogging in the basements of the apartment. Things are back to normal here in Bangalore too. In the last 10 hours, it has not rained and the sun is out. But there's an alert also from Bengaluru city that in the next 3 days, there would be heavy downpour in the city also. The BBMP forest officials are also on the streets that if any trees fall or if there's any property damage, they'll be the first persons to be on the street to make sure that the traffic also flows smoothly and roads are not completely clogged. BBMP is on ground for the last 2 days, but however, the amount of downpour is so much that infrastructure is completely crumbling in the city of Bangalore. It happens every alternate day. 15 minutes of shower, we have seen parts of Bangalore being submerged. That's how the infrastructure has crumbled to that extent in Bangalore city. But right now, there are a couple of isolated locations in HSR Layout and Belendur where there is still waterlogging, is what we are told. I would be, in fact, reaching there in a couple of hours, Akshita, and I'll be bringing you a ground report from there.
Okay, so we'll watch out for that report also to understand what's the situation in Bengaluru. Ramnagar, neighbouring district of the city, is also in fact in bad shape. Nagarjun is telling us that while the water levels have receded, this was the situation yesterday, and fed up residents are asking serious questions to the administration on when they'll do something to change this. You can't make out where the road is and where homes are, etc., because every part of that looks like a river, and this is at a time, as Nagarjun tells us, there's no water body near Ramnagar. There was one lake that seems to have breached that led to this situation of water entering homes, people unable to get back to their residences, vehicles being taken away in the flood waters as well, in the currents that you see in some parts there people are trying to wade through in Ramnagar district. This has been always the situation in Ramnagar, Nagarjun. This has always been the case of this kind of flooding and inundation. Nothing's changed. A lot of questions being asked of the MLA Kumaraswamy as well.
That is true. Time and again, Ramnagar faces such heavy rainfall, and Mandya district also. And once the Kaveri riverbed or the Mandya and Kodagu district, which has the catchment area for the Kaveri river, if it gets heavy rainfall, the impact is on Ramnagar district and Bangalore city as well as Mandya district, because the river flows through this district and then reaches Tamil Nadu border. That is when we see heavy inundation also. The surrounding lakes completely get filled to the brim, and also when it's reached, it comes onto the highway, it comes onto the low-lying areas, and in villages, they are the ones who bear the brunt of this situation, and no earlier alert or a notification from the government asking them to move away from the low-lying areas. This happens time and again, but it also happens in northern Karnataka. Fortunately, we have not seen such an extent in the last 72 hours. It has only caused havoc in Ramnagar and Mandya district. CM, that's the reason why he went specially himself to meet Kumaraswamy as well as the people there to hear them out, and also he has declared around 100 odd crores to immediate repairs in Ramnagar, Mandya and surrounding districts as well.
All right. Thanks, Nagarjun, for joining us with all of those details. This is the situation in Ramnagar yesterday. Water levels have gone down, yes, but serious questions that have to be asked of the administration as well about why they allow this to happen every single time. Why do residents have to suffer simply because of the apathy of the administration in Karnataka? Several parts of Karnataka and Kerala have received extremely heavy rainfall. Low-lying areas completely inundated. Roads in the city were flooded. Traffic came to a standstill for a while. After obtaining the opinion from educational institutions, the district administration has declared a holiday for all schools and pre-university colleges in Bengaluru due to heavy rains. The Met Department has forecast cloudy skies and light to moderate rainfall in Bengaluru till September 1st. That's the next 2 days. Heavy rainfall also lashed various parts of Kerala, particularly Kottayam district, on Monday evening. The Met Department has issued a yellow alert for rainfall, which has been issued for many Kerala districts. In about 45 minutes from now, the Central Bureau of Investigation will be checking Manish Sisodia's bank lockers. This is in fact the lockers at the Punjab National Bank. India Today is reporting right now from the bank in which Sisodia has his lockers. Today, in about 45 minutes from now, we're expecting that the CBI officials will be at the spot where India Today's team currently is and checking all of the articles present, the items in Sisodia's bank locker. Let's take this across to Amit Bharadwaj. He's joining us live from Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad. That's where, Amit, in about 45 minutes from now, we're being told CBI officials will come.
Well, absolutely right, Akshata. In fact, Manish Sisodia himself had informed, shared this detail that the CBI's team is likely to search his locker located in Punjab National Bank today, and he had welcomed this step exactly in the manner and way he had welcomed the CBI's team, on August 19th while the raids were conducted at his residence. But we are right now in Vasundhara Sector 4, and this is the Punjab National Bank branch, which is expected to be, where CBI searches are expected to happen later, 45 minutes from now. I'll just request Ravikant, our VJ, to show you the visuals as to what is happening right now. The bank, this Punjab National branch, has just opened. It's early in the day today, and the customers are slowly coming to the branch. But at 11 in the morning today, the CBI team will reach here, and they are in most likelihood going to enter the bank branch, and after that they'll be looking into the bank locker of Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister. And this particular search that will be carried out at this particular branch in Vasundhara in Ghaziabad will be in connection with the ongoing investigation in the excise policy case of Delhi. Remember, now the CBI team had raided the Manish Sisodia's residence and several other locations, nearly 31 locations in connection to the liquor policy of year 2021 and 2022. In fact, Manish Sisodia's residence was raided for nearly 14 hours on August 19th, and the Aam Aadmi Party has been on aggressive note ever since then. And AAP had asked the CBI yesterday, they were protest outside the CBI's headquarters as well over the fact that it's been over a week since the raids were conducted at Manish Sisodia's residence, and the CBI is yet to share the details of as to which documents were collected, seized from his house, what sort of money, jewelry, anything incriminating document was recovered from that particular raid or not. And Aam Aadmi Party is actually trying to make it a case in that particular sense that, you conducted raids for 14 hours and you have received nothing out of those raids. And now there are talks of, the CBI team reaching this particular branch. Ravikant is showing the visuals of the branch. Just look at the visuals of the branch. This is the particular PNB branch that will be searched by the CBI officials. There's a locker of Manish Sisodia in this particular branch that will be searched, and around 11 in the morning, that's what we are learning from our sources, that around 11 in the morning, the CBI's team will come here, and after that they will be opening Manish Sisodia's locker in order to look for documents, in order to look for other evidences which might prove crucial in carrying out and furthering the investigation that is being carried out in the excise policy case. Okay. However, Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia are saying that they are pretty much confident, they welcome the CBI, and the CBI can go ahead with their investigation to check as to what is there inside Manish Sisodia's locker in this particular branch of the Punjab National Bank.
Okay, Amit, we'll come across to you in about 30 minutes from now, which is when the CBI officials will be there conducting their investigation. The showdown over Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Bengaluru's contentious Idgah Maidan has now reached the Supreme Court. The Karnataka Waqf Board has approached the top court seeking an urgent hearing on the matter. This move comes after the Karnataka High Court had permitted the state government to allow Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. Kapil Sibal, who is representing the Karnataka Waqf Board, had mentioned the matter for urgent hearing before Chief Justice U.U. Lalit. The Karnataka Waqf Board essentially says that unnecessary religious tension is being created in Karnataka and that Muslims have been offering prayers and performing prayers at the Idgah Maidan for years. The Supreme Court hearing comes after the Karnataka High Court had allowed the state government to use Idgah Maidan for religious and cultural activities for a limited period. Amid this Idgah controversy in Bengaluru, also in Hubli, there's a similar issue. The Hubli Dharwad Corporation has granted permission to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi again at the Idgah Maidan in this district for 3 days from tomorrow, from 31st August. And just a quick update for our viewers on that hearing which is slated to happen in the Supreme Court. We're being told that the issue will be brought up after 3 p.m. in the top court. So the Supreme Court will be hearing this matter filed by the Karnataka Waqf Board challenging the Karnataka High Court order which has allowed Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to happen in the Idgah Maidan, allowing all religious and cultural activities essentially for a limited time period. The case will come up before the court post 3 p.m. is what we're hearing. So this is the breaking update for our viewers. There's been a lot of anticipation about this hearing and what the Supreme Court will have to say about this petition filed by the Karnataka Waqf Board. Their contention is essentially that they own this Idgah Maidan and that there's unnecessary tension, religious tension, that there are attempts to spread religious tension essentially in the state with these moves. Anisha Mathur is joining us with more details on this. So Anisha, the hearing expected perhaps post 3 p.m. That's when the Supreme Court, we're being told, will take up this matter and the petition filed by the Karnataka Waqf Board.
Well, yes, Akshita, this hearing in the Idgah case is likely to happen after lunch because a special bench will be here sitting at 2 p.m. to hear the miscellaneous matters. Now, the issue before the court is of two petitions, one by the Karnataka Waqf Board and one by the Karnataka Muslim Association, which is the committee that manages this Idgah. They have essentially raised three lines of argument. One, that there is unnecessary religious tension being created deliberately in the state. Two, that this Idgah Maidan is a Waqf property, that it belongs to the Waqf property, and since 1964, there was a Supreme Court verdict that has recognized it as a Waqf property. And the third contention that they have raised is that there is a deliberate attempt being made to create religious disharmony, that there are certain right-wing groups which have threatened violence and they have threatened to enter the Idgah illegally, and that is why an FIR has already been filed in this regard. And what they want is that this entire issue should not be allowed to escalate, that the ownership of the Idgah is not under dispute according to them. However, of course, the Bangalore Municipal Corporation has, the Nagapalika, the BBMP had raised the contention that the revenue records show this ground as a public space, as the government land, and that is why this entire controversy has occurred, because the Idgah says, the Waqf Board says that the Idgah ground is Waqf land, therefore functions of other religions cannot be held there. The government is claiming that this is in fact in the revenue records a government land, which is why all religious and cultural functions should be allowed there. Now, the High Court just last week had said that the state government can take a call on whether it will allow religious and cultural functions for a limited period of time in the Idgah grounds, and that order has now been challenged before the apex court on the issue that this could create unnecessary religious tensions in the state.
All right, Anisha, thank you for all of those details. Post 3 p.m. we'll be tracking all the updates that come in from the top court. Sticking to news from Karnataka, allegations of rape against a prominent Lingayat Matsya, Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, has rocked Karnataka. While the Muruga Matsya has been booked under several sections of the POCSO Act for the rape of two minor girls, there's been no action by the police. He's not been detained, he's not been arrested. And it's not just the pontiff, but also several other accused who've been booked under the POCSO Act. There's been no action taken against any of them. With just months to go for the state polls, this case has rocked Karnataka. But political leaders appear to have varying stances, many of them going soft on the Matsya. The seer himself, Sharanaru, speaking yesterday from his mutt, claimed that the case is a part of a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Protests also broke out against the Chitradurga police and the district administration for not taking strict action against the seer who's been accused of rape.
ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಇದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟೇನಿದೆ, ಆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾದ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕಾದು.
लॉ सबके लिए एक है, अलग अलग हो नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी हो रहा है, इंक्वायरी के बीच में हम क्लीन चिट भी नहीं दे सकता और अपराधी ऐसा भी कह नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी के बाद सच पता होगा। मुख्यमंत्री स्टेटमेंट भी दिया, हम लोग इंक्वायरी करेंगे, इंक्वायरी फ्री हैंड दिया है, ऐसा कहा है मुख्यमंत्री ने। इसके वजह से हम लोग आज स्टेटमेंट बीच में देना वो ठीक नहीं हो।
This is influential Lingayat Seer Shivamurthy Murug Sharanaru greeting his supporters, waving and thanking them for their support while facing serious charges of raping minor girls. Brazenly showing off the support he enjoys as cops refuse to arrest him. This pontiff is the chief of one of the most prominent Lingayat mutts in Karnataka and has been clicked with some of the biggest political leaders in the country. Despite the gravity of the allegations against him, he has not been detained or arrested. He's been allowed to sit in his Chitradurga mutt with no action.
ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆದರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸೋಣ. ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಮಾನದ ಚಿಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು.
Two students in the Muruga Mutt School's hostel approached an NGO alleging they were sexually abused in the institution, based on which an FIR was registered against the pontiff and 4 others, including the warden Rashmi. With months to go for elections in Karnataka, the development has rocked the state, with political parties tiptoeing around the controversy, and some openly backing the rape-accused seer.
ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರೋದೇ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇದು. ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲದರಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಗೌರವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Let me not interfere with whatever the police or the government is doing late, because I can't only reply to whatever you are telling. Let me examine it, then I'll come back.
In another twist in this case, the Mutt authorities have filed a counter-complaint naming a JDS leader, ex-MLA and former administrator of the Mutt, S.K. Basavarajan. The warden, who's been named as an accused in the minor rape case, has alleged that the JDS leader is the one who raped the girls and hence filed a rape and kidnap case.
S.K. Basavarajan ಅವರು ನಿಲಯ ಪಾಲಕರಿಗೆ ಲೈಂಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ದೂರನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ದೂರಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಠಾಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಕರಣವನ್ನು ದಾಖಲಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Serious questions have been raised whether police will ensure fair probe when the seer has not been detained or arrested and is still a free bird who can influence the eyewitnesses as well as the victims. Political parties, meanwhile, are guilty of prioritizing their appeasement politics in the state of Karnataka. With journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Slipping into a short break here on India's agenda. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you details of the news break that came in this morning of Bollywood actor Kamal Rashid Khan, aka KRK, being arrested at Mumbai Airport.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. Bollywood actor Kamal Rashid Khan, also known as KRK, has been arrested at the Mumbai airport. This arrest has been done in a case registered in 2020 for indulging in attacks on Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor over social media. The complaint was filed by US Sena member Rahul Kanal. He will be produced today in a court in Borivali. We understand that he was taken into custody at the Mumbai airport. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live with more details on this. Mustafa, run us through the allegations, the charges against KRK that's led to his arrest now.
Well, in 2020, when late actors Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor were terminally ill and they were hospitalized one after the other, so Kamal Khan had tweeted derogatory comments about them, for example, referring to Rishi Kapoor's drinking habits. He had said that don't die, the shops are going to open soon, the wine shops are going to open soon. They were shut at that point in during the lockdown. So these were the kind of comments which Kamal Khan had tweeted, and after these comments Rahul Kanal had made a complaint and Malad police had registered an FIR. Now what we are getting to know is that after that complaint was registered, a lookout notice was issued against Kamal Khan, and when he came at Mumbai airport this morning, he was arrested and he'll be produced now before the court. We'll have to wait and see what evidences the police will keep before court, whether they will be seeking Kamal Khan's custody. But yes, there was a time when Kamal Khan was trolling and making derogatory comments on many people. Out of them, these were two actors, and there was one FIR which was registered. And in that FIR, today he has been arrested. We'll have to wait and see whether police seeks for his custody or he gets bail from the court. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, we'll track the latest that comes in on the story. Thanks for the moment. Slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on the Congress presidential polls. The countdown is on, and Shashi Tharoor is all set to throw his hat in the Congress president race.
The internet is bombarded with the visuals of Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika Padukone as the two were spotted in Chennai. And joining them, the filmmaker of SRK's upcoming film Jawan, Atlee, which led to the speculations about Deepika making a cameo in the action drama. In one of the clips surfacing online, the trio can be seen sharing laughs and conversations. For the unversed, Jawan, which marks the first collaboration between Shah Rukh Khan and the filmmaker Atlee, also stars Nayanthara in lead role. The film features Sanya Malhotra and Sunil Grover in key roles as well. Apart from Jawan, Shah Rukh Khan also has Pathaan with Deepika Padukone and John Abraham. Directed by Siddharth Anand, the film is all set to roll out in cinemas on January 25th, 2023. SRK also has Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey alongside Taapsee Pannu in his kitty.
Donkey nahi Shahrukh, Donkey. मैं समझा donkey, donkey, in an as. मतलब सर
While Deepika Padukone will share screen space with Prabhas in Project K and will also be starring opposite Hrithik Roshan in Fighter.
Ahead of the Congress presidential polls on October 17th, senior Congress leader Shashi Tharoor may just be mulling to run for the top post. Sources claim that Tharoor is exploring the possibility of running for Congress president post, but is yet to take a final call on the same. While Tharoor has declined to comment on whether he would throw his hat into the ring, he has written an article for Malayalam daily Mathrubhumi calling for a free and fair election. Tharoor says electing a fresh president is a start towards revitalization of the Congress, which the party badly needs. He also said that Congress as a whole needs renewal, and the most urgent leadership position that needed to be filled is naturally that of the Congress president. The result for the presidential polls in the Congress will be declared on October 19th. I beg your pardon. Rahul Gandhi had resigned as the Congress president after the party had suffered its second consecutive defeat in the 2019 parliamentary elections. Sonia Gandhi then took over as the interim president.
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
Well, this is he brings on the table. It's something, the thought processes and ideas are all maybe good, but the practical issues are when you encounter the Congress party body and then you think you can reform it, well, that's a big order. And I think that for that you need consensus from the bottom, and which I don't think he brings on the table. So I don't know how he is going to bring about the kind of reforms that are required. It's easy to talk about it, but then these are, more of declarations or, expectations, but the expectations don't deliver. What you need is somebody who can deliver grounded and somebody who's has floor experience. Being a member of parliament, he may have had exposures, yes. But an all-India experience to handle the Indian National Congress require, and especially at this juncture when it's literally in the ICU, needs a better doctor than some people think that they can deliver the goods.
Let's get you also this conversation with, in fact, former Congress veteran Ghulam Nabi Azad, who slammed the Khan market lobby within the Congress.
I will request Rahul Gandhi ji, because he never saw the proceedings of Rajya Sabha. No, Rajya Sabha. He saw the proceedings in Lok Sabha, which never worked.
Yes.
Right. Because they were happy to adjourn in the morning only so that they can enjoy and have chakra off this. This is some garden which I have been once only in 25 years. There's Lodi Garden. Lodi Garden नहीं. यहाँ जाए कोई market औरतें Khan market. And so that they were seen afternoon in the Khan market. When I was telling my colleagues, we are in the parliament, they said, all your colleagues. I said, they are
So Rahul Gandhi would get parliament adjourned so that he and others would wander around in Khan market.
Whether Rahul Gandhi would tell them or not, but this was the order of the day.
Right.
And
As the mystery around TikTok star and BJP leader Sonali Phogat's murder and death continues, the Goa police are now under fire after they initially claimed that Sonali Phogat had died of a heart attack. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has called for a detailed CBI investigation into Sonali's death.
A party gone wrong. Drug-fueled revelry. Murder on the beach. TikTok star and BJP leader Sonali Phogat's death continues to make headlines. The Goa police is under fire after they initially claimed Sonali died of a heart attack. In an exclusive interview to India Today, Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has called for a CBI probe into the case.
सोनाली फोगाट के परिवार मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की थी कि इस केस की इसमें हमको लगता है कि कुछ राजनेताओं का भी हाथ हो सकता है, इसलिए इस केस की सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो हमने गोवा सरकार को लिख दिया है स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड करके कि इस केस की सीबीआई जांच कराने के लिए वो कार्रवाई करें।
Earlier, Sonali's family had met Haryana CM Manohar Lal Khattar and handed over a letter alleging big names could be involved in the suspected murder. The Goan police has submitted a detailed report on Sonali's death to the Haryana DGP. Goa CM Pramod Sawant has not ruled out the possibility of the CBI taking over the case.
उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि सीबीआई के लिए देनी चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। फिर भी उनकी रिक्वेस्ट रही तो कि सीबीआई के लिए देना चाहिए, तो हम जरूर इसके ऊपर सोचेंगे। लेकिन उसका पूरा रिपोर्ट जो आज तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो गई है, उनका रिपोर्ट आज शाम तक हम डीजीपी हरियाणा और सीएम हरियाणा के लिए भी भेज देंगे।
Meanwhile, a team of Goa police is scheduled to visit Haryana to continue with their investigation. The family immersed the ashes of Sonali Phogat in Ganga on Monday. But only a fair and thorough investigation can bring the family at least some sense of closure. With Kamaljeet Sandhu, Bureau Report, India Today.
And a horrific murder in Jharkhand has shaken the conscience of the country. A class 12 student, Ankita, who was set on fire by her stalker, died on Sunday. The stalker, Shahrukh Hussain, is now in police custody. Protests have erupted across Jharkhand, demanding justice for young Ankita.
हम घर में अपने पापा को 10 बजे रात को आए, पापा को बोले अब कल ठीक है सुबह होगा तो देखते हैं, और उसमें 4 बजे आके खिड़की से पेट्रोल फेंक के और आग जला के भाग गया।
16-year-old Ankita Singh's dying declaration seeking death penalty for her stalker and killer Shahrukh Hussain. After battling for life for close to a week, the class 12 student finally gave up, but not before telling the world of her trauma. Ankita Singh spoke of being stalked and harassed by Shahrukh Hussain, who lives in the same neighborhood.
हम घर में अपने पापा को 10 बजे रात को आए, पापा को बोले अब कल ठीक है सुबह होगा तो देखते हैं, और उसमें 4 बजे आके खिड़की से पेट्रोल फेंक के और आग जला के भाग गया।
तो पेट्रोल कहाँ पर फेंका गया?
पेट्रोल एक डिब्बा में 2 लड़का था, वो और एक छुटुआ था। हम खिड़की खोल के देखे थे। जैसे उसके लिए अभी हम मर रहे हैं, उसको वही सजाए हो जाए।
आप ऐसा चाहती?
हाँ।
So brazen was Shahrukh in tormenting Ankita that he openly threatened her. If she resisted his advances, he would kill her.
नंबर जहाँ से भी लेके उसको कॉल किया और फिर उसको बात करने मिलने के लिए फोर्स करता था, तो ये मना कर दी तो उसको मारने का धमकी दिया था।
क्या क्या सजा आपको लगता है मिलनी चाहिए?
सर उसको फांसी का सजा दिया जाए सर। वो सब लड़की को ऐसे ही फंसा कि उसे जिंदगी बर्बाद करता था सर।
The burnt bed and shattered family have hit out at the Jharkhand police for its inaction. They said Shahrukh's brother boasted of having contacts in the Jharkhand police and threatened to sort out the family if a complaint was made.
दरवाजा बंद था, एक दरवाजा सटा हुआ था। ठेल करके यहाँ से यहाँ पर्दा लगी हुई थी, पेट्रोल छिटा, और पेट्रोल छिटा तो बेटी मेरी उठ गई कि पानी पड़ रहा है। जैसे उसके लिए देखने गई था तो माचिस फेंक दिया उसके शरीर पे, फेंक दिया, पूरा लखने लगी, लगते हुए मतलब जलती हुई मेरे रूम में आई, चिल्लाते हुए पापा बचा लीजिए। तो हम सोचे कहाँ से आग लगा, फिर वहाँ से उठ के मैंने देखा तो पूरा घर जल रहा मेरा।
Ankita was first taken to Dumka Medical College with 45% burns, but when her condition deteriorated, she was rushed to RIMS Ranchi, where doctors tried to save her, but due to massive burn injuries, she passed away on Sunday. There have been massive protests across Jharkhand, with the BJP alleging a spike in crimes against women and police inaction due to the policy of minority appeasement of the Hemant Soren government.
संप्रदाय विशेष के लोग झारखंड में खासकर संथाल परगना में लव जिहादी जो डेमोग्राफी है उसको भी बदलने का काम कर रहे हैं। अभियुक्त है उस पर फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट चलाकर 15 दिन के अंदर उसे फांसी की सजा दी जाए।
Union Minister Giriraj Singh also hit out at the changing demographic profile in the state and the role of vote bank politics.
तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के तहत एक्ट होता है। अगर अंकिता दूसरे धर्म की लड़की होती, उल्टा होती, लड़के दूसरे होते, आज वहां पर पॉलिटिकल पिकनिक राहुल गांधी भी मनाते होते और मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन भी होते।
Looking at these images of a remorseless Shah Rukh Hussain, there is a rise in demand for fast-track court and death penalty for the accused.
कानून के तहत उस पर केस चलाया जाए, केस को मजबूती से लड़ाया जाए और जो सख्त से सख्त सजा हमारे इंडियन पीनल कोड में है वो उनको उस शख्स को मिलनी चाहिए। काबिले यानी जस्टिफाइबल से छोड़िए, ये तो हैवानियत है। ये
Late Monday, Jharkhand government announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees for Ankita's family and the setting up of a fast-track court. Shah Rukh's close friend and partner in crime was also arrested by the police, but Ankita's family fears justice delayed, maybe justice denied.
There's a huge deployment of police in and around this particular area, especially the house. The Jharkhand government has announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees for the family. However, the family claim that the only thing that they want from the government and the administration is for Shah Rukh to be hanged and justice to be given for Ankita. With camera person Prabir Deswal, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Jharkhand.
Yes, a shocking video that's emerged in Gurugram where security guards were beaten up by an angry, arrogant resident. Second such incident that's been reported in a matter of weeks in the national capital region. After the recent viral video of an abusive woman from Noida, a similar one has surfaced from Gurugram this time. A man who got trapped in a lift, lost his cool, as you can see there, started slapping and assaulting security guards who ironically had rescued him from the elevator. Now, the viral video is from the Nirvana County Society in Gurugram. The man, identified as Varun Nath, got angry over the delay in rescuing him from the elevator, which was due to a technical glitch, so the guards weren't to blame at all. The Gurugram police arrested this man after an FIR was lodged against him under Section 323 and 506 of the IPC. Security guards, meanwhile, have refused to carry on with their duties, demanding strong action against the resident. All right, let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in right now. We're reporting from the bank, the Punjab National Bank, where Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's locker is. CBI will be opening Sisodia's locker at 11 this morning as part of the investigation in the Delhi Liquor Gate case. Now, the CBI, we're being told, will be there any moment. This is the Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad. We'll be connecting with our reporter for the latest on this. Also, in fact, got you the latest images, which will play out for you again, of Sisodia leaving from his residence. We're being told he also could be there at the Punjab National Bank, but that's something we'll confirm for you with our reporter in just a bit. The images of Sisodia leaving from his residence, all set to make his way reportedly to Ghaziabad at the Punjab National Bank, where he owns a locker. Amit Bharadwaj is joining us with more details on this. Amit, will Sisodia also be there when the CBI opens up his locker?
Lakshita, in most likelihood, Manish Sisodia and his wife will be here at the Punjab National Bank branch in Vasundhara. This is the branch that is expected to be served by the CBI. And there's a particular locker of Mr. Sisodia, which is in this particular branch of the Punjab National Bank located in Vasundhara's Sector 4. And we are being told that Manish Sisodia has left his house along with his wife. His house is located near the Supreme Court in the national capital, near Pragati Maidan. Could roughly take 20 minutes to reach here. And in some time from now, Manish Sisodia along with his wife is expected to be here. Why? The reason is that when the CBI would be holding these searches, will be checking, going through the locker of Manish Sisodia, going through the documents of whatever are the contents of that locker. Someone needs to be there, one of the signatories or maybe the lawyer needs to be there in order to ascertain as to how the searches were conducted, what documents were taken out of the locker and what contents were seized by the CBI. So that is why there's a legal provision as well. Because of this, Mr. Sisodia or his wife could be here, and in most likelihood, we are expecting that Mr. Sisodia himself would be present here in some time from now, but the final picture will be clear barely in 10 to 15 minutes from now. The CBI team, in fact, is expected to reach this particular branch around 11 in the morning, which means that the mega action at the of the Central Bureau of Investigation will begin today around 11, on and around 11 in this particular branch of the Punjab National Bank in Vasundhara. This particular building is called Mewar Institute building, and the branch is of Ghaziabad, Vasundhara Sector 4. Now, we are being told that before becoming the politician or Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Sisodia used to live in Vasundhara, and that is why his old bank account and locker is actually located in this particular branch. And when the CBI team comes in, they will open the locker, they will go through the contents, they will look into the documents as to what is in that particular locker. And all eyes would be actually focusing on whether these documents are related to the excise policy of 2021. Now remember, 14 hours of raid was conducted at Mr. Sisodia's residence on August 19th and at 30 more locations. And the primary focus of that particular investigation, of that particular raid conducted at Mr. Sisodia's residence, was to check for documents, for anything that anything that can become that can make the case stronger against Mr. Sisodia, as well as those accused in the FIR registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, alleging irregularities in formation and formulation of the excise policy of Delhi for the year 2021 and 2022. Now, the CBI sources are saying that they were the liquor policy, the new liquor policy of Delhi was actually formulated in a way through which undue advantage can be given to certain companies, certain license holders. But the Aam Aadmi Party is actually lambasting the central government, the central agencies, saying that this is a political vendetta, this is a political strategy by the Bharatiya Janata Party to topple the Aam Aadmi Party government, the Arvind Kejriwal government in Delhi. And in fact, in the past week, we have seen heavy drama in the national capital, where the Aam Aadmi Party had accused that there were attempts to topple Arvind Kejriwal government. There were Manish Sisodia was actually threatened by the central investigation agencies such as the CBI, and after that he was given an offer by the Bharatiya Janata Party to break Aam Aadmi Party and to shift boards, switch boards and go to BJP and become the chief ministerial face of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, this particular claim was also made by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal outside the Rajghat as well as inside the Delhi Assembly. And since then, Aam Aadmi Party has been questioning that it's been weak, that the CBI raided Manish Sisodia's residence and 30 more locations. What has been recovered from those raids? The CBI has not given the details as to what incriminating documents were recovered, what jewelry, what unaccounted cash was recovered. And after that, what we are seeing is that this particular branch of the PNB will be searched. The locker inside this branch will be searched by the CBI. And at this moment, moments before the CBI searches, Manish Sisodia has hit back at the central government, at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in a tweet, Manish Sisodia has
said that the entire energy and focus of the central government is actually to trouble the non-BJP states in toppling the government, while there are other important issues that need central government's focus. So clearly the political battle, even on the day when the CBI action, mega action, is expected to happen at the PNB branch in Vasundhara, in Ghaziabad, the political battle continues, and it is expected that as the day progresses, this political battle will further intensify. And Akshata, remember, there is a trust vote that needs to be carried out in Delhi Assembly as well. The Aam Aadmi Party had brought that trust vote, and yesterday, because of the uproar inside the Delhi Assembly, over allegations of corruption against Delhi LG Vijay Kumar Saxena, the trust vote was not conducted, and the special session was further extended by a day. So today, on one side, you will see action inside Delhi Assembly where Aam Aadmi Party will be conducting a trust vote. On the other side, you will see the CBI action in Vasundhara at the PNB's branch here, and Manish Sisodia coming right here. And there's another chapter of the political drama that could, likely pan out, is that a delegation of Aam Aadmi Party leaders are expected to reach the CBI headquarters to lodge a complaint against Delhi LG Vijay Kumar Saxena, alleging that he was involved in a corruption of sorts when he was the chairman of the Khadi Gramodyog, and he had forced his junior officials to exchange the demonetized notes, the currencies which were declared null and void by the central government, and those were supposed to be exchanged. And the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that there was 1400 rupees crore conducted inside the Khadi Commission because of Mr. Saxena, and they want to register another complaint with the CBI. However, what we are learning from Aam Aadmi Party sources, that particular delegation will reach out to CBI headquarters only when they get time and appointment from the CBI. Back to you, Akshata.
Amit, we'll come back to you in a few moments from now, because we're expecting the CBI officials, Manish Sisodia also, to be where Amit is, at the Punjab National Bank, in about 5 minutes from now at 11 a.m. That's when the CBI will open up Sisodia's bank lockers at that particular bank. So we'll be getting you all the latest updates on that story and much, much more. That's it from me. Thanks very much for tuning in.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
OLX Auto
every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Very good morning. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Shashi Tharoor, all set to throw in his hat in the Congress president's race, stresses the need for big organizational overhaul in the party to stay relevant. No detention, no arrest for rape-accused Lingayat Seer. Protests erupt demanding justice. Seer moves court for anticipatory bail. Big Idgah Maidan hearing in the Supreme Court today. The apex court to hear pleas against High Court order granting ground access for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan. After raids, the CBI to open bank lockers of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia shortly in the Liquorgate controversy. AAP to be meeting CBI seeking probe against Delhi LG in alleging 1,400 crore scam. And motormouth Bollywood personality Kamal Rashid Khan arrested in Mumbai airport, arrested for insulting late actor Irfan and Rishi Kapoor. An arrogant Gurugram man who abused and thrashed guard arrested after massive outrage. The big breaking news that we're currently tracking. ED has summoned Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's nephew, Abhishek Banerjee. Abhishek Banerjee summoned on September 2nd. Remember, the ED has been probing a case with regards to illegal mining. Abhishek Banerjee, connected, at least so the ED thinks, is part of the mining scam, which the ED has been probing for quite a while now. ED now summoning Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's nephew in the case, Abhishek Banerjee, to be summoned on the 2nd of September. Big news coming in from West Bengal. Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee's nephew, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED heat on him with regards to a mining scandal. ED now summoning Abhishek Banerjee on the 2nd of September. Munish Pandey joining us live for more. Munish, a quick understanding on what case has the ED summoned Abhishek Banerjee for? 2nd of September is the date given to him.
Nabila, Abhishek Banerjee has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and he has been asked to appear on the 2nd of September at Kolkata office. Earlier in the very same case, Abhishek Banerjee was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in National Capital on twice, at least twice. But as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, what they have alleged that the proceeds of crime, the illegal money which was received by several accused in the case, that went to several politicians in this case, and they have not named Abhishek Banerjee as accused in the case, but he has been under scanner of the ED. Now, this summon by the Enforcement Directorate has come at a time when Abhishek Banerjee has been alleging against the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate to maligning the image of Trinamool Congress's party, and along with that, he has been, targeting the Home Minister of this country. At a time when he is making such allegations, the Enforcement Directorate has once again summoned Abhishek Banerjee to appear in this question. So, of course, there will be political implications as far as this summons are concerned. But ED claims that during questioning, they have certain evidence based on which they have decided to question Abhishek Banerjee, and that is why he has been asked to appear before their Kolkata office on September 2nd.
Mamata Banerjee's nephew has been summoned on the 2nd of September with regard to the coal mining scam, which the ED is now probing. We're going to continue tracking those developments. All right, cutting across to some big breaking news with regards to the CBI, all set to open up Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi's bank lockers. CBI to open Sisodia's lockers at 11 a.m. India Today tracking very closely these developments. CBI to open up Sisodia's lockers at PNB Ghaziabad. Big development coming in. Manish Sisodia, who's currently under scanner with regards to the liquor policy. Bank lockers are going to be checked by the CBI. Amish Bharadwaj, who is joining us for a little, Amit Bharadwaj, for some more clarity here. Amit, CBI has raided Sisodia on the 19th of August in the liquor gate, and today, close to at least 2 to 3 weeks later, it appears that the CBI now thoroughly checking Sisodia's bank lockers as well. They're going to be starting that process at 11 a.m. Give us a little more on why they decided to check his lockers.
Lamila, 10 days after the 14-hour raid at Manish Sisodia's residence in connection to the excise policy of 2021 and 2022, the CBI team will be reaching this Punjab National Bank branch.
There were searches which were carried out here. It is possible that the CBI might...
You know, Amish, I'm going to try and patch you back again. Seems to be some glitch with the audio there. But Shreya Chatterjee also tracking the same developments. I'm going to cut across. Shreya, a quick word from you. Give us a sense of the CBI and its investigation. Manish Sisodia's bank lockers at PNB Ghaziabad all set to be checked. Is this part and parcel of the investigation? Is this due process or a deviation in this case by the CBI as they suspect irregularities?
Well, Nabila, this is a due process whenever there is a criminal investigation that's happening. Now, we do know that earlier as well, when the raids had happened, the Central Bureau of Investigation had already sealed the locker in the said Punjab National Bank, where today a raid and a search will be conducted. What we also do know that Manish Sisodia has already left from his residence along with his wife, and they headed to that very Punjab National Bank, where CBI officials will open the locker in presence of a bank official and Manish Sisodia, because that is procedural. This is to check that whether there has been any kind of thing regards to the proceeds of the crime that has been stored in that very locker. So this is a very procedural part of the investigation that we're seeing today. This obviously comes after the 14 hours raid, as you rightly pointed out, that took place on the 19th of August.
You know, for what we know, Manish Sisodia has said, as much as you call this due process of law, Manish Sisodia says that, the CBI has found not 1 rupee in my house or offices, and therefore they're now trying to check my bank lockers. They're not going to find anything either way. We're fully cooperative. That's what's Sisodia's statement, and he's anticipating every move of the CBI either way.
Well, exactly, Nabila. This is somewhere down the line the reaction that we've seen in the earlier cases as well, where especially those who are involved in public life or politics, they always come out with such defense. But on the part of the Central Bureau of Investigation, they will have to carry out their procedural part so far as investigating the entire the liquor gate scam is concerned. Now, we also do know, if we focus in that very FIR that was registered by the CBI, they've mentioned that there was involvement of money, 1 crore in cash cash and subsequently, 1 crore is bank transaction and subsequently other 2 to 4 crores in cash was routed to the associates of Manish Sisodia. At a given time, it is only obvious that the Central Bureau of Investigation will be looking into the lockers, the bank statements and other details of Manish Sisodia, and that's the reason today we see the CBI team headed to the Punjab National Bank along with Manish Sisodia to carry out a due check in that locker that we're speaking about.
Shreya, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Shreya and Amit Bharadwaj, both of them very closely tracking those developments. CBI now have reached PMB's bank lockers owned by Manish Sisodia to check if there's anything that speaks of irregularities. Now, let me cut across to some news coming in from the state of Karnataka. All right, the showdown over Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan has now reached the Supreme Court. The apex court will be hearing the matter at 3 p.m. The Karnataka Waqf Board has approached the top court seeking urgent hearing on the matter. This move comes after the Karnataka High Court permitted the state government to allow for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan, which is a ground that so long was granted to the minority community to celebrate their festivals. It's owned, or rather governed, by the Waqf Board. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, taking up this case for the Waqf Board, have mentioned this pushed for this matter to be taken up on a urgent hearing basis. In fact, the Karnataka Waqf Board says that unnecessary religious tensions being created in the state. Muslims have been performing prayers at the Idgah Maidan for years now. The Supreme Court hearing comes right after Karnataka High Court had first allowed the state government to in fact open it up for other religions and other religious festivities and even cultural activities for a limited period on that Maidan. Amid the Idgah Maidan row, Hubli Dharwad Corporation has granted permission to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi at the controversial Idgah Maidan in Hubli district for the next 3 days until the 31st of August. Modalities of the celebration will be decided today in the meeting. Now, allegations of rape against prominent Lingayat Seer Shivmurthy Muruga Sharanaru has rocked the state of Karnataka, while the Muruga Mutt pontiff has been booked under several sections of the POCSO Act for rape of 2 minor girls. No detention or arrest, no medical test, no summons, despite charges under POCSO Act, which is a non-bailable offence. Let me quickly cut across to Sagai Raj. He is right now at a spot where protests have erupted in Chitradurga, asking for justice for those 2 minor girls. Sagai, over to you.
Villagers are gathered in front of CWC, that is Children and Women Welfare Commission in Chitradurga, protesting against the district administration and police inaction against Swamiji. They are demanding that the Swamiji should be arrested immediately and the justice should be given to the victims. These are from one of the organizations who are protesting in front of Children Welfare Commission. Sir, demand
ನಮಗೆ ಕಾನೂನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಂಧನಕ್ಕೊಳಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಇಷ್ಟು 4 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಕಾಲ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಇದು ಯಾವ ತನಿಖೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಅನುಮಾನಕ್ಕೀಡಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಈ ಏನು ಒಡನಾಡಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿಂದ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಬೇರೆ ಥರದವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಯಾವ್ದು ರೀತಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಮಾನ ಆಗೈತೆ. ಈಗ ಏನಾಗೈತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಲಿತ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗೈತೆ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಅನುಮಾನ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ತನಿಖೆ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅತ್ಯಾಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
What kind of investigation has happened in this case? We want justice for those 2 girls.
100% delay ಮಾಡ್ತಾ
We believe that their investigation is deliberately being delayed.
ನಾವು ಗುರು ಪರಂಪರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಅನಾಥಾಶ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಮಠಗಳಿಗೋ ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
If we have to enroll our children to an orphanage, those those children who are poor and without parents and without a family, if they have to be enrolled in an orphanage, one has to think twice. They could not be safe. If this place is not safe, which they call as a temple, a place of God, a place of worship, then where will children be really safe? Immediately, the Swami must be arrested. We want justice at the earliest.
ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವರ ಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅವಮಾನನಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಅವಮಾನ ಬಸವಣ್ಣರಿಗೂ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬುದ್ಧನಿಗೂ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಾಕ್ರೆಟಿಸ್ಗೂ ಆಗಿದೆ.
Okay, this is the voice of the people over here. The voice is loud and clear that they demand justice, and they are alleging that the police is not taking any action against the people. They are not allowing anybody to enter and speak to the family members, and they are also questioning the kind of inquiry which has been done, where they are not been very transparent when it comes to the inquiry, and they also doubt that the police is trying to impose some kind of restriction on the children, where they wanted children themselves to say that there was no harassment or sexual abusement which has happened. So they are forcing the children to do this, and that is the reason they are not taking any actions against.
You know, Sagai, from what we see, it's very surprising that people are out on the streets there, despite the Murga Mutt in Chitradurga holding such influence and has massive following. Despite that, residents, locals there have come out in support of those two girls. Well, let's hope that the police takes this up seriously and arrests the man at the earliest. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, ahead of the Supreme Court's hearing on Idgah Maidan being allowed for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations, we see massive police deployment in Bengaluru at the Idgah Maidan. There you have it, visuals coming in of police deployment. We're seeing a huge deployment by the police to ensure law and order once the Supreme Court announces a decision on whether or not other festivals of other religions could be allowed at this very Idgah Maidan, which is governed by the Waqf Board. Almost a police drill of sorts that's currently taking place. Nagarjun Dwarkana joining us for more on that. Nagarjun, a quick word. We're seeing the police in Bengaluru taking no chance. The very popular Idgah Maidan, which so long allowed for only festivities of Eid, anything to do with the Muslim community, as it was governed by the Waqf Board. The Idgah Maidan falls right in the heart of Bengaluru city. Here you have many groups now asking for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to be allowed at that same Idgah Maidan. Waqf Board claiming this will lead to communal tensions. Tell us more. What do you see there?
Well, the Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru city, or the survey number 40, as the revenue department has called now, has turned into a complete fortress with RAF and police deployment. Let me read out the security deployment which is done by the Karnataka government and the police department here in Bengaluru city for tomorrow's celebration, as long as the Supreme Court allows to. So that's a disclaimer. The case is being heard today. If the Supreme Court permits and status is maintained as per the High Court order, tomorrow's celebrations will happen. 3 DCPs, that is the Deputy Commissioner of Police, IPS rank officers, 3 of them will be deployed in and around the ground. 21 ACPs, 21 Assistant Commissioner of Police, 47 police inspectors, 130 police sub-inspectors, 126 assistant sub-inspectors and 900 head constables, 120 of Rapid Action Force and SWAT team which will contain 100 police personnel. So you can see the amount of police deployment that is being prepped tomorrow for the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. In Hubli also we have seen that permission has been granted for 3 days. Here the court has given permission, but however the government of Karnataka is yet to make it stand clear. But what they're doing right now is the police have beefed up the security in Chamrajpet and Idgah Maidan, which is a sentiment or a clue that the government is willing to take up the Ganesh Chaturthi festival and give an option for the right wing or a chance for the right wing organizations to celebrate the festivals tomorrow. All eyes towards the Supreme Court verdict this afternoon. If the Supreme Court too, the Apex Court too, suggests that communal harmony should be maintained, nothing wrong in if all religion celebrations are done in Idgah Maidan.
Right. You know, Nagarjun, thank you very much for joining us. Those are the visuals that you see at the Idgah Maidan, Bengaluru Central. They're waiting for the Supreme Court's verdict. Ahead of that, in anticipation of any kind of tensions, here's police deployment to ensure peace in the area. All right, as we track Manish Sisodia's CBI raid and investigation into the Liquorgate scam, Manish Sisodia now reaches the PNB bank. He's going to be opening up his bank lockers. CBI all set to open up Sisodia's lockers in his presence. CBI to open up Sisodia's lockers at the PNB Ghaziabad. And Manish Sisodia has just arrived. Remember, the CBI has raided Manish Sisodia on the 19th of August in the Liquorgate. In fact, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia has just arrived at the bank. At his presence, the CBI will be opening up his lockers. Manish Sisodia, though, claims that the Central Bureau of Investigation has not found a penny that is suspicious at his home or offices, and therefore they are now checking his bank lockers. Either way, this is due process under the CBI investigation. This is process of law for them. While they investigate a case, they do check bank lockers. Manish Sisodia claiming he's going to come out free and clean. Amit Bharadwaj, who's right there, right outside, tracking Manish Sisodia. Amit, over to you. Sisodia has reached the PNB Bank, Ghaziabad. He's going to be opening up his lockers in the presence of the CBI officials. Tell us more.
Right now, I am right outside that particular branch of Vasundhara branch of PNB, where Manish Sisodia, along with his wife, has reached. A couple of minutes back, right here, this particular gate, Manish Sisodia entered the PNB branch along with his wife, and because of the commotion right here, it was very difficult for Mr. Sisodia to enter the branch. These are the vehicles of Manish Sisodia that he has come with. 0017 is the number of the vehicle that he used to reach here today, and any time from now the CBI's team will be here, which means that the action that is expected to happen at the Punjab National Bank branch will begin right here. And right there, you could see the customers who were inside the bank are now slowly and steadily leaving the branch.
देखिए मित्रों, आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना पैदा होता है, आपने देखा होगा परसों नोएडा में 2 टावर, ट्विन टावर ध्वस्त किए गए, पर दिल्ली की जनता पूछ रही है कि दिल्ली का जो ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन है, एक टावर है शिक्षा घोटाले का और दूसरा टावर है शराब घोटाले का, और इस दोनों टावर का जो बिल्डर है मनीष सिसोदिया। देखिए कितनी विडंबना की बात है कि दुनिया में एक लौता ऐसा केस होगा जहां पर शिक्षा मंत्रालय और शराब मंत्रालय दोनों एक ही बिल्डर, एक ही व्यक्ति के हाथ में, और इस मंत्री ने दोनों ही टावर ऑफ करप्शन, ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन खड़ी कर दी। एक शराब घोटाले की टावर ऑफ करप्शन, दूसरी शिक्षा घोटाले की टावर ऑफ करप्शन। और जनता पूछ रही है कि केजरीवाल जी ऐसी क्या मजबूरी है आपकी कि ये 2 ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन ऑफ दिल्ली के ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन को ध्वस्त करने में या कम से कम उनका इस्तीफा लेने में आप इतना कतरा क्यों रहे हैं। मॉडल तो ये भी बन गया है कि मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। और अब जब हम सवाल पूछते हैं कि इस मधुशाला में जिस प्रकार से हुआ घोटाला, तो अब ये जवाब देने के बदले कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पर चले जाते हैं, कभी एलजी पर चले जाते हैं, कभी गुजरात चले जाते हैं, कभी 2024 चले जाते हैं, कभी असेंबली में पहुंच जाते हैं। असेंबली में किसी भी बहुमत टेस्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जनता जो है वो करप्शन का टेस्ट चाहती है, कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट नहीं चाहती। जनता करप्शन का टेस्ट करवाना चाहती है, आप कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट करवा रहे हैं। सवाल ये भी पैदा होता है कि असेंबली में बहुमत के कॉन्फिडेंस को साबित करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जनता में यदि कॉन्फिडेंस है आपको तो जाकर जवाब दीजिए। देखिए 38 दिन हो चुके हैं। 38 दिन का मतलब लगभग 43 लाख सेकंड। 43 लाख सेकंड से हमारे 15 सवाल शराब घोटाले को लेकर वही हैं, और इस मंच पर चाहे मीनाक्षी लेखी जी हो, चाहे परवेश वर्मा जी हो, सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी हो, गौरव भाटिया जी हो, संबित पात्रा जी हो, आदेश गुप्ता जी, हरीश भाई, मनोज तिवारी जी या मैं, हम लगातार वही 15 सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। हमारे वो 15 सवालों में एक भी रुपए की तब्दीली नहीं हुई है आज तक। 38 दिन जब से सीबीआई प्रोब के आदेश दिए गए, 33 लाख सेकेंड्स, परंतु आपने देखा होगा कि इन 38 दिनों में अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी हर रोज एक नए मुद्दे को उठाती है और गोल पोस्ट शिफ्ट करने की कोशिश करती है, और भरसक प्रयास उसका यही रहता है कि हमसे शराब घोटाले पर या शिक्षा घोटाले पर सवाल कतई ना पूछे जाए। इसलिए मैं वो सवाल बहुत संक्षेप में आपके सामने फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं, और उम्मीद करता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अगर बोलेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया अगर बोलेंगे तो इस मुद्दे पर बोलेंगे, ना कि उधर उधर की बातें करेंगे। वो सवाल क्या थे जो हमारे तमाम नेताओं ने, प्रवक्ताओं ने उठाए? कमीशन 2.5% से 12% क्यों हुई? रवि धवन कमेटी रिपोर्ट की रिकमेंडेशन, जिसमें लॉटरी सिस्टम था, होलसेल सिस्टम गवर्नमेंट के पास रखना था, उसको क्यों इग्नोर किया गया? अगर ये पॉलिसी इतनी ही बढ़िया थी, इतनी अच्छी थी, वर्ल्ड्स बेस्ट लिकर पॉलिसी थी, शराब पॉलिसी इससे बेहतर हो नहीं सकती थी, तो वापस क्यों लिया? मतलब कि आपने माना इसमें घोटाला था। ऑपरेशनल पीरियड जो था लाइसेंसेस का, उसको मनीष सिसोदिया ने क्यों और किस आधार पर बढ़ाने का काम किया? 50 रुपए प्रति क्रेट का डिस्काउंट इंपोर्टेड लिकर पर क्यों दिया गया, वो भी वायलेशन करके, नॉर्म्स के, रूल्स के? क्यों 144 करोड़ का वेवर कोरोना के नाम पर दिया गया? और बच्चों की फीस बढ़ा रहे थे, दिल्ली में स्कूल के गरीब बच्चों की फीस बढ़ा रहे थे, पर दरिया दिली दारू वालों के लिए, ठेकों वालों के लिए कि उनके लिए वेवर दे रहे थे, और वो भी कानून तोड़कर। वेवर देना एक विषय है, कानून तोड़कर वेवर दिया जा रहा था। वो क्यों दिया जा रहा था? 30 करोड़ की एमडी किस प्रकार से रिफंड की गई? किस प्रकार से ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को आने दिया गया रिटेल में? किस प्रकार से होलसेल जो कंपनीज थी, जिसको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनीज थी, उसको आने दिया गया, जो कि वायलेशन था एक्साइज पॉलिसी का? और इसी मंच से सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी, हरीश खुराना जी और परवेश वर्मा जी ने तो वो शोकॉज नोटिस भी दिखाई। वो शोकॉज नोटिस थी जो कि एक ब्लैकलिस्टेड कंपनी को दी गई थी, 2021 अक्टूबर में दी गई थी, कि इस कंपनी ने वायलेशन किया है। इसके ऊपर आज तक क्या कार्रवाई की एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट और मनीष सिसोदिया ने? कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, क्योंकि पंजाब के लिए उनको वहां से आ रहा था इनकमिंग, पंजाब चुनाव के लिए इनकमिंग शराब माफिया से आ रहा था, तो अपनी ही सरकार के द्वारा दिए गए नोटिस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। एक आंकड़ा आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं, बार बार मनोज तिवारी जी ने बताया है कि दारू की सेल तो भरपूर बढ़ी, 70-80% विस्की, वाइन सबकी सेल बढ़ी, सरकारी खजाने में सेंध लगी। और किस प्रकार से सेंध लगी, आप ही के मीडिया वालों ने इसको एनालाइज करके बताया है। अगर 750 ml की बोतल हो, और इन चीजों में आम आदमी पार्टी ज्यादा समझती भी होंगी इन चीजों को, 750 ml की बोतल हो जिसकी कॉस्ट 550 रुपए की हो, तो इसमें ओल्ड पॉलिसी के तहत ठेके वाले को 33 रुपए मिल रहे थे, और सरकारी खजाने में 330 रुपए आ रहे थे। ठेके वाले को 33 रुपए, सरकारी खजाने में 330 रुपए। चलिए, कम से कम सरकारी खजाने में आता है तो गरीबों के लिए खर्च किया जा सकता है। और जो नई पॉलिसी लाई केजरीवाल जी एंड कंपनी ने, और वो केजरीवाल जी एंड कंपनी ने ऐसी पॉलिसी लाई कि ठेके वाले को 33 रुपए के बदले 363 रुपए मिलने लगे। 1000 गुना का मुनाफा, 1000 गुना का सुपर प्रॉफिट मिला। और सरकार को 330 रुपए 750 ml की बोतल पे मिलते थे, उसको मात्र 8 रुपए। 4000% का नुकसान, मतलब 4000% का नुकसान सरकार का करवाकर 1000% प्रॉफिट करवाया। इसको मैं कहता हूं रिवर्स रॉबिनहुड। रॉबिनहुड की कहानी तो बच्चों ने आपकी सुनी होगी, आपने सुनी होगी। रॉबिनहुड अमीरों से लेकर गरीबों को देता था। दिल्ली में रिवर्स रॉबिनहुड है, ये गरीबों का पैसा मारकर ये शराब माफियाओं की जेबें भर रहे थे, शराब माफियाओं की जेबें भर रहे थे, और वो भी कोरोना काल में। देखिए, मैं इसीलिए कह रहा हूं कि ये जो ट्विन टावर्स ऑफ करप्शन है दिल्ली में, इसमें हर रोज एक नया फ्लोर बढ़ते जाता है। भारत रत्न मिले ना मिले, भ्रष्टाचार का रत्न मिलना तय है। जिस प्रकार से एक के बाद एक नया तल भ्रष्टाचार का बनाया जाता है इनके द्वारा। अभी अभी इन्होंने वर्णन किया है कि शिक्षा घोटाला कैसा हुआ। मैं बस इसमें एक ही चीज जोड़ना चाहता हूं। ये उस बेटी की तस्वीर है, ये बेटी है जिसके ऊपर वो पंखा गिरा है, जिसके बारे में अभी आदरणीय मनोज जी जिक्र कर रहे थे। अभी तो उन स्कूल में जाना खतरे से कम नहीं है, खतरों के खिलाड़ी है तो दिल्ली की सरकारी स्कूल के कमरे में घुसिएगा, क्योंकि ये सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर पूरे के पूरे करप्शन के सीमेंट से बनाया गया है। इसीलिए कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन 5 लाख से बढ़कर 33 लाख। और देखिए कितना भद्दा मजाक किया जाता है। टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बताते हैं। हम इनसे पूछते थे डिबेट में, बार बार डिबेट में हम पूछते थे, हरीश भाई मैं, कि 500 नए स्कूल का था वादा, 850 ठेके तो आपने खुलवाने का प्लान बनवा दिया। जरा ये बताइए कि स्कूल कहाँ है नए? कहाँ है ये स्कूल जहां पर प्रिंसिपल है, ग्राउंड है, साइंस कॉमर्स सिखाते हैं, जहां पर ईडब्ल्यूएस को सीट देते हैं? कहाँ है ये स्कूल जहां पर 40,000 से ज्यादा टीचर के पोजीशन वेकेंट है, 22,000 गेस्ट टीचर नहीं है? कहाँ है ये स्कूल? दिखाइए तो, एक तो स्कूल दिखाइए। तो ये बताते थे हमने क्लासरूम बना दिए, हमने क्लासरूम बना दिए। ये क्लासरूम क्यों बना रहे थे ये भी समझ में आ रहा है, परंतु अब पता चल रहा है सीवीसी की रिपोर्ट से कि टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बना रहे, टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बता रहे। इसीलिए देखिए मैंने 2 तस्वीर इंटरनेट से निकाली है, ये जरा दिखाइएगा केजरीवाल जी को। इसको क्लासरूम कहते हैं, दिस इज क्लासरूम। क्लासरूम में ब्लैक बोर्ड होता है, क्लासरूम में बेंच होती है, क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट बैठते हैं, वहां पर उसको मंदिर कहते हैं हम लोग, उधर शिक्षा दी जाती है। ये क्लासरूम है, जरा दिखा दीजिएगा ये क्लासरूम, दिस इज हाउ क्लासरूम लुक्स। और ये है टॉयलेट। टॉयलेट में जो है दरवाजा होता है, टॉयलेट सीट होती है, फ्लोर होती है, मग्गा होता है, ये सारी चीजें होती है। तो क्लासरूम और टॉयलेट अलग अलग होते हैं। कृपया करके टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम गिनाकर अपनी उपलब्धि ना दिखाएं। अगर ऐसी ही वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन मॉडल है जहां पर टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बताया जा रहा है तो भगवान बचाए हमारे बच्चों को। परंतु आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि मत कहो अत्याचार अत्याचार, मत करो असेंबली में ड्रामा और दुराचार, और ये बताओ कि क्यों किया शराब और शिक्षा में इतना व्यापक भ्रष्टाचार।
मित्रों आप प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं। अरुण धामा।
All right, let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee on this story. Shreya, a quick word. We're seeing of course, the BJP hitting out. While that said, CBI team have arrived at the PNB Bank in Ghaziabad. Manish Sisodia has also arrived there. In fact, while he is present, the bank lockers will be opened up by the CBI. Give us a little more on what you see at the PNB Bank right now. How large is the CBI team?
And subsequently, we saw a CBI team with 2 officials also reach the Punjab National Bank. There is a politics that is playing out with obviously the Bharatiya Janata Party hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Aam Aadmi Party saying that this is nothing but a vendetta politics against the opposition. But what's happening right now inside the Punjab National Bank is very interesting. The locker was seized earlier, but now the searches as per the procedure is being conducted right now. CBI officials in presence of a bank officer and Manish Sisodia and his wife will open the locker and they will be checking it. The reason they are checking it obviously is whether there are any details so far as documents are concerned, or if at all there is anything that could relate to the proceeds of the crime. So that's the reason the CBI is right now conducting a search in the locker of Manish Sisodia as was scheduled. I want to mention again that the locker that we're talking about was already seized earlier.
You know, these are live visuals. Let me cut across. These are in fact visuals as we speak here. Manish Sisodia, who is currently at the PNB Bank, Ghaziabad. He is interacting with the CBI officials as well as the bank manager. It appears that he is coordinating with the bank officials too to open up the lockers. This was anticipated. Manish Sisodia knew very well, and he in fact put out a tweet as well earlier yesterday, in fact late evening yesterday, where he said, and I quote, "Tomorrow CBI is coming to raid our bank lockers. Nothing was found in the 14-hour long raid at my house on 19th of August. Nothing will be found in the locker either."
बैंक के स्टाफ और यहाँ के निजी सुरक्षा में उनसे कुछ बात कर रहे हैं, यानी कि ये प्रक्रिया का हिस्सा है।
Sisodia there interacting with the bank officials. He's supposed to be opening up his lockers. He has an account at the PNB Bank, Ghaziabad. CBI officials have also landed up there. In his presence, CBI will be opening up those lockers. Now, I'm going to reiterate for you. Just last evening, Manish Sisodia had put out a tweet anticipating this move. He said, tomorrow, CBI is coming to raid our bank lockers. Nothing was found in the 14-hour-long raid at my house on the 19th of August. Nothing will be found in the locker either. Welcome to the CBI. Me and my family will fully cooperate in the investigation. These are words of Manish Sisodia. In fact, he is one among the 15 people who've been named in the FIR filed by the CBI in the excise policy scam, where allegedly thousands of crores were swindled off in the name of Delhi's liquor policy, which is now revoked. Manish Sisodia alleges that these raids are only conducted to pressurize him to quit the Aam Aadmi Party and join the BJP and try and break the AAP government in Delhi. These are words of Manish Sisodia echoed by Arvind Kejriwal. The entire AAP government itself, members within the AAP, claim these are raids done to try and crack and break the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. Shreya joining us for a little more. She's right outside the PNB Bank in Ghaziabad. Shreya, give us a sense of the commotion that you see right outside. Manish Sisodia is inside. Has he been accompanied by anyone else within the Aam Aadmi Party? Are family members of Manish Sisodia also there? Or has he come alone with his security maybe?
Well, Nabila, along with Manish Sisodia, his OSD and his wife has gone inside. Now you can see the kind of commotion that's going on in the very Punjab National Bank, where police officials are also entering. Now we do know that the CBI's two officers are right now inside the PNB Bank, and that's how they will be checking the locker of Manish Sisodia. Now the locker was already seized earlier. It's procedural that the locker is being opened in front of a bank officer and the owner of the locker, that is Manish Sisodia, and his wife, who jointly owns the locker. They both are present inside. We also know that Manish Sisodia has been accompanied by his OSD. Now the procedure, I believe, is shortly started. It started, say, around 10 to 15 minutes back after the CBI officials spoke with the bank officers and they went ahead. Now obviously there is much commotion over here, but we do know that CBI is already searching the locker in presence of Manish Sisodia as the entire politics is playing out. The visuals we have on our screens is of the same Punjab National Bank from Vasundhara and Ghaziabad, where right now two officials from the Central Bureau of Investigation along with Manish Sisodia and his wife are present as the locker is being searched.
You know, these visuals that we play out on our screens, Shreya, would you be able to elaborate who is Manish Sisodia so keenly speaking with? Are they the bank officials?
Well, Manish Sisodia... Well, exactly so. They are the bank officials, Nabila. It's only after Manish Sisodia entered, the first thing he did was he spoke with the bank officials inside the PNB Bank that we're talking about. Post that, we saw the two officers from the Central Bureau of Investigation enter the PNB premise. Now, why is the CBI looking into the locker of Manish Sisodia? For two major reasons. Whether there is any money that could be linked to the proceeds of the crime, or any jewelry, or any kind of the possession of Manish Sisodia. The other thing is obviously important documents, because we do know that CBI in its FIR has mentioned that there were monetary kickbacks received by the associates of Manish Sisodia as they gave benefits to those involved in the liquor business, and also assisted the excise team in somewhere down the line putting an influence in when that entire policy was created. So that's the reason we see that Manish Sisodia's bank statements, which was earlier looked into, and now the bank locker in PNB, because we've seen a raid 14 hours that was conducted on the 19th of August. The remaining things that needed to be checked by the CBI was obviously one was this locker, which was seized earlier, and now the CBI team is looking into it. Whether or not they find something, we'll have to wait and watch for that. But right now, Manish Sisodia maintaining that CBI wouldn't get anything from this. On the other hand, CBI is obviously carrying out what is procedural in part of any investigation.
You know, Shreya, Manish Sisodia has maintained that he's innocent. He says that the FIR filed against him is completely false. This is a way of the BJP to try and break the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Delhi. While that said, give us a sense of what the CBI has found so far with regards to the Liquorgate scandal. They have been probing it for close to 2 weeks now. Have they found anything substantial that they're going head on into this case? Anything that we could possibly reveal?
Well, Abhila, if we could break down the alleged, the blame that's been given to the formulation of this entire liquor policy was that there was somewhere down the line flouting of rules before the appellate body that had to give the go-ahead to form the policy, that wasn't maintained. Now, what did they do? They, somewhere down the line, gave L1 licenses, which was for retailing and distributing of the liquor in the Delhi region. Now, what was the violation? The violation was that earlier it was clearly maintained that those involved in the manufacturing of liquor business cannot hold the retailership or a wholesale business, because that would be illegally using their power to somewhere down the line push particular brands. And we do know that the associates who've been booked in these FIR, 14 among them, the main two that we've seen CBI carrying out investigation against was Indigo Liquors and Mahadev Liquors. They say they both flouted that rule. They were involved in manufacturing business. Even then, they managed to get L1 licenses, and that's where the entire CBI investigation comes in, because the Central Bureau of Investigation is investigating the kickbacks that was received by Manish Sisodia and his associates to somewhere down the line ease business for those who had given these kickbacks, and that's what the CBI is investigating. Extensive money trails, and we also know that the Enforcement Directorate has also been given the same information by the CBI. So when this investigation is being done, it's only obvious for the investigative agency to look into bank accounts, to look into lockers, to see any documents related to the entire alleged scam if they land upon, because earlier also the CBI sources have maintained they have found incriminating documents from places where it should not have been found. That's the reason we see the CBI team now knocking the doors of the Punjab National Bank, where they are checking the locker of Manish Sisodia in presence of him and his wife, along with the bank officials. We know 2 CBI officers right now present in the PNB Bank.
All right, 2 CBI officials right now present at the PNB Bank. Manish Sisodia himself has arrived along with his wife, we believe. Shreya Chatterjee, Amit Bhardwaj, both of our reporters there right outside the bank, tracking those developments as it comes by the minute. These are visuals of Manish Sisodia. As soon as he arrived into the PNB Bank, Ghaziabad, he interacted with the bank officials, and as of now, we believe that the lockers are being searched. Of course, this was anticipated by Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi. He's been tweeting out left, right and centre, anticipating the next move of the CBI and saying time and again that they're not going to find a penny. Let me cut across to reactions coming in on the same. Listen in.
चिंता ना करें। वे लोग भी यहाँ पे पहुँचे थे, आपसे बातचीत हुई, क्या कुछ बातचीत हुई, क्या आपको लेके वो जाना चाहते थे अंदर? बिल्कुल।
All right, that was Ramesh Baduri, BJP MP speaking. I'm going to try and cut across to that once more. But of course, the BJP has been mounting pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party. They've been calling them the symbol of corruption. In fact, far from what Aam Aadmi Party boasts of, saying that they're a corrupt-free party, corruption-free party. They've carried out construction of schools, hospitals, and their governance itself is thorough, without an iota of corruption, but the BJP claiming otherwise. Shreya joining us for more. Shreya, of course, the BJP mounting pressure, press conference after press conference. We heard Shehzad Poonawala just a little while ago speaking on the same, saying that, don't speak of everything else, and run around the bush, get to the real point. The Liquorgate scandal has been given, in fact, licenses were given to several of those liquor, in fact, people within the liquor mafia itself, for nominal prices, where the state government has lost crores of rupees owing to that. So these are allegations pointed out by the BJP, particularly saying don't go left and right, don't get on with your other, or boast about your other accomplishments like the schools that you've built or the hospitals you've built or etc., etc. Get down to the actual case the CBI is probing, and that clearly shows, at least what the BJP has been saying, that many licenses were given to people of the liquor mafia for nominal prices, waiver of huge sums of money only for kickbacks. Tell us more on that.
Well, exactly, Nabila. You know, as we were speaking about the granting of L1 licenses, which is for retailing and distributions of liquor within the capital, the BJP has been constantly hitting out that there's been violations, and obviously they say that these licenses were given at a very minimal price. The two other major attacks that the BJP has up is that there has been an increase in liquor sale, and when there is an increase in liquor sale, how come there's a revenue fall? That is the second allegation that the BJP has put forward. The third, they say that some of the companies that have managed to get these licenses, they were blacklisted companies. So these three are the major allegations by the BJP. They have broken down and also hit out that some of these people who've also been booked in the FIR are allegedly also involved and associates with Aam Aadmi Party leaders, not just Manish Sisodia. They also went ahead and named Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj in earlier press conferences, saying that some of these people who are named in the FIR are involved with our associates of Aam Aadmi Party leaders, is why they could manage to get L1 licenses at a very nominal rate, something that the CBI is obviously investigating. The Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, is very clear. They say this is vendetta politics because their education policy was worldly acknowledged, because they had been hitting out time and again with that one international newspaper appearance that was given to the Delhi education model. They say this is the reason that the Bharatiya Janata Party has unleashed the CBI on them. But we see that there are press conference after press conferences with the politics playing out. But if we come down to the investigation, the CBI has already questioned several of those associates who've been booked in the FIR. They have raided Manish Sisodia's place, and now it's the locker of Manish Sisodia that's been searched. And we see the BJP, they have upped its entire attack at every nook and corner of Delhi. We see there are protests being done by BJP Delhi units against the liquor gate scam at a time the CBI is carrying out the investigation at top speed.
You know, and it's a natural question that that people would ask, that if the liquor policy was really so transparent, then why did the Aam Aadmi Party revoke it? That's the question that still leaves us confused. When Manish Sisodia says that it was done fully transparent, in fact, the liquor policy was drawn out for the benefit of the state and the people, and it was a transparent, absolutely transparent policy, then why was it revoked? Any answers that the government has given on that?
Well, Nabila, you know, time and again we've seen the Aam Aadmi Party coming out saying that they are transparent, they have not done anything wrong. However, when it comes to this particular question that why did they revoke the policy, they put the entire blame on the former LG. They say when the first draft of the policy was tabled, there was a clearance given on the part of the LG. It's only when it was at the stage of a formulation did the LG back out. However, the Aam Aadmi Party officials say that it was already at a very upspeed space, is why they went ahead with the liquor policy. This, the BJP terms, a violation, a clear violation of formulating a policy without getting the concerned go-ahead from the authority. And subsequently, there have been allegations after allegations from the Bharatiya Janata Party, which includes illegal licensing given to blacklisted companies, to associates of Aam Aadmi Party leaders. And right now, these are the allegations that the Central Bureau of Investigation is looking into. They have filed an FIR, booked Manish Sisodia and 14 others under the Prevention of Corruption Act, and now they're looking into every other detail to unearth what exactly went ahead. They, however, in that FIR have clearly mentioned that 1 crore were given through bank account transfers to the associates of Manish Sisodia, and 2 to 4 crore were given in cash, and they're investigating that. That's the reason we see the officials of CBI inside the PNB Bank where I'm standing right now, along with obviously Manish Sisodia and his wife.
Right. You know, you highlighted what the FIR says. I'd like you to reiterate yet again, Shreya, on what exactly are the allegations mentioned in the FIR. And this FIR was filed by whom? Was it the CBI who filed the FIR, suo moto?
The CBI had filed the FIR on the go-ahead of the MHA, and after that, the CBI is conducting an investigation in that FIR along with Manish Sisodia. As I was pointing out, 14 others were mentioned. In those 14 people booked, 2 of them were excise commissioner officials. These are, that was the former excise commissioner and the assistant former excise commissioner who was booked in the FIR. Along with that, there were private officials, owners of liquor companies, owners who are manufacturers, for example, the likes of Mahadev Liquors, Indigo Liquors. They were all booked in that FIR. We also know that these private persons were already questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The source-based information was also there. The 2 of them booked in the FIR were already out of the country. That's the reason we saw that there was a procedural part of ensuring an LOC being also issued to ensure that all of those who were booked in the FIR do not leave the country. We saw 14 hours of raid happen on the 19th of August. Post that, the CBI had already seized the locker of Manish Sisodia, and today, as per procedure, in the presence of the owner of the bank lockers, that is Manish Sisodia, and his wife and a bank officer, the CBI is now conducting a search. Manish Sisodia says he'll come out clean. But if we talk about the Central Bureau of Investigation, this is procedural. They will have to look into every other detail to find out any documents linking to the scam, to find out any jewelry, any money that could be related to the proceeds of the crime. Because one thing is for sure, that the CBI has mentioned in the FIR that there were kickbacks that were received by the associates of Manish Sisodia for favouring those involved in the liquor business.
You know, on the contrary, as much as the Lieutenant General of Delhi has said that there has been some kind of missing links while drafting this excise policy, industry insiders claim that this has been quite this policy itself, the liquor policy of Delhi, was visionary. That this was ideally, or this is ideally the way forward for state governments if they want to make money in terms of revenue for the state. This is certainly futuristic. As much as the policy was credited, or rather, lauded for its futuristic framework, at the same time, it appears that implementation was quite a hurdle soon after the policy was drafted. And now, of course, it's revoked, and now the CBI raid, etc., probing into, allegations of corruption. But tell us, what are the industry insiders really saying? We see a huge hit to the liquor supply in the state of Delhi. All right, I'm going to try and patch Shreya on that. But for now, these are the visuals that we get on our screens of Manish Sisodia at the bank, PMB Ghaziabad. He's opening up his lockers to the CBI. They're going to be thoroughly checking it as part of investigation in the excise policy scandal. We're going to track these developments after a short break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
wastage is not just a social problem but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
In association with new Ather 450X, now with 146 kilometers range. Acco, download the app now.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. After raids, CBI opens up bank lockers of Manish Sisodia and the Liquor Gate controversy as they investigate the matter in the presence of Sisodia himself. Shashi Tharoor, all set to throw in his hat in the Congress president's race, stresses the need for big organizational overhaul within the party to stay relevant.
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's it.
No detention, no arrest for rape accused Muruga Seer. It's been over 3 days. Protests erupt demanding justice. Seer moves court for anticipatory bail. He's been booked under several sections of the POCSO Act. Massive security at Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan ahead of Supreme Court hearing. Cops stage a flag march to maintain peace in the vicinity. Fringe groups celebrate nod to hold Ganesh Chaturthi at Hubli Idgah Maidan. Motor-mouthed Bollywood personality Kamal Rashid Khan arrested at the Mumbai airport soon after he arrived from Dubai. He was arrested for a 2020 tweet where he was insulting late actor Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor. An arrogant Gurugram man who abused and thrashed a guard has been arrested after massive outrage. Yes, some big news that we're currently tracking. Supreme Court has dropped all Babri Masjid demolition proceedings. Huge relief for Uma Bharti, LK Advani and Joshi. Supreme Court also closes 2002 Gujarat riot-related cases. Big developments here in the Supreme Court. Number one, Supreme Court dropping all Babri Masjid demolition proceedings. Huge relief for Uma Bharti, LK Advani and Joshi. Also, Supreme Court closes the 2002 Gujarat riot-related cases. Again, a big relief for the BJP itself. At this point, Supreme Court dropping all Babri Masjid demolition proceedings. Also, dropping all cases with regards to the Gujarat riots case. Let me cut across to Anisha Mathur. who's speaking with a lawyer with this regard. Anisha, over to you.
Several old pending matters, one major matter that has been taken up by the Supreme Court and now the issue has been closed is the contempt of court cases arising out of the 1992 Babri Masjid demolitions. A petition for contempt had been filed by Aslam Bhure, a resident of the area, saying that Kalyan Singh, the UP Chief Minister, the UP authorities and several others have committed contempt of court by violating the assurance given to the Supreme Court that no violence will occur at that spot. We're speaking to Advocate M.M. Kashyap, who's been representing the petitioner in the Supreme Court for the last several years, in fact 30 years. So on what ground has the court closed this case exactly?
One thing, Aslam Bhure, the petitioner, died in 2010. That is the one thing. And I also mentioned the court that my file is not complete. The court said we nothing doing, we have to hear, this is a regular matter, we have to hear and dispose of finally. Then I mentioned to the court that there is a suo motu contempt and some contemners died, some contemners still are alive. Some are officers of the state of UP, some are the politicians. Then the court said that the main matter is disposed of and there is no concern with the main matter. It's a contempt petition. Contempt petition filed in 97-92, I think before 6 December 92, and it included IS-7 and IS-14. IS-7 was for the officers of the state of UP and IS-14 was filed for the politicians of the...
So, you had filed these contempt cases saying that they violated the assurance given to court. Is that correct?
There was one order passed by the Supreme Court, that is 15 November 91, by Honorable Justice Rangna Mishra, that nothing should be done to the structure, Babri Masjid, and around. That order has been violated before also, and on 6 December 92 also, and afterwards also. And the paper book of the case was about 10,000 pages. It's a heavy case actually, which is pending for 30 years.
So, sir, just...
All right, big development there. Supreme Court drops all Babri Masjid demolition proceedings. A huge development in the Supreme Court. Huge relief for Uma Bharti, L.K. Advani and M.M. Joshi. Supreme Court also closes 2002 Gujarat riots-related cases. Let me come across Anisha Mathur to elaborate a little more on that. Anisha, over to you. Supreme Court now dropping all Babri Masjid demolition proceedings. There were many cases that were filed with that regard on the way and manner with which the Babri Masjid was demolished. And Supreme Court now dropping all those cases and proceedings. Also, the same with Gujarat riots. Supreme Court now closing the 2002 Gujarat riot-related cases. All right, the Supreme Court now making a big decision. They drop all cases of the Babri Masjid, of all those cases that were filed against the way and manner with which the Babri Masjid was demolished. The Supreme Court now dropping all the cases at once. The same with the Gujarat riots. Supreme Court now dropping all the cases, closing all those cases with regards to the 2002 Gujarat riots case. Coming as a big relief indeed for many leaders of the BJP. All right, tracking the CBI investigation on Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. CBI team at the Punjab National Bank currently in Ghaziabad. CBI team all set to open Sisodia's lockers. In fact, even as we speak, Manish Sisodia along with the team of the CBI, we believe at least 2 to 3 officials from the CBI have arrived at the PNB Bank in Ghaziabad. They are going to be opening up Manish Sisodia's lockers. India Today on top of the story, and those are the exclusive shots that we bring to you from inside the bank as Manish Sisodia arrives with his wife and his security. In fact, he is opening up his lockers to the CBI officials, and he's quite confident that they're not going to find anything. That's what he says in a tweet a day prior itself. He anticipated these raids even on his bank lockers. He said on a Twitter message very clearly that CBI has not found anything at my home after 14-hour-long raids. Now they're coming and searching my bank lockers. They're going to be checking my bank lockers, and rightly so. CBI has landed up at the PNB Bank in Ghaziabad. They're opening up Manish Sisodia's lockers in his presence. Sisodia, right as he landed in the bank, he arrived, he met with the bank officials, he had a good chat with them, and then opened up his bank lockers to the CBI. Amit Bharadwaj, who's right outside from the Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad, gives us a little more. Amit, it's been close to half an hour, we believe, since Manish Sisodia arrived and the CBI. Bank lockers, he's opened up for the CBI to search. What more do we know with this?
Well, Nabila, nearly an hour by now. Manish Sisodia and the CBI officials had reached here around 11:15 in this morning. And now the visuals are speaking a lot. Right there you could see Manish Sisodia's vehicle, official vehicle, is standing in front of the Punjab National Bank branch located in Vasundhara Sector 4, and it is in ignition mode. And the UP police officials, senior officials of the Uttar Pradesh police are standing right next to the gate of the PNB branch that is being searched by the CBI officials. It means that the search operation, the procedure of search operation is nearing the end, and any time from now Manish Sisodia and Seema Sisodia, wife of Manish Sisodia, can step out of those gates. The gate, I'm requesting Ravikant to show you the visual. This particular gate, any time from now, Manish Sisodia as well as Seema Sisodia can step out of the gate. We believe that the final round of the process of searches are going on right now. CBI officials might have gone through the document contents of the locker, which is inside this PNB branch, which is in name of Manish Sisodia. And as per law, the signatories are expected right there. Some commotion, Nabila, some commotion at the PNB branch, and Manish Sisodia as well as Seema Sisodia are expected to step out of the branch any time from now, and the CBI team could be leaving anytime after that. So after the seizure process, search process is over, the husband and wife duo would step out of the house and they will board this particular car, the Delhi government car, which is the official car of Manish Sisodia, and they'll be leaving from here. Remember, on the other side, the assembly session is going on, Delhi assembly session is going on, where trust vote has to be carried out. But Manish Sisodia, who is deputy chief minister in the government, is in Vasundhara, at the Sector 4 branch of the PNB. And Manish Sisodia used to live in Vasundhara. That is why his bank account is also at this particular branch, where there are lockers that he owns that is allotted in his name. And now the CBI officials are going through the content of that particular locker. They're looking into the documents, they're looking into the contents, be it, any valuables that are kept here. And as per law, the list will be prepared as to what all was found inside that locker. Whether the CBI has made any seizures, that list will be prepared. And we are expecting that when Manish Sisodia leaves this branch, he will step out, and he is expected to also speak to the media. Because remember, on August 19th, when his house was raided for nearly 14 hours, he stepped out eventually and spoke to the media. He gave details as to how the officials behaved, what was the purpose of the raid, and he also had alleged back then that there is political vendetta being carried out by the central government.
Right.
So what we are expecting today, that on similar lines, Manish Sisodia could step out of the bank branch and then speak to the media.
Yeah, and that's what he's been doing ever since the start of the CBI raids on his home on the 19th of August. So close to about 2 weeks, Manish Sisodia has been anticipating every move of the CBI. But of course, CBI at this point, we see going full throttle on this case. Let me cut across to reactions coming in on the same.
गया है कि मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। और अब जब हम सवाल पूछते हैं कि इस मधुशाला में जिस प्रकार से हुआ घोटाला, तो अब ये जवाब देने के बदले कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पर चले जाते हैं, कभी एलजी पर चले जाते हैं, कभी गुजरात चले जाते हैं, कभी 2024 चले जाते हैं, कभी असेंबली में पहुंच जाते हैं। असेंबली में किसी भी बहुमत टेस्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जनता जो है वो करप्शन का टेस्ट चाहती है, कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट नहीं चाहती।
भ्रष्टाचार के संगीन मामले में फंसी हुई सरकार अब तरह तरह के प्रपंच कर रही है, तरह तरह के आदेश जारी कर रही है। वो किसी भी तरह ये इनके प्रकरण भ्रष्टाचार के इस मामले को दबाना चाहती है, जो पकड़ में आ गए हैं और जिसके कारण उनकी किरकिरी हो रही है और उनके ऊपर जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप हैं वो संगीन है। उनके मंत्री जेल जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है।
Shifting our focus to Karnataka, Ganesh Chaturthi face-off escalates in the state of Karnataka ahead of the Supreme Court hearing on Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan. Massive security deployment we see at the Idgah grounds in Chamrajpete, right in the heart of Bengaluru city. Over 3 DCPs, 21 ACPs, 120 rapid action forces have all been deployed in the area. Karnataka Waqf Board has approached the top court seeking urgent hearing on the matter. And this move comes right after the Karnataka High Court, which first took up the matter, permitted the state government to allow Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal had mentioned the matter for urgent hearing before Chief Justice of India, U.U. Lalit. In fact, the Supreme Court hearing comes right after Karnataka High Court allowed for all kinds of religious, cultural activities at the Idgah Maidan and not limiting it alone to the Muslim community. But remember, this Maidan, Idgah Maidan, it's called Idgah Maidan for a reason. It has been governed by the Waqf Board, has been allotted to the minority community for decades in Bengaluru. Now, question is, why should it be limited to one community when there is no ownership by the Waqf Board? Let me cut across to Nagarjun joining us live for a little more. Nagarjun, this kind of police security looks like the government is already bracing for some kind of tensions that may occur in the eventuality of the Supreme Court hearing. Supreme Court, of course, will be the final word on this matter. Karnataka High Court said Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations can be allowed at the contentious Idgah Maidan. Supreme Court now taking the matter up by the Waqf Board. Now, give us an understanding on whether the Waqf Board owns this property or not. How and when was this piece of land, the Idgah Maidan, granted to the Waqf Board?
Well, at this point of time, the documents for the land belongs to the Revenue Department is what the Karnataka government says. Earlier it was with the BBMP, then it came back to the Revenue Department. So the government officially announced that it's no more Idgah Maidan. As per our records, it's survey number 40 ground is what they have said. And in terms of security arrangements, you know how communally sensitive Chamrajpet area is. There are people from both the communities, and Idgah Maidan is also a communally sensitive ground. Till now, the minority community were offering prayers during the holy month of Ramzan as well as other festivals. Now, after the right-wing groups realized that the government is the ownership of the land, is the owner of the land, they pressurized the government to allow them to permit Ganesha Utsav celebrations. The government has still not taken a stand because everything is happening in the court of law. The Supreme Court at 2 o'clock will give a verdict this afternoon if and whether the government can allow the celebrations in Idgah Maidan. Remember, the Maidan has a minar itself in it where the prayers are offered. And now all prepared are the right-wing organizations to celebrate for next 3 days starting from tomorrow. To build up confidence with the public there, with all communities, the police took out a route march today. 3 DCPs will be deployed. Sufficient number of policemen will be deployed. The security has been beefed up, making sure that whatever the Supreme Court says, be it to allow the festival or not to allow the festival, the police are on ground to make sure that the communal harmony is maintained. The route march was just a photo op to make sure to tell the people of Chamrajpet that the government or the police is with you, nothing to worry, and even if anything adverse happen, the government will swing into action because there is an RAF deployed already. All eyes at 2 o'clock towards the Supreme Court to see what the court order will be.
You know, Nagarjun, while the Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru is still in question whether or not Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations will be allowed, in Hubli it seems like a decision has already been made. Hubli district administration, another district in Karnataka, Idgah Maidan in Hubli has now been opened up for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. Give us a little more on that. Is that also land owned by the government?
That too, Nabila, that too at this point of time, of course the land is owned by the Hubli and Dharwad Corporation, City Corporation. That has, there is no contention there because the land directly belongs to the local corporation body. But that too is in the court of law right now. The ball is in court hall number 5 in Karnataka High Court, Dharwad bench, where Muslims group in Dharwad city and Dharwad district and Hubli city have knocked at the door of the High Court asking them for orders to and not to allow the right-wing groups to celebrate. The government there, the local authorities have granted permission for 3 days for one organization to celebrate in Idgah Maidan in Hubli, but we'll have to wait and see what the Karnataka High Court says, and that also depends on Supreme Court. So it was being heard this morning. The judge took a note that let's stand by the Supreme Court. Whatever Supreme Court says, I will give my judgment later at 3:30. So the Hubli matter will be heard at 3:30 this afternoon.
All right, we're going to, of course, closely watch those developments. Nagarjun, thank you very much for joining us on that. Now, some more news coming in from Karnataka. The Muruga Mutt Seer, who has been accused of rape and sexual assault of 2 minors, has got overwhelming support from the other seers from the same mutt. In fact, he is the head pontiff. He's got great support now from the other seers within the same mutt. After political backing, mutt backs the accused seer. In fact, Baswa Murthy says he will stand behind Shiv Murthy. This is one of the seer who's showing unconditional support for their head pontiff, who's the accused under POCSO Act for sexually assaulting 2 minor girls. Remember, it's been 3 days. The man has not been arrested. Friday was when the FIR was filed under the POCSO Act. It's a non-bailable offence, but it's been 3 days on. No arrest, no summons, no questioning, no medical test. In fact, you have great support coming in from politicians. Either they say that this is a conspiracy or they're awfully silent on the matter. But no push for law to take its course with this regard, looking at the influence that this religious pontiff holds. Sagai Raj joining us live. Sagai, a quick word on the kind of support. While we see that locals in Chitradurga have come out in protest demanding justice for those young girls, we see that the seers at the mutt, the Chitradurga Muruga Mutt, are all now coming out in support of the accused pontiff. They say they are unconditionally standing beside him. You know, as much as they say it, at the end of it, this is a case in court under the POCSO Act. It's a non-bailable offence. He's got to be arrested. 3 days, no arrest, raises a lot of questions on the intention of the police.
Either this side or that side. They will face.
No, absolutely. The public are protesting on the streets, especially many association members came out on the streets and protesting against the police and administration. But the public representative are meeting the pontiff here in the mud. So what is the purpose of you meeting the mud seer at the time when the investigation is happening?
See, as a representative of this area, Chitradurga Assembly constituency, this mutt is under my constituency, and the children are also who are studying here also our constituency people. I am prepared to meet the children also and also Swamiji.
So, but everything is under legal frame. Yeah. The police is inquiring, there is an investigation is happening. And why a public representative have to meet an alleged accused in a POCSO case?
No, you mean to say me?
No, yes, why you have to meet the seer who is an alleged accused in the POCSO case?
No, see, he is accused or whatever it's there, law will take its own course. But my duty is, since my childhood, I am coming to this mat. And I told you, I am prepared to meet the children also. But the Department of Police or whatever they are not allowing me to. I am ready to meet them also.
So people whoever is watching right now, you are a public representative and MLA representing a BJP party, and you are going and talking them. Don't you think that you might influence the investigation? Because you have police here, you have local administration here. So far, they have not taken any action against the seer. And you come here and talking to him who is already an alleged accused in the POCSO case. It's a very serious in nature, this particular sections.
Just hear me. As you said, I'm local MA, there is no doubt about it. I never spoke to SP or police till now because it's not my duty. It is the duty of the police to do whatever the legal aspects and how to inquire. That is their. Why should I talk to the police? Why should I talk to the police?
Because there are a lot of criticism that police is not taking any statement. They have not summoned him because any other POXO case, immediately they detain and question them. But when it comes to this particular case, still he has not been summoned, still he has not been questioned. Only the basic things are happening in this particular case.
That you have to ask the police people who are inquiring this thing. You must ask police people, not to me.
But you are a public representative, sir. You represent people from the same constituency who have suffered, who have filed a case against the Swamiji here.
Yes, I agree with you. I told you already, I am meeting Swamiji. I am prepared to meet, if they allow me. I will go into children and I will meet them also. See, I will 100% I will be with them. Whoever has...
Have you asked the Swamiji to come out clean on this? Have you asked him to give a statement to the police on this?
ನಾವು ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಇದೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಇನ್ನು ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೀತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆ ಈ ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ
Well, this was surely bound to happen. We hear the other seers in the same mutt, the Murga mutt, which is revered, very influential mutt for the Lingayat community, has great following. The seers there, all of them backing the pontiff, accused pontiff, Shiv Murthy, unconditionally. While locals in Chitradurga are demanding justice for the girls and asking for arrest at the earliest, here are the seers, the mutt seers, who say that their pontiff is innocent. Let me cut across to Sagai on that. Sagai, Baswa Murthy, who is another seer within the same Murga mutt, has said, this is conspiracy, we will back our pontiff unconditionally. You know, this law does not run on emotions. It's tragic that because of the kind of pull that this man holds, he's not been arrested 3 days on. And what's shocking is that both those girls were taken to the spot yesterday after 2.5 days. After the FIR was filed on Friday, on Monday, police took those girls, their minor girls, and did a major report in the presence of the accused seer at that mutt, and that's not allowed under the POXO Act. But it seems like the police on many levels have been faltering. They're not going by the actual, what are the stages in the investigation. That's not being followed. Clearly, a huge deviation by the police. On whose orders?
Absolutely, it is a bizarre investigation from the police which have not followed any kind of protocol or a procedure. As you rightly pointed out, yes, when it merger happens, you have to go, the complainant have to go, but not in the presence of the alleged accused in this entire case, because the victim were got here and they done the merger in front of this particular mutt and the hostel which is adjacent to this particular mutt. But the alleged accused who were mentioned in the FIR were inside this particular mutt when they were doing merger, and there are possibilities of where the victim can be influenced by this alleged accused in this entire case, and which might be a major setback for the complainants. But still, the police have not followed any kind of protocol, any kind of procedure which should be done. Even we just now spoke to the MLA, Tipareddy, local MLA from Chitradurga. He comes and openly meets the MLA when the investigation is happening. The police have taken over the case, the merger has been done. So far, they have not summoned the seer, they have not summoned anybody who has been mentioned in the FIR. But you get to see the local MLA's public representative meeting the seers and pontiffs inside the mutt is a big question. Why they have to meet at this point of time when these kind of high profile and sensitive case which has been inquired by the police. And if you have also heard from the public who were on the street protesting against this particular month, stating that district administration and the police are hand in glove and they are not taking any action against these people, and there is no transparency in the investigation, what exactly happening, and they are not even allowing the NGO which was backing these children and filed a complaint in Mysore to interact with the people. And they have also alleged that lawyers are also not allowed to meet the children, and they are kept in the child welfare division in Chitradurga, and there is a lot of security which has been given. But why there is a delay in summoning or questioning the alleged accused in this entire in the entire case is a big question asked by the people.
You know, Sagai, this is indeed a high-profile case, but clearly due protocols have not been followed. The police there not going as per law. They're not summoning this man who stands accused under the POCSO Act of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls. Those minor girls were brought into the same spot to investigate and draw out a Major report while in the presence of the accused here in the same building. Highly unfortunate, but why are Netas silent in Karnataka? Well, we do know that the Lingayat community for Karnataka has been very valuable when it comes to a vote bank. The Lingayat community is a sizable chunk. And right now, at least since 2019, overwhelmingly 83% voted for the BJP. So clearly the BJP looking hard to maintain loyalties with the Lingayat community. While the Congress, on the other hand, we saw Rahul Gandhi go all the way to meet the very same Seer, the accused in this case, to get his blessings just last month. Congress desperately trying to woo and win over the Lingayat community. So clearly we're seeing this really deafening silence displayed by all politicians across political lines in Karnataka. Let's take a look.
This is influential Lingayat Seer Shivamurthy Murug Sharanaru greeting his supporters, waving and thanking them for their support while facing serious charges of raping minor girls. Brazenly showing off the support he enjoys as cops refuse to arrest him. This pontiff is the chief of one of the most prominent Lingayat mutts in Karnataka and has been clicked with some of the biggest political leaders in the country. Despite the gravity of the allegations against him, he's not been detained or arrested. He's been allowed to sit in his Chitradurga mutt with no action.
ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆದರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸೋಣ. ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಮಾನದ ಚಿಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು.
Two students in the Muruga Mutt School's hostel approached an NGO alleging they were sexually abused in the institution, based on which an FIR was registered against the pontiff and 4 others, including the warden Rashmi. With months to go for elections in Karnataka, the development has rocked the state, with political parties tiptoeing around the controversy, and some openly backing the rape accused Seer.
ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರೋದೇ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇದು. ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲದರಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಗೌರವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Let me not interfere with whatever the police or the government is doing late, because I can't only reply to whatever you are telling. Let me examine it, then I'll come back.
In another twist in this case, the Mutt authorities have filed a counter-complaint naming a JDS leader, ex-MLA and former administrator of the Mutt, S.K. Basavarajan. The warden, who's been named as an accused in the minor rape case, has alleged that the JDS leader is the one who raped the girls and hence filed a rape and kidnap case.
S.K. Basavarajan ಅವರು ನಿಲಯ ಪಾಲಕರಿಗೆ ಲೈಂಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ದೂರನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ದೂರಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಠಾಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಕರಣವನ್ನು ದಾಖಲಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Serious questions have been raised whether police will ensure fair probe when the seer has not been detained or arrested and is still a free bird who can influence the eyewitnesses as well as the victims. Political parties, meanwhile, are guilty of prioritizing their appeasement politics in the state of Karnataka. With journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Some big news that we are tracking in Gujarat. We believe clashes have erupted between two groups during a Lord Ganesh procession in Vadodara just yesterday. And police claims the situation currently under control. Police investigating this incident. These are visuals coming in of some tense situations, tense scenes in Vadodara, Gujarat. Clashes have erupted between two groups during Lord Ganesh procession in Vadodara last night. And the police claims that situation right now is under control. But seems like last night when this happened, it was quite tense. The police investigating the incident. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, the NCPCR now takes cognizance of Dumka incident, where a young girl was burnt alive by her stalker. More details up next.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshata, right here on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
All right, some big news that we're currently tracking in the Dumka girl death. NCPCR involves themselves, acts after the girl was burnt alive in Dumka. Child rights group takes up this matter suo moto. The NCPCR team now to visit Dumka over Ankita's murder. Ankita was burnt alive by her stalker Shahrukh. Outrage on Shah Rukh's brazen smile while he was taken into custody. This sick man was arrested soon after this girl, Ankita's dying declaration, where she claimed that Shah Rukh had burnt her alive, that he had poured petrol on her while she was asleep. She was rushed to hospital with 90% burns, unfortunately succumbed. Now, a horrific murder in Jharkhand has shaken the conscience of the country. Ankita, a class 12 student who was set on fire by her stalker, died on Sunday. The stalker, Shah Rukh Hussain, is in police custody. Protests have, of course, erupted, with the state demanding justice for Ankita, asking for this man to be hung. Listen in.
हम घर में अपने पापा को 10 बजे रात को आए, पापा को बोले, पापा ने ठीक है सुबह होगा तो देखते हैं। और उसने 4 बजे आके खिड़की से पेट्रोल फेंक के और आग जला के भाग गया।
16-year-old Ankita Singh's dying declaration seeking death penalty for her stalker and killer Shah Rukh Hussain. After battling for life for close to a week, the class 12 student finally gave up, but not before telling the world of her trauma. Ankita Singh spoke of being stalked and harassed by Shah Rukh Hussain, who lives in the same neighborhood.
हम घर में अपने पापा को 10 बजे रात को आए, पापा को बोले, पापा ने ठीक है सुबह होगा तो देखते हैं। और उसने 4 बजे आके खिड़की से पेट्रोल फेंक के और आग जला के भाग गया।
तो पेट्रोल कहाँ पर फेंका गया?
पेट्रोल एक डिब्बा में 2 लड़का था, वो और एक छोटुआ था। हम खिड़की खोल के देखे थे। जैसे उसके लिए अभी हम मर रहे हैं, उसको भी वही सजा हो जाए।
आप ऐसा चाहती?
हाँ।
So brazen was Shah Rukh in tormenting Ankita that he openly threatened her. If she resisted his advances, he would kill her.
नंबर जहाँ से भी लेके उसको कॉल किया और फिर उसको बात करने और मिलने के लिए फोर्स करता था, तो ये मना कर दी तो उसको मारने का धमकी दिया था।
क्या क्या सजा आपको लगता है मिलनी चाहिए?
सर उसको फांसी का सजा दिया जाए सर। वो सब लड़की को ऐसे ही फंसा कि उसे जिंदगी बर्बाद करता था सर।
The burnt bed and shattered family have hit out at the Jharkhand police for its inaction. They said Shah Rukh's brother boasted of having contacts in the Jharkhand police and threatened to sort out the family if a complaint was made.
दरवाजा बंद था, एक दरवाजा सटा हुआ था। ठेल करके यहाँ से यहाँ पर्दा लगी हुई थी, पेट्रोल छिटा और पेट्रोल छिटा तो बेटी मेरी उठ गई कि पानी पड़ रहा है। जिसे उसके देखने गई था तो माचिस फेंक दिया उसके शरीर पे, फेंक दिया। पूरा लखने लगी, लगते हुए मतलब जलती हुई मेरे रूम में आई, चिल्लाते हुए पापा बचा लीजिए। तो हम सोचे कहाँ से आग लगा, फिर वहाँ से उठ के मैंने देखा तो पूरा घर जल रहा मेरा।
Ankita was first taken to Dumka Medical College with 45% burns, but when her condition deteriorated, she was rushed to RIMS Ranchi, where doctors tried to save her, but due to massive burn injuries, she passed away on Sunday. There have been massive protests across Jharkhand, with the BJP alleging a spike in crimes against women and police inaction due to the policy of minority appeasement of the Hemant Soren government.
संप्रदाय विशेष के लोग झारखंड में खासकर संथाल परगना में लव जिहादी जो डेमोग्राफी है उसको भी बदलने का काम कर रहे हैं। अभियुक्त है, उस पर फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट चलाकर 15 दिन के अंदर उसे फांसी की सजा दी जाए।
Union Minister Giriraj Singh also hit out at the changing demographic profile in the state and the role of vote bank politics.
तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के तहत एक्ट होता है। अगर अंकिता दूसरे धर्म की लड़की होती, उल्टा होती, लड़के दूसरे होते, आज वहां पर पॉलिटिकल पिकनिक राहुल गांधी भी मनाते होते और मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन भी होते।
Looking at these images of a remorseless Shah Rukh Hussain, there is a rise in demand for fast-track court and death penalty for the accused.
कानून के तहत उस पर केस चलाया जाए, केस को मजबूती से लड़ाया जाए और जो सख्त से सख्त सजा हमारे इंडियन पीनल कोड में है वो उनको उस शख्स को मिलनी चाहिए. काबिले यानी जस्टिफाइबल से छोड़िए, ये तो हैवानियत है ये.
Late Monday, Jharkhand government announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees for Ankita's family and the setting up of a fast-track court. Shah Rukh's close friend and partner in crime was also arrested by the police. But Ankita's family fears justice delayed, maybe justice denied.
There's a huge deployment of police in and around this particular area, especially the house. The Jharkhand government has announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees for the family. However, the family claim that the only thing that they want from the government and the administration is for Shah Rukh to be hanged and justice to be given for Ankita. With camera person Prabir Biswas, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Jharkhand.
All right, and a big development coming in. The Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Centre, the National Commission for Women and other bodies over petitions challenging several Islamic marriage practices like polygamy, nikah halala. Supreme Court now sending a notice to the Centre on the same. All the pleas that were challenging many Islamic practices like polygamy as well as nikah halala. The Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court sending a notice on the same to the Centre and the NCW. Remember, at first, triple talaq was abolished in India, which came as a huge relief, undoubtedly, for Muslim women who've been reeling under this practice that's gone on for decades. Muslim women now can fight in court and win a battle if at all she's been victim to triple talaq, where a man outrightly issues talaq or divorce even while he's not present, just by saying the mere words talaq twice or through an SMS or just through a phone call, not allowed anymore. Post the triple talaq judgment, it appears many women had reached court against other Islamic practices like polygamy, like nikah halala. And now it appears that the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court, taking this matter up, has issued a notice to the Centre, the NCW and other bodies over petitions challenging several of these Islamic practices. All right, I'm cutting across to Pakistan and state of affairs there owing to large-scale flooding. According to authorities, many villages have been completely wiped out, destroyed by flash floods that's caused huge damage to property and life. More than 1,000 people in Pakistan have died in these floods. Let me quickly cut across to this ground report.
Torrential rain continues to create havoc in Pakistan. More than 30 million people are affected by the devastating floods in the country. It has killed more than 1,100 people and put a strain on official relief and rescue efforts. The Pakistani army has joined relief efforts. The forces used a helicopter to rescue a boy stuck in the midst of a severely flooded creek in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. The devastating flood could not have occurred at a worse time for the nation that is already dealing with the Taliban insurgency. Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has said Pakistan will need to consider how to build infrastructure that is more resistant to both floods and droughts.
They're absolutely devastating. I haven't seen any destruction or devastation of this scale. I find it very difficult to put into words. Technologies that we're used to, whether it's monsoon rains or flooding, doesn't quite seem to encapsulate the ongoing devastation and disaster that we're still witnessing.
The natural calamity has left millions of people homeless and affected more than half of Pakistan. About 3,451 kilometers of roads, 149 bridges and 170 shops were swept away by flash floods across the country. Help is pouring in from across the world. Cargo planes from Turkey and the UAE carrying tents, food and other everyday necessities arrived in Islamabad on Sunday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has paid condolences to families of victims of Pakistan floods and prayed for the neighbouring nation's speedy return to normalcy. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now some news coming in from Iraq. Heavy clashes has erupted in Baghdad, killing almost 20 people after a powerful Shia cleric, moqtada-al-sadr, said that he would quit politics, prompting his loyalists to storm a government palace and fight with rival groups. Let's have a look.
Deadly clashes broke out in Baghdad on Monday as supporters of Iraq's moqtada-al-sadr protested hours after the powerful Shi'ite Muslim cleric announced he was quitting politics. His loyalists charged the government headquarters in Baghdad's secure green zone and skirmished in the streets with supporters of Tehran-backed groups. At least 10 Iraqis were killed in the immediate aftermath as gunfire echoed over the capital. The army has ordered a curfew. Sadr announced his withdrawal on Twitter, criticizing fellow Shiite leaders for failing to heed his calls for reform. The flare-up followed a months-long political deadlock that has blocked the formation of a new cabinet. Late on Monday, state news outlets said Sadr would be on hunger strike until the violence ends. His supporters said they were united against corruption.
The leader, God bless him, delegated the issue to the people. We, the Iraqi people, including Sunnis, Shiites, and Kurds, are one hand against the corrupt. Our leader says he's not affiliated with a certain political group. He retreated twice from the alliance.
It wouldn't be the first time Sadr has withdrawn and then returned to Iraqi politics, but he still retains widespread institutional control and still has a paramilitary group with thousands of members. But the current impasse between Sadr and his Shiite rivals seems harder than before, giving Iraq its longest run without a government. His Sadrist bloc came first in an October election, but he withdrew his lawmakers from parliament in June after failing to form a government of his choosing, one where he threatened to exclude powerful Shiite rivals close to Iran. His supporters then occupied parliament and halted the selection of a new president and prime minister. On Monday, they could be seen in the swimming pool of the Republican Palace, cheering and waving flags.
All right, on the other side of a short break, Rimzim Dadu completes 15 years in fashion industry. Her design, innovation, her artisans, craftsmen, all that and more on the other side. Take a look.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, now Rimzim Dadu completes 15 years in the fashion industry. Her design, innovation, her artisans, craftsmen, all married at the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art, where it was on full display. Let's take a look at this report.
Art and fashion are often intertwined. For Rimzim Dadu, whose technique and craft stands out as her USP or unique selling proposition, the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art seemed a fitting place to showcase a retrospective fashion showcase celebrating 15 years of her journey. The design, innovation and experimental surface texturing is her true blue signature. She discards convention, not just with an art and fashion confluence, but her design philosophy. A contemporary prism to traditional weaves with innovative materials, deconstruction and engineering. The showcase at the KNMA included contemporary and luxury ready-to-wear works with handcrafted clothing created with progressive surface texturing.
I thought like, okay, I'll do like one piece made out of steel wires, who will buy it? But like people are mad, they buy it and it's become my signature. So yeah, I mean, I think it speaks more about the audience and they're like willing to experiment and willing to try new things and like they want to create a statement. They don't want to wear just the usual.
As Dadu marks her 15 years in the fashion industry, her signature experiments were seen firsthand in their raw form. The artisans behind her creations sure were the real showstoppers, displaying their craft with a leather patola, weaving experiments with paper, silicone, steel, chiffon and zari.
कुछ बच्चों के, कुछ मेरी पत्नी के ज्वेलरी वगैरह कुछ इस तरह की चीजें हैं। मुझे बहुत खुशी है इस बात की कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर पे रेड करा दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर की पूरी छानबीन करा के, तलाशी करा दी, वहां से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई भेज के मेरे लॉकर की जांच भी करा ली, उसमें से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। यही इस बात का सबूत है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी की सारी जांच में मैं और मेरा परिवार पाक साफ निकले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी की पूरी सारी जांच में एकदम क्लीन चिट है, कहीं कुछ ऐसा चीज नहीं है जिसको ये कह सके ये क्यों है, ये क्या है, ये कैसे है, कहीं एक पैसे का क्वेश्चनेबल कुछ नहीं है। तो मुझे अपनी सच्चाई पे भरोसा है, मुझे ईश्वर पे भरोसा है कि सच्चाई का साथ देके कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। सीबीआई ने आज भी, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, सीबीआई के सभी ऑफिसर्स ने आज बहुत अच्छे से व्यवहार किया मेरे साथ, मेरे परिवार के साथ में, और हमने भी पूरा कोऑपरेट किया। मैं जानता हूँ ये भी लोग अनऑफिशियली तो मानते हैं कि सब संतुष्ट हैं, कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं इनके ऊपर भी दबाव है कि भाई कुछ भी निकालो, कुछ भी करो, लेकिन 2-3 महीने के लिए तो इसको जेल में डालो। प्रधानमंत्री जी का ऊपर से बहुत दबाव है इस बात के लिए कि किसी तरह से मनीष सिसोदिया को 2-3 महीने के लिए जेल में डालो। तो ये करेंगे किसी समय पे आने पे, वो इनकी अपनी राजनीतिक वो है, लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि आज सीबीआई जांच में मुझे पूरी तरह से क्लीन चिट है। मेरे घर से कुछ नहीं निकला, मेरे लॉकर से कुछ नहीं निकला, और कोई एक पैसे का लेन देन नहीं, कोई एक पैसे की हेराफेरी नहीं, कुछ नहीं। तो अंत में सच की जीत होती है, सच की जीत हुई। थैंक यू।
All right, Manish Sisodia, right as he comes out, speaks to the media. He was inside of the bank while he was opening up his lockers to the CBI investigating the excise policy scandal. Let's listen in what he said.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर पे रेड करा दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर की पूरी छानबीन करा के, तलाशी करा दी, वहां से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई भेज के मेरे लॉकर की जांच भी करा ली, उसमें से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। यही इस बात का सबूत है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी की बहुत खुशी है इस बात की कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर पे रेड करा दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर की पूरी छानबीन करा के, तलाशी करा दी, वहां से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई भेज के मेरे लॉकर की जांच भी करा ली, उसमें से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। यही इस बात का सबूत है।
All right, big development there. Manish Sisodia, right after his bank lockers were checked, he's come out and addressed the media. He's spoken to the media, and that's what you heard on his statement. He says, Pradhan Mantri, he's repeatedly saying it's not the CBI. He says, Pradhan Mantri, that's Narendra Modi, has got my houses raided, my offices raided, got my lockers checked, but not a rupee has been found. Nothing that shows any kind of misappropriation. Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, has been facing the CBI heat over excise policy scandal on alleged kickbacks that he may have received. CBI there suspecting that lots of money as kickbacks has been given to Manish Sisodia and his aides by the liquor licensees wanting to get their licenses renewed. Now, all of these allegations are being probed by the CBI, but so far doesn't seem like anything substantial found, and that's what Manish Sisodia says. Nothing has been found. Of course, CBI has raided his premises as well as his offices. It's been about 10 days now since the raids happened. CBI going into this case full throttle. They're investigating the case thoroughly. And at this point, CBI so far not established as to what they've really found on Manish Sisodia or his close aides. Sisodia is one of the 14 or 15 other accused in the case. He's been named as accused number 1 in the charge sheet. In fact, in the FIR, that was filed by the CBI suo motu in this case, Manish Sisodia has been named as number 1 in the case. In fact, Sisodia has been an excise minister, apart from being the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi. Manish Sisodia, also the Education Minister, a man who Arvind Kejriwal endorses as the best minister that one could find, as the best aide, as the best worker, as the best people's person. All of those endorsements on Manish Sisodia, but the CBI now going full throttle in a case where Manish Sisodia drew out an excise policy which has been right now come in the spotlight for huge irregularities and misappropriation of funds. Now, whether money was laundered in the name of the excise policy, whether illegal money was swindled in the name of the excise policy, was Manish Sisodia really involved, and what was his involvement and how deep was it? CBI, of course, investigating it. Manish Sisodia, though, looking very confident and calm as he comes out of the bank and speaks to the media. Amit Bharadwaj, our reporter who's right there, tracking every development coming in from that bank. Manish Sisodia has come out. Has he gone home? Amit, tell us, Manish Sisodia was with his wife. He got out of the bank and spoke to the media there. Were you present? What did he say?
Well, Nabila, Manish Sisodia was inside this particular branch of Punjab National Bank where the CBI officials had entered and had carried out searches for nearly 90 minutes. After that, Manish Sisodia stepped out of the bank and he spoke to the media where he said that, proper information was given to Mr. Sisodia by the CBI officials that they will be coming to the Punjab National Bank's branch in Vasundhara and they will look into the locker of Mr. Sisodia. Mr. Sisodia also claimed that the CBI official went through the documents and elements and the contents of the locker and nothing wrong has been found inside his locker. He also claimed that, even in the 14 hours of raid, nothing wrong, nothing incriminating evidence was recovered from his house. And similarly, even during today's searches, the CBI team failed to find anything incriminating from the locker. There was no unaccounted money or jewelry that was recovered from this particular bank locker of Manish Sisodia. He said that in a way the CBI has given him clean sheet because nothing has been found during these investigations. But he said, he also maintained that despite all this, despite in a way he has gotten a clean sheet, he knows that he will be arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation because the orders for arresting him has been given from the top. So tone and tenor of Manish Sisodia's media communication today was similar to that of the August 19th interaction with the media where he spoke to the media and had termed this as political vendetta. Back to you, Nabila.
All right, Amit, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to the BJP, of course, conducting press conference after another. They've said exactly this. Manish Sisodia is the man behind this liquor policy scam. They believe that the CBI is in the right direction. Let's take a listen.
मॉडल तो ये भी बन गया है कि मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। और अब जब हम सवाल पूछते हैं कि इस मधुशाला में जिस प्रकार से हुआ घोटाला, तो अब ये जवाब देने के बदले कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पर चले जाते हैं, कभी एलजी पर चले जाते हैं, कभी गुजरात चले जाते हैं, कभी 2024 चले जाते हैं, कभी असेंबली में पहुंच जाते हैं। असेंबली में किसी भी बहुमत टेस्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जनता जो है वो करप्शन का टेस्ट चाहती है, कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट नहीं चाहती।
भ्रष्टाचार के संगीन मामले में फंसी हुई सरकार अब तरह तरह के प्रपंच कर रही है, तरह तरह के आदेश जारी कर रही है। वो किसी भी तरह ये इनके प्रकरण भ्रष्टाचार के इस मामले को दबाना चाहती है, जो पकड़ में आ गए हैं और जिसके कारण उनकी किरकिरी हो रही है। और उनके ऊपर जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप हैं वो संगीन है, उनके मंत्री जेल जाएंगे ये निश्चित है।
Cutting across to Karnataka, Ganesh Chaturthi face-off escalates in the state of Karnataka ahead of Supreme Court's hearing in Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan. This is a case that the Supreme Court will be taking up in a little while from now. Massive security has already been beefed up at the Idgah Maidan grounds in Chamarajpete, right in the heart of Bengaluru city. Over 3 DCPs, 21 ACPs and 120 rapid action forces have been deployed in the area. The Karnataka Waqf Board has approached the top court seeking urgent hearing on the matter. This comes right after the Karnataka High Court had permitted the state government to allow for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal has said, while pushing the matter in the Supreme Court, asking for urgent hearing from Chief Justice of India, U. Lalit, on the matter, considering that this could lead to tension if the matter was not heard by court immediately. Supreme Court hearing comes after Karnataka High Court earlier allowed the state government to take up Idgah Maidan for any kind of religious and cultural activities for a limited period. Now, Waqf Board initially, right after right-wing groups demanded that the Idgah Maidan should also be given out to Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations and also other festivities of other religions. Why only the Muslim community must be allowed to celebrate Eid or conduct namaz at that ground? It's the land is not owned by the Waqf Board. The Waqf Board only has been governing the land for decades. It was granted, that piece of land was granted to the Muslim community under the Waqf Board for conducting festivities solely for the community. Now, right-wing groups asking if it's not owned by the Waqf Board and if it's a government property, then why shouldn't Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations or any other Hindu festivities also be celebrated on the same ground? Idgah Maidan, right, falls in the middle of Bengaluru, right in the heart of Bengaluru city, Chamarajpete area, very, very populated area, very communally sensitive zone as well. And at a time like this, owing to the complexities of the vicinity there in terms of the population dynamics from both communities, it appears the police have been deployed in large numbers, a huge security blanket already that's been put in place at the Idgah Maidan even before the Supreme Court's verdict comes on the same. Karnataka High Court, in fact, the Waqf Board had reached the Karnataka High Court hoping for some kind of relief against these kind of demands being made. Karnataka High Court paved the way for all other religions also to conduct their festivities at the same Idgah Maidan. Now, the Waqf Board has approached the Supreme Court, really hoping to find some kind of relief on the matter. Supreme Court will be taking up this matter on urgent basis, as the claim and the plea established in the petition is that if the Supreme Court does not take up the matter urgently, this could lead to communal tensions in the area. Kapil Sibal will be arguing for the Waqf Board at the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court will be taking this up at 2 p.m. All eyes set on what the Supreme Court says. That will be the final word, considering the Karnataka High Court has heard it. Now, the top court, the apex court, and their word will be the final one. What really would happen remains to be seen. Ganesh Chaturthi is just around the corner, barely a day's time before Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations begin. In fact, tonight itself, preparations would be on. Tomorrow is the big day for Ganesh Chaturthi. Hindu community there overwhelmingly celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi, especially in Karnataka. It's a pompous celebration. Not just in Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan, we know that in Hubli, another district of Karnataka, there's another Idgah Maidan, again governed by the Waqf Board, again given by the government at one point, decades ago, to the Muslim community to celebrate their festivities. That Idgah Maidan too has also now been granted for Ganesh Chaturthi festival. Now that matters also at the Karnataka High Court. Now, more news coming in from Karnataka. Allegations of rape against prominent Lingayat Mutt seer Shivmurthy Muruga Sharanaru has rocked Karnataka. While the Muruga Mutt pontiff has been booked under several sections of the POCSO Act for rape of 2 minor girls, so far, despite it being a non-bailable offence, no detention, no summons, no arrest, of course, no medical test, nothing has been done so far. In fact, the man has been given additional police protection. He's right now at his Muruga Mutt, among all of the other seers, and on right adjacent to that mutt is the hostel building where women, girl children are residing. Now, this man is out free. It's been 3 days and yet no action against him. With just months to go for the state polls, elections in Karnataka, we're seeing that politicians who are really desperate to appease the Lingayat community, who's really fully lobbying behind the seer, the accused pontiff, the entire Lingayat, particularly the seers, Lingayat seers, we believe, are all unconditionally backing the accused seer, Shivmurthy. While that said, politicians, of course, remaining completely silent because they do not want to antagonize the Lingayat community ahead of elections. However, the seer has claimed, though, on his part, that this is a long-drawn conspiracy against him. While that said, protests have erupted in the streets of Chitradurga, where the mutt is located. People there asking why no action has been taken against the seer. Is it because of his political influence? District Sessions Court in Chitradurga will be hearing anticipatory bail petition of the tainted seer on September 1st.
Everything is under legal frame. Yeah. The police is inquiring, there is an investigation is happening. And why a public representative have to meet an alleged accused in a POCSO case?
No, you mean to say me?
No, yes, why you have to meet the seer who is an alleged accused in the POCSO case?
No, see, he is accused or whatever it's there, law will take its own course. But my duty is, since my childhood, I am coming to this mat. And I told you, I am prepared to meet the children also. But the Department of Police or whatever they are not allowing me to. I am ready to meet them also.
So people whoever is watching right now, you are a public representative, an MLA representing a BJP party, and you are going and talking them. Don't you think that you might influence the investigation? Because you have police here, you have local administration here. So far, they have not taken any action against the seer. And you come here and talking to him who is already an alleged accused in the POCSO case. It's a very serious in nature, this particular sections.
Just hear me. As you said, I'm local MA, there is no doubt about it. I never spoke to SP or police till now because it's not my duty. It is the duty of the police to do whatever the legal aspects and how to inquire. That is their. Why should I talk to the police? Why should I talk to the police?
Because there are a lot of criticism that police is not taking any statement. They have not summoned him because any other POCSO case, immediately they detain and question them. But when it comes to this particular case, still he has not been summoned, still he has not been questioned. Only the basic things are happening in this particular case.
That you have to ask the police people who are inquiring this thing. You must ask police people, not to me.
But you are a public representative, sir. You represent people from the same constituency who have suffered, who have filed a case against the Swamiji here.
Yes, yes. I agree with you. I told you already, I am meeting Swamiji. I am prepared to meet, if they allow me. I will go into children and I will meet them also. See, I will 100% I will be with them. Whoever has
have you asked the Swamiji to come out clean on this? Have you asked him to give a statement to the police on the scene?
I never asked.
What was the meeting all about?
No, nothing. You see, just last 2 days back I came and met him. Yesterday I was very busy. Today also just casually I talked to him and then I never advise anything because the department is there and the judiciary is there. They will take the action. Why should I? My duty is to see if any havoc from this rain is happened. I will go to there. That doesn't mean I am helping somebody. Just gone there to help somebody. That is nothing.
ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟೇನಿದೆ ಆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾದ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕಾದು.
लॉ सबके लिए एक है, अलग अलग हो नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी हो रहा है. इंक्वायरी के बीच में हम क्लीन चिट भी नहीं दे सकता और अपराधी ऐसा भी कह नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी के बाद सच पता होगा. मुख्यमंत्री स्टेटमेंट भी दिया, हम लोग इंक्वायरी करेंगे. इंक्वायरी फ्री हैंड दिया है ऐसा कहा है मुख्यमंत्री ने. इसके वजह से हम लोग आज स्टेटमेंट बीच में देना वो ठीक नहीं होता है.
Cutting across to Sagai Raj, who's right outside the Chitradurga Mutt. Sagai, we saw you speaking to one of the BJP MLAs who's landed up at the Mutt to meet with the accused Seer, who's not been arrested despite POXO Act and many sections under the POXO Act leveled against him in the FIR. Very tragic that this man gets overwhelming political support, but doesn't seem like the same BJP leaders who are right now governing the state of Karnataka are pushing for the police to act according to law.
Absolutely, you get to see public on the street protesting against the Swamiji, and the public representative meeting the Swamiji inside the mud. And it is a bizarre situation in Chitradurga where the police have not gone ahead and summoned the Swamiji or questioned him in connection with the POXO case. And if you notice, the people are unhappy with the system, especially when it comes to police department as well as the district administration, where they have alleged that there is no transparency in the questioning or the investigation of this particular case. And the people who had protested outside Balamandir, that is the Child Welfare Commission in Chitradurga, alleging that they are not allowing the lawyers as well as the people who have the NGOs which have filed a complaint against the Swamiji to meet the children inside the Balamandir in Chitradurga.
Sagai, thank you very much. Absolutely tragic that the man who's been accused of raping and sexually assaulting 2 minor girls is still out free 3 days on. Now, torrential rains wreak havoc in parts of Karnataka, in Bengaluru as well as in Ramnagara districts. Flash floods were reported due to incessant rains. Widespread destruction reported from Ramnagara, killing at least 2 people while rendering thousands homeless. Rains had effectively shut down the expansive national highway that links Bengaluru and Mysuru. Heavy rains have also lashed Bengaluru, inundating low-lying areas on Monday. Roads on the city roads in the city, within the city limits, completely flooded. Traffic coming to a standstill. District administration was declared, in fact, the BBMP there has declared holiday for all schools and pre-university colleges. Even in Ramnagara district, authorities there have done the same, shut schools, institutions for the day. Met Department forecasts cloudy skies, light and moderate rainfall in Bengaluru until the 1st of September. Meanwhile, heavy rainfall also lashed various parts of Kerala's Kottayam on Monday evening. The Met Department has issued a yellow alert for rainfall, has been predicted for all parts of Kerala, many districts of Kerala except for Kasaragod.
It is BTM layout and Madiwala area. This street is completely inundated after 48 hours of non-stop rain. You can see to what extent the water logging is. This gate to my right was completely submerged. Also, the water levels have come down. The BBMP and the fire department have constantly been working to remove the water and drain it back to the lake or the drain here. Let me try talking to a local resident here. How bad has been the rain here and how much did you see the water logging in your house?
So bad. Water came to our house only and insects are coming inside and the carpet is piling up. Everything is bad, so bad. We are not able to go to office.
And how often do you see this happening? Every time it rains, this happens?
Very often. It's like every 3 or 5 days in a month like this. Every month. It's happening every month.
So you heard one of the residents saying it's done. They face these situations quite often here. They don't have drinking water because the rainwater has gone into their water tanks as well. This is the machine that the BBMP is using. The fire department is using to drain out the water from the road here. Fortunately, the sun is out. However, there has been alert from the Met Department for the next 3 days for heavy rainfall. Nagarjun Kanath for India Today.
All right, as we see now, quickly cutting across to some news coming in from Tamil Nadu, a single-member commission headed by retired Justice Arugoswamy, which probed the circumstances leading to the hospitalization and death of former Chief Minister Jayalalitha, has recommended initiating government inquiry against VK Sasikala, who's a very close aide, who was once a close aide of Jayalalitha. The former AIADMK Health Minister C. Vijay Bhaskar, Sasikala's relative, Dr. Shivakumar, and former Chief Secretary Ram Mohan Rao. All of them must be investigated. A thorough government inquiry must be conducted to find out the role of Sasikala and her relatives in the death of Jayalalitha. This is the latest information that we get from the state of Tamil Nadu. Probe ex-health minister is what the panel is saying. A single-member commission headed by retired Justice Arugoswamy, which probed the circumstances leading to hospitalization and death of former Chief Minister Jayalalitha, has now recommended initiating a government inquiry against VK Sasikala, former AIADMK Health Minister Vijay Bhaskar, as well as Sasikala's relatives, Dr. Shivakumar and former Chief Secretary Ram Mohan Rao. Remember, it was a shocking piece of news.
ADMK leader Vijay Kumar with us. In recent times, there seems to be a lot of tussle. Words were being used by EPS and OPS. What is the present condition within ADMK?
We are not using harsh words. We are not actually what you said. No, not like that. Only EPS team only making harsh words. So we totally, from the support of the party cadres, from basic to top level, are united. That all are actually together moving towards the goal of ADMK, that to unified party, that to EPS.
But he claims that on one side he is extending a peace arm, but on the other side OPS has challenged EPS about resigning his post and meeting the cadres. What do you have to say about it?
See, he is not at all having any cadres. So those who are having not at all any cadres only, they can challenge. Those who are having the cadres, they will not challenge.
On the other hand, TTV has also now said that let everybody come together, fight against DMK. Will EPS team think about it? What is their final stance?
That is his view. So his invitation is only to accommodate OPS, not us.
Sir, amidst this all, the JR Death Probe Commission has been given the report, and in the government statement, that report has recommended questioning of Sasikala, Vijay Bhaskar, Rama Mohan Rao and Shivakumar. What does EPS team have to say about it?
See, if at all anything being officially only, I can open the mouth.
You are not considering it official?
No. See, the commission has submitted the report to the government. Government in turn discuss the entire issue with the cabinet, and then they place the subject to the report to the assembly. Then only it will come to the public. Then only I can react. Not this actual.
Some big news coming in. Jharkhand High Court takes cognizance in Ankita's murder case. DGP and the Home Secretary were summoned by the Jharkhand High Court. Bench of Chief Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan asked for a status report on Ankita's case. Remember, young Ankita was burnt alive by her stalker, Shahrukh. He allegedly poured petrol on her while she was asleep, burnt her alive. There was a dying declaration as well of Ankita, unfortunately, claiming that this man that you see on your screens, who was seen smiling, he was caught smiling soon after he was apprehended. Shocking crime that surfaced from Jharkhand. Ankita, in her dying declaration, claimed that Shah Rukh had tried to call her 10 days ago, before her death. 10 days ago, he tried to call her, persuade her to be his friend, and when she refused, he's taken her life. From initial investigation, it appears that Shah Rukh poured petrol on Ankita while she was asleep through her window. Highly unfortunate. Ankita was rushed to the hospital with 90% burn injuries and succumbed. Now, Jharkhand High Court taking cognizance on the same. As investigations deepen into the case, Jharkhand High Court orders DCP and the Home Secretary, they've in fact summoned them. Bench of Chief Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan has been asked for a status report on Ankita's case. It was not difficult for the police to catch this man. Shah Rukh was caught immediately. He was apprehended. What punishment will he get remains to be seen. At this point, furious family members of Ankita demanding justice. They in fact want him to face the same death out of emotion. Very, very angry family members and even locals there saying that he should be hung. He should also face death just like Ankita has. These kind of emotions, overwhelming emotions being put out there. But of course, law taking its course. What action will he get for this heinous crime remains to be seen. Jharkhand High Court, after much of the clashes and protests that ensued on the streets of Jharkhand, Dumka, the court now taking this matter up. Initially, when this case came to light, there were huge communal tensions in the area of Dumka. So Section 144 was imposed, and now the situation is slightly calm. Of course, several angles that need to be probed here. Jharkhand High Court taking this matter up, very keenly asking for a status report on the case. They've summoned DGP and the Home Secretary to give an understanding on what happened. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. I'll be back with news and updates on the other side. Do stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Now on the Sonali Phogat story, as the mystery around the TikTok star and BJP leader deepens, Goa police are under fire after they initially claimed that Sonali Phogat died of a heart attack. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has now called for a CBI probe into the matter. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
A party gone wrong. Drug-fueled revelry. Murder on the beach. TikTok star and BJP leader Sonali Phogat's death continues to make headlines. The Goa police is under fire after they initially claimed Sonali died of a heart attack. In an exclusive interview to India Today, Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has called for a CBI probe into the case.
सोनाली फोगाट के परिवार मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की थी कि इस केस की इसमें हमको लगता है कि कुछ राजनेताओं का भी हाथ हो सकता है, इसलिए इस केस की सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो हमने गोवा सरकार को लिख दिया है स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड करके कि इस केस की सीबीआई जांच कराने के लिए वो कार्रवाई करें।
Earlier, Sonali's family had met Haryana CM Manohar Lal Khattar and handed over a letter alleging big names could be involved in the suspected murder. The Goan police has submitted a detailed report on Sonali's death to the Haryana DGP. Goa CM Pramod Sawant has not ruled out the possibility of the CBI taking over the case.
उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि सीबीआई के लिए देनी चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। फिर भी उनकी रिक्वेस्ट रही जो कि सीबीआई के लिए देना चाहिए, तो हम जरूर इसके ऊपर सोचेंगे, लेकिन उसका पूरा रिपोर्ट जो आज तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो गई है, उनका रिपोर्ट आज शाम तक हम डीजीपी हरियाणा और सीएम हरियाणा के लिए भी भेज देंगे।
Meanwhile, a team of Goa police is scheduled to visit Haryana to continue with their investigation. The family immersed the ashes of Sonali Phogat in Ghar Ganga on Monday. But only a fair and thorough investigation can bring the family at least some sense of closure. With Kamaljit Sandhu, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, another big twist coming in Sonali Phogat's murder mystery. Big claim by Sonali's family. The family claims that her PA and prime accused Sudhir Pal Sangwan wanted to capture Sonali's property. These are details given by the family to the police. Sonali's family members, as they have filed an FIR citing murder, claim that Sonali was put on drugs deliberately. She was force-fed drugs. Sonali's nephew says Sonali was given spiked pudding 2 months ago as well. This was not the first time that she was tried. An attack was meted out on Sonali, according to the family, 2 months earlier as well. This is what Sonali Phogat's family members claim. Big twist coming in Sonali Phogat's murder case, as on one hand, the Goa police are receiving flack by the government itself for declaring Sonali Phogat's death as a death from heart attack. On the other, Sonali Phogat's parents have approached the police claiming that the accused PA, Sudhir Sangwan, basically was after Sonali's property, and that an attempt to take her life was made 2 months ago itself when Sonali was fed a spiked pudding. Now, this is the claim made by the family members. It needs to be established furthermore on what investigations would really reveal. But here they're hoping, the family members are hoping now that the CBI will take up this investigation and there'll be a thorough probe in this case, because they do not trust in the probe conducted by the Goa police for now. Let's take a listen. Vikas speaking to India Today. In fact, Vikas is Sonali's nephew. Listen in.
थोड़ा सा सुधीर के बारे में बता दीजिए कि उसकी भूमिका क्या थी और क्या क्या आप जानते हैं।
सर, उसकी भूमिका मतलब ये थी कि सोनाली फोगाट जी को परिवार से बिल्कुल अलग करने की मंशा थी उनकी, और वो उसमें कामयाब भी हो गया। उन्होंने सोनाली फोगाट जी को परिवार से अलग किया और फिर उनके साथ मतलब गुड फेथ में रह के उनका विश्वास जीता उन्होंने, और सोनाली फोगाट जी को भी दिखाया कि मैं आपका एक विश्वास पात्र हूँ, इसलिए उनके साथ रहा 24 घंटे साए की तरह। और उनको मतलब धोखे से पहले चंडीगढ़ ले जाया गया, फिर मतलब प्री प्लान मर्डर के तहत उनको गोवा ले जाया गया, उनका मतलब हत्या की गई उनकी।
तो सुधीर सांगवान क्या इससे पहले भी सोनाली फोगाट के साथ कुछ ऐसी बातें कर चुका था, उनके करीबियों के साथ कर चुका था? क्योंकि सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि सोनाली फोगाट उसको निकालना चाहती थी और उसका जो व्यवहार था वो सही नहीं था।
बिल्कुल सर, उनके करीबी रिश्तेदारों के साथ, फैमिली वालों के साथ और हल्का वालों के साथ भी उसने ऐसी हरकतें की थी, क्योंकि वो फोन करता था, मैडम के दोनों फोन वही रखता था, ना ही मैडम को बताता था किसी का फोन आया। अगर उसके साथ व्हाट्सएप पे भी मतलब मैसेज करते थे वो भी डिलीट कर देता था और चैट भी डिलीट कर देता था सारी। इसलिए मतलब सभी हल्कावासी उससे परेशान थे, घर वाले भी परेशान थे, क्योंकि उन्होंने मैडम से बिल्कुल दूरियां बना दी थी सर, हल्कावासियों के भी और घर वालों के भी।
तो इसके पीछे आप क्या कारण जिम्मेवार मानते हैं? क्या वो सोनाली फोगाट की प्रॉपर्टी हथियाना चाहता था? और साथ ही ये बता दीजिए कि गुड़गांव में जो फ्लैट है उसकी क्या कहानी है?
सर, वो मतलब सोनाली फोगाट जी की प्रॉपर्टी तो हड़पना ही चाहता था मतलब, और साथ के साथ जो गुड़गांव फ्लैट था उसने अपने नाम करवा लिया, गुड़गांव वाला फ्लैट। और मतलब वहां जब परिवार वाले उससे पूछने लगे कि गुड़गांव फ्लैट की चाबी कहाँ है, तो उनका रिएक्शन था सुधीर सांगवान का कि वो तो मेरा है, तुम उस पर क्या मांगते हो, वो मेरा फ्लैट है, वो सोनाली फोगाट जी का नहीं है। उसने मतलब धोखे से अपने नाम करवा लिया।
I'm cutting across to Manjeet Sehgal, who's tracking the story as well. Manjeet, over to you. Sonali's family members, we're seeing that Sonali's nephew says the intention of these alleged culprits here, Sonali's PA, was basically to grab her property. And this is not the first time that she was force-fed drugs. Apparently, she was given a spiked pudding 2 months earlier as well. Allegations made by the family, which the police will probe. But for now, how much substance in these claims?
Well, Nabila, the case is being investigated by both the Goa and Haryana police, and we are at the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat, where Sonali and her personal assistant, the prime accused in the case, Sudhir Pal Sangwan, used to visit at least in a week. We can see there is a CCTV camera. Now investigations have revealed that Sudhir Sangwan, with the help of one of his accomplices, has not only removed the DVR of these cameras, but have also stolen some important documents besides the laptops with the help of one person, Shibam, who has been working as a computer operator here. Police is looking out for him and has also conducted raids at various places, but so far he is beyond the reach of Haryana police. But as far as the allegations made by the family members of Sonali Phogat is concerned, that the motive behind drugging Sonali Phogat was to capture the properties. Sudhir Sangwan had already illegally transferred one of the properties based in Gurugram in his own name. His eyes were on other properties. This is a sprawling farmhouse located near the Hisar, and Sonali Phogat, as we know, owned various properties. Besides this, she also owns a palatial house in the Sant Nagar locality of Hisar. Besides, she owned costly cars, business cars, jewelry, and other bank properties as well, assets as well. So police is now investigating this case. A team of Goa police is likely to reach Hisar today. Police is likely to meet Sonali Phogat's relatives, also be scanning the bank account details besides other details to reach out to a conclusion. As far as other accomplices of Sudhir Sangwan are concerned, they are also being questioned. So Haryana police is also not leaving any stone unturned, and the Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij has also assured that the police will cooperate with the Goa police team so that they reach out to a conclusion and the real culprits and their motive is exposed.
All right. Manjeet, thank you very much for joining us. We heard that. Now, Sonali Phogat, as we know, has been a well-known TV star in Haryana. She was a reality star as well, a contestant at Big Boss. She joined the BJP, fought an election. Her husband, incidentally, also died under some mysterious circumstances, and the police are now likely to widen the scope of investigation as well. Their daughter now wants an investigation to reveal the truth behind the death first of her father and now her mother. Arvind Oja with more on that. Listen in.
The one and only OG card देवे तेरे नखरे जनाब फिटिंग आले सुट्टा ने तू पाना छोड़ दे एटीट्यूड ब्यूटी में लगावे चार चांद बूर के नु छोरिया में लखना छोड़ दे.
A celeb in Haryana.
OG card देवे तेरे नखरे जनाब फिटिंग आले सुट्टा ने तू पाना छोड़ दे.
आप बीच में ना बोले तो अच्छा रहेगा. और आप ना बोले बहुत.
A Big Boss contestant.
क्यों तोड़ा आपने? मेरे को बोलेंगे आप. Sonali Phogat is beat.
And a BJP leader. Sonali Phogat was a go-getter from an early age. She always aspired to be an actress. Got her first break as an anchor for a program on Doordarshan. While working for Doordarshan, Phogat joined the BJP in 2008. This opened many avenues for the actor. Phogat went on to work with big names of regional cinema, including Ravi Kishan and Jimmy Shergill. She also got a chance to feature in the 14th edition of Big Boss.
आपकी बच्ची को बीच में नहीं घसीटा, बल्कि आपने किसी की बच्ची, वो है रुबीना, उसको आपने कहा. आपने ये शो देखा है? आपको पता है कि इस घर के अंदर क्या-क्या टास्क होते हैं, किस हद तक लोग जाते हैं?
सलमान जी, मैं यहाँ ये नहीं करने आई हूँ जो मुझे गालियाँ दे, मैं उसके आगे काम करती घूमूं.
Sonali featured in a number of music videos and had a sizable following on TikTok. Sonali married Sanjay Phogat, who too was a politician. The two had a daughter. But the marriage ended on a tragic note. After just a few years, her husband died under mysterious circumstances in 2016. Sonali then focused her efforts on work. In 2019, seeing her growing popularity, the BJP gave her a chance to prove her mettle. Sonali Phogat was given the ticket from Hisar's Adampur seat against then Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi. Sonali, however, lost the election by a big margin. Controversial in life, her death too is not devoid of controversy. Her family suspects foul play in her sudden death in Goa. Her daughter, now a 15-year-old, is demanding justice for her mother.
जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए प्रॉपर, और जो कल्प्रिट है उन्हें पनिशमेंट मिलनी चाहिए.
The death of Sonali Phogat has opened a Pandora's box, leaving many questions unanswered. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, here's some big development. It appears that the AAP government in Delhi and the Lieutenant General of Delhi, the clash only exploding between the two. LG now takes serious note of a delay in audit of accounts in universities under Delhi government by the CAG. The LG seeks an explanation from Vice Chancellor of Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University for delaying CAG audit for 5 years, along with details of officers responsible for the lapse. Within 15 days' time, a report has been sought. Also, flags not holding of, in fact, LG flags off not holding of university court meetings. LG Secretariat writes to universities to ensure the same. Now, let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj for a little more. Amit, it seems like the LG of Delhi, Lieutenant General, is really stepping things up while he intensifies his attack on the AAP government, pulling out many loopholes in the state's administration. LG takes the serious note of a delay in audit of accounts in universities under Delhi government by CAG. Tell us a little more on what the LG has observed.
Well, Nabila, you know, for the past week, we have seen several letters being sent out from the LG's office to the Chief Secretary of Delhi, and this time around, the new red flag that has been, flagged out by the Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena is about the universities that fall under the Delhi government's higher education and technical education department. For instance, LG has flagged it out that a particular university named DPSRU has not done the CAG audit for the past 5 years, and as per the LG's office, this is violation of the audit norms of the accounting procedures, and the LG has sought information as to why this audit has not been conducted in the past 5 years, why CAG audit has not been conducted in this particular university, and why the university meetings, university court is not being held at this particular university. And the information has been sought from the university officials, from the top university officials about this. Besides that, the LG has also flagged about other universities which come under the Delhi government. And in the note that has been sent across to the Delhi government by the Vinay Kumar Saksena's office, he has also mentioned about the falling rate of enrollment, rather, why despite construction of classes, the enrollment rate in the Delhi government schools have not increased in the past few years. That is a question that LG had asked earlier as well, and that has been underlined yet again by the LG's office in this particular case as well. So clearly, the battle between the LG's office as well as the Aam Aadmi Party government in the national capital is not settling down.
Yeah.
It is actually increasing with every passing day, and you are seeing the LG actually pulling out one after other files and underlining, making the red pen, saying that there are irregularities. Respond to us as to why these irregularities have happened.
Yeah,
Back to you,
when we speak of when we're looking at the irregularities, of course, the Delhi LG and the Aam Aadmi Party has been at loggerheads for quite a while. Doesn't seem like the LG is any sparing towards the Delhi government at this point. Big news here. Kamal R. Khan sent judicial custody for 14 days by the Borivali court. He was arrested earlier today from the Mumbai airport for his 2020 tweets against Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor. Bollywood's loose cannon, Kamal Khan, has been arrested. He put out a tweet in 2020 against, some derogatory tweets against Rishi Kapoor and Irfan Khan, both actors who have passed away. Also spoke a bunch of things about Virat Kohli. He's known as a loose mouth, but his tweets that he made in 2020, an arrest comes in now. Sent to 14-day custody. Mustafa Sheikh more on that. Mustafa, a quick word on what charges has Kamal Khan been arrested? We know that he's been a loose cannon, a motor mouth. He says what he wants, but at the same time, he's possibly used his freedom of expression to put out his views on Twitter. Tell us the crime here.
Yes, the timing at which this comments were made was when Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor were hospitalized, and hence derogatory comments were made. Sentiments were heard of the fans, and hence this complaint was made. IT sections and IPC sections were applied against Kamal Khan. Remember, it's a 2020 case. The police was seeking police custody, but they didn't get it. He has been sent to judicial custody, which means he can now also apply for bail. There are other few cases. We'll have to wait and see if Mumbai police takes custody in those cases also.
You know what, tell us, Mustafa, under what sections has a complaint or an FIR been filed, and when was this complaint filed against him? Yes, the tweets were made in 2020, but were complaints filed last year itself or 2 years ago itself.
Yes, of course. And the police today was also demanding 4 days of police custody for Kamal Khan. That was not given because remember that this case dates to 2020 when Kamal Khan had made this tweet. After investigations, police had issued lookout notice. When he landed in Mumbai this morning, he was detained and later arrested. He was produced before the Borivali court where police custody was asked for, but he was sent to judicial custody for 14 days.
All right, thank you very much, Mustafa, for joining us. 14 days of judicial custody to Kamal Khan for putting out some tweets against Rishi Kapoor and Irfan Khan while they were sick and ailing. The complaints filed against him, now the police arresting him. Coming up on the other side of a short break, amid widespread outrage over her partying videos going viral, Finland's Prime Minister Sanna Marin has started receiving a lot of support globally. Details up next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Now, amid widespread outrage over her partying videos going viral, Finland's Prime Minister Sanna Marin has started receiving quite a lot of support from across the globe. While women have come out strongly in support of the Finnish Prime Minister, the question of whether politicians can have a personal life continues to arise. Of course, let's take a quick look at this report.
Does a politician have a right to party? That's the moot question and the current high decibel international debate. Sparked by these leaked visuals. In a leaked video, Finland's Prime Minister Sanna Marin is seen dancing and singing with friends at a private party. She never intended to make these images public, but they were leaked.
Ja myös minä kaipaan joskus.
Certain types of photos and videos which I would not like to see, and I know you would not want to see. And yet it's shown to us all. It's private, it's joyful, and it's live.
Mitä en itse haluaisi nähdä.
Till very recently, the youngest head of state, the 36-year-old leader, is seen posing for the camera here, squatting, hugging her friends, and being a goofy young woman while letting her hair down with friends. That could be anyone, right? The difference, she is the Prime Minister of Finland.
Mutta yhtään työpäivää en ole jättänyt.
Amid these dark times, I too miss sometimes joy, light and fun.
Tämänkään keskellä, koska
Marin heads the Social Democratic Party and at the back of the leaked video is now facing a massive blowback. Were there drugs? Was there alcohol? Was she working or was she on vacation? Was the Prime Minister sober enough to handle an emergency had one arisen?
Pääministeri Mihailija.
I want to believe that people will look at what we do at work rather than what we do in our spare time. But I have not missed a single day of work. I have not left a single task undone. And I won't, even in the middle of this.
Minä teen työni.
The opposition and even her own coalition member alleged drug use, demanding a drug test, which she took and tested negative.
Se on yksityistä. Se on iloa.
In my opinion, that photo is not appropriate. I apologize for that. That photo should not have been taken.
Enkä jätä.
In tears, Finland's Prime Minister made her defense, apologizing for a photo taken at her residence in July of two women kissing and raising their tops, with a sign saying Finland covering their breasts. While there has been heavy criticism coming her way, there has been a flood of support, with many women dancing in solidarity with the Finland Prime Minister. Videos flooded the internet. But it was the support tweet by Hillary Clinton that not just expressed solidarity with Sanna Marin, but also highlighted male hypocrisy. Hillary Clinton tweeted, as Ann Richards said, Ginger Roger did everything that Fred Astaire did. She did it backwards and in high heels. Here is me in Cartagena while I was there for a meeting as Secretary of State. Keep dancing, Sanna Marin. While various male heads of state have been found outside office in various states of dress and undress, many like Putin have been eulogized. While the issue of women leaders being held to a higher standard than their male counterparts needs to be highlighted, the larger question on a work-life balance, doesn't a regular 36-year-old deserve to unwind, even if she happens to be the Prime Minister of Finland? Bureau Report, India Today.
On that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. Further news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download our app for more. Stay tuned. News and updates coming up next. Wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment, and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use, and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables, or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
in association with new Ather 450X, now with 146 kilometers range. Acco, download the app now.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Massive security at the Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan ahead of the Supreme Court hearing. Cops conduct a flag march to maintain peace and harmony in the area. Fringe groups celebrate and nod to hold Ganesh Chaturthi festival at Hubli's Idgah grounds, even though the matter is still in High Court. No detention, no arrest, no summons, no medical test for rape accused Muruga Mutt. The revered religious pontiff has been accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, and despite it being a non-bailable offence, he's not been arrested. Protests erupt demanding justice. After raids, CBI opens bank lockers of Manish Sisodia in the liquor gate controversy in presence of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. Shashi Tharoor of the Congress throws in his hat in the Congress president's race, stresses the need for big organizational overhaul within the party to stay relevant in the scheme of things.
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
Motor-mouth Bollywood personality Kamal Rashid Khan arrested at the Mumbai airport, arrested for insulting late actor Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor. Judicial custody of 14 days. With net worth of $137 billion, Gautam Adani becomes the world's 3rd richest man, surpasses Louis Vuitton, and the owner of Louis Vuitton trails behind Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I'm cutting across to Karnataka's Muruga Mutt Seer Shivmurthy holding a press conference after allegations of sexual assault against him.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಕಾ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಮುಮ್ಮಡಿ ಶಿವರುದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಮರಳೇಗವಿ ಮಠ ಕನಕಪುರ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
All Lingayat Seers from different mats have come together here today.
ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆರಾಧ್ಯ ದೇವಿಯ ಶೂನ್ಯಪೀಠದ ಜಗದ್ಗುಳಂತ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಶರಣರ ಅಡಿದವರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಪ್ರಣಾಮ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರಿಕಾಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಸುಧಾ ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಶರಣನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಪತ್ರಿಕಾ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಶರಣರು ತಮ್ಮದಂಥ ವೈಚಾರಿಕ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ನಾಡಿನ ಗಮನವನ್ನು ಸೆಳೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು. ಅವರು ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ಶ್ರೀಮಠವನ್ನು ಸರ್ವತೋಮುಖ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆಸೋದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ವಿಚಾರವಂತರು, ವೈಚಾರಿಕೆಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಸಹಿಸದ ಕೆಲವು ಪಟ್ಟಬದ್ಧ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯ ಮುಖಕ್ಕೆ ಕಪ್ಪು ಮಸಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಶಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸತ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಬೆಂಬಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಖಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು
All
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
the
ಧೈರ್ಯ
Lingayat Mutt seers are all with him, standing by him unconditionally.
ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಖಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯವನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿ ಅವರ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಕ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಭಕ್ತ ಮಹಾಶಯರು ಸುಧಾ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ನಾಡಿನಾದ್ಯಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಶ್ರೀಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದಿರೂ ಸುಧಾ ಅವರವರು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲೇ ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯವನ್ನು ತುಂಬುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರಿಗೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯವನ್ನು ತುಂಬುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು ಸುಧಾ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯವನ್ನು ತುಂಬುತ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ತಾ ಸತ್ಯದಿಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇ ಜಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರು ಆರೋಪ ಮುಕ್ತರಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಕಾಶ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಸದಾ ಸಿದ್ಧರಾಗಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆ. ಶರಣು ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿ. ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಗದ್ಗುರು ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಠದ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ ಭಕ್ತರು ಏನಿದಾರೋ ಈ ಪರಂಪರೆಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಭಕ್ತಾದಿಗಳ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಸುಧಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಆರೋಪ ಮುಕ್ತರಾಗಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಎಂದಿನಂತೆ ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ದಿದೀಪ್ಯಮವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೆಂಬಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಕ್ತ ಮಹಾಶಯರಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ.
ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟರ್ನ ನೇಮಕ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾವ ಭಕ್ತ ಮಹಾಶಯರು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಉತ್ತರಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಕ್ತ ಮಹಾಶಯರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ, ಅದು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಪರಮಾಧಿಕಾರ. ಅದು ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಎನಿ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ನೇಮಕ ಮತ್ತು ನೇಮಕ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಮತ್ತು ತೆಗಿತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಡಳಿತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠಾಧೀಶರಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಅಂತಿಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಅಂತಿಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಸತ್ಯದ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಹೊರಬರ್ತದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ತಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ತಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸಂತ್ರಸ್ತ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಒಡನಾಡಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿಆರ್ಪಿಸಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಾವುಗಳು ಪೂಜ್ಯರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪಂದನೆ, ತಮ್ಮ ನೈತಿಕ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಅಥವಾ ತಮ್ಮದು ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸಮಾಜ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ
questions being asked about what happens to the two girls.
ಸಮಾನ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
Girls are like God.
ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
Children are like God, but I am sure that the truth will come out.
ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿ ತೋರಿಸುವಂತವರು ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ?
ಈಗ ಪ್ರಕರಣ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ.
Since the matter is currently with the police, we will not want to comment on this any further. All right, there you see all the Lingayat community seers have come out. Unconditional support that they've offered to the accused Lingayat pontiff, Shivamurthy. Remember, he's been accused under the POCSO Act, harsh sections of the POCSO Act that have been filed against him. This ideally is a non-bailable offence, but yet the Lingayat Mutt seer, the accused pontiff, Shivamurthy, still remains free. He's not absconding, he's not hiding, he's not running away. He is very much present at his mutt. He was away for at least 2 days, went incommunicado as soon as the complaint was filed. And then on the third day, the police themselves escorted him back to the mutt, dropped him off very safely. He's very much present at the Muruga mutt in Chitradurga. But the police now not touching him, not summoning him, no medical test, no questioning. Far from arrest, not even proper investigation being followed as per protocols. Very unfortunate. We're seeing that this is a case of rape and sexual assault on 2 minor girls. But yet, it seems like because of the clout and pull that the seer holds, there's no arrest in sight so far. 3 days on. Friday was when the complaint was filed. The FIR was registered. And it's now Tuesday. A good 3 to 4 days since this matter was highlighted legally But yet the police apprehensive on detaining, questioning, summoning, arresting, none of it. In fact, in a POCSO case, it's a non-bailable offence. If it was a commoner, he would have been arrested within less than 24 hours. The man would have been in prison and then the investigation would continue. No benefit of doubt given to a man who's been accused under the POCSO Act. But here's a seer who remains to live in his mutt. He's still there, very much present, and managed to gather support from all the Lingayat Seers who've come together unconditionally, held a press conference, spoken to the media, said that they're very sure that this is conspiracy, that Shivamurthy as a seer has done great work for the Lingayat community. He's worked towards development of the community and for the people of Chitradurga. Undoubtedly, we know that Shivamurthy, the accused seer, has been a man integral in a lot of developmental works within the area there. But does that strip him of all the allegations that has been leveled against him? It must be taken up under due process of law. Allegations of rape that have been made against this prominent Lingayat Mutt seer, Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanu Swami. It's rocked the state of Karnataka. People, of course, fully rattled with the fact that a man who is highly influential in the political circles has been booked under the POCSO Act for sexually assaulting two minor girls, while the Muruga Mutt pontiff has been booked under several sections of POCSO. No detention, no arrests have been made so far, despite the charges under POCSO being a non-bailable offence. With just months to go for the state polls, political leaders very apprehensive, not wanting to antagonize the Lingayat community, so far have displayed deafening silence. Not a word uttered on Lingayat Seer, the religious pontiff, a very well-known man, a very famous personality within the community, with all the likes of Rahul Gandhi, Amit Shah, RSS's Mohan Bhagwat, all of them meeting him in person ahead of almost every election. However, the seer claims on his part that this is a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Let me cut across to all the reactions coming in as protests erupt in Chitradurga demanding justice.
ನಾವು ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರು. ಈ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಇದೆ. ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು. ಇನ್ನು ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೀತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆ. ಈ ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ.
ಈಗ ಅತ್ಯಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ದಲಿತರಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ದಲಿತ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಪೋಕ್ರೋ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಈ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ.
ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟೇನಿದೆ, ಆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾದ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕಾದು.
लॉ सबके लिए एक है, अलग अलग हो नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी हो रहा है, इंक्वायरी के बीच में हम क्लीन चिट भी नहीं दे सकता और अपराधी ऐसा भी कह नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी के बाद सच पता होगा. मुख्यमंत्री स्टेटमेंट भी दिया, हम लोग इंक्वायरी करेंगे. इंक्वायरी फ्री हैंड दिया है ऐसा कहा है मुख्यमंत्री ने. इसके वजह से हम लोग आज स्टेटमेंट बीच में देना वो ठीक नहीं होता है.
Now we know Lingayat community very valuable as a vote bank for the BJP as well as the Congress. BJP trying to retain loyalties, Congress trying to win them over. So no word on why due protocols not been followed, but at the same time it appears that there's political support pouring in for this year. In fact, BJP MLA Tippa Reddy arrived at the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga to meet the accused Shivamurthy. Let's take a listen.
Everything is under legal frame. Yeah. The police is inquiring, there is an investigation is happening. And why a public representative have to meet an alleged accused in a POCSO case?
No, you mean to say me?
No. Yes, why you have to meet the seer who is an alleged accused in the POCSO case?
No, see, he is accused and whatever it's there, law will take its own course. But my duty is, since my childhood, I am coming to this mud. And I told you, I am prepared to meet the children also. But the Department of Police or whatever they are not allowing me to. I am ready to meet them also.
So people whoever is watching right now, you are a public representative, MLA representing a BJP party, and you are going and talking them. Don't you think that you might influence the investigation? Because you have police here, you have local administration here. So far, they have not taken any action against this here. And you come here and talking to him who is already an alleged accused in the POXO case. It's a very serious in nature, this particular sections.
Just hear me. As you said, I'm local MA, there is no doubt about it. I never spoke to SP or police till now because it's not my duty. It is the duty of the police to do whatever the legal aspects and how to inquire. That is their. Why should I talk to the police? Why should I talk to the police?
Because there are a lot of criticism that police is not taking any statement. They have not summoned him because any other POXO case, immediately they detain and question them. But when it comes to this particular case, still he has not been summoned, still he has not been questioned. Only the basic things are happening in this particular case.
That you have to ask the police people who are inquiring this thing. You must ask police people, not to me.
But you are a public representative.
All right, a development on this case. BJP MLC calls for rape-accused Seer to temporarily step down. BJP MLC Vishwanath will be writing to Prime Minister on the ongoing case and the issue that prevails in Karnataka. MLC H. Vishwanath says, and I quote, "Quit being the head of the mutt temporarily, face investigation. Please come back after a clean sheet has been given to you. The society will accept you." A rightful statement and a welcome move, undoubtedly. BJP MLC H. Vishwanath, who's known for mincing no words, has said that the accused Seer must temporarily step down. Vishwanath, who also hails from the Mysuru region, says that he is going to write to the Prime Minister on the issue. He says, ask the mutt Seer to step down temporarily, face investigation and come back after he gets a clean sheet. The society will accept you. Sagai Raj on that. Sagai, BJP MLC Vishwanath, who's a man who's known not to mince words. He has now said that the Seer, accused Seer, must step down and come back after he gets a clean sheet. And with this regard, he'll be shooting a letter to the Prime Minister as well. Tell us more. Is this the sentiment at large within the BJP, who the Lingayat community has overwhelmingly, at least 83%, have voted for the BJP in 2018 Karnataka elections?
We cannot say whether it is the interest of the large, but there are few people who are coming out and speaking their heart out in this particular case because they are seeing the development. There is no action which has been taken by the police. They have not summoned, they have not questioned the Seer and the alleged accused in this particular case of POXO. And they are only doing the basic things, including the merger and other stuff, but they have not summoned the Seer. And talking about Vishwanath, as you rightly pointed out, that he's a person who is known for controversial statement in the past. He is a person who is known for to speak his heart out, and now he has spoken and said that he will write a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi asking them to take necessary action against the Seer and to give justice to the children. And so far he is the only politician who have spoken against the Seer, because we have seen the politician who are backing. We have seen a politician visiting the Seer inside the mud when the investigation is happening. He is a public representative. He is a part of the government. He is an MLA from BJP party, and at the time of investigation, he comes here and talks to the Seer and try to console him at this point of time. So this clearly shows that there are many influential people who are backing him, and that is the reason he is getting these kind of lenience where the police have not summoned him and questioned him so far in this particular case.
We heard you speak to BJP MLA Timma Reddy, and it was very unfortunate. He had no answers to what the police was doing. Instead, he says, it's my wish, I want to meet the Seer. But remember, the same Seer is accused under the POXO Act. He's been accused of rape and assault, sexual assault of 2 minor girls. Yet, 3 days on, he still remains untouched. No arrest, no summons. Netas across political lines right now refusing to outrightly condemn this year because the Lingayat community vote bank is mighty precious for all political parties in Karnataka. Protests have now erupted in Chitradurga, asking for justice for those two innocent girls. Let's have a look at this report.
This is influential Lingayat Seer Shivamurthy Murug Sharanaru greeting his supporters, waving and thanking them for their support while facing serious charges of raping minor girls. Brazenly showing off the support he enjoys as cops refuse to arrest him. This pontiff is the chief of one of the most prominent Lingayat mutts in Karnataka and has been clicked with some of the biggest political leaders in the country. Despite the gravity of the allegations against him, he's not been detained or arrested. He's been allowed to sit in his Chitradurga mutt with no action.
ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆದರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸೋಣ. ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಮಾನದ ಚಿಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು.
Two students in the Muruga Mutt School's hostel approached an NGO alleging they were sexually abused in the institution, based on which an FIR was registered against the pontiff and 4 others, including the warden Rashmi. With months to go for elections in Karnataka, the development has rocked the state, with political parties tiptoeing around the controversy, and some openly backing the rape-accused seer.
ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರೋದೇ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇದು. ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲದರಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಗೌರವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Let me not interfere with whatever the police or the government is doing late, because I can't only reply to whatever you are telling. Let me examine it, then I'll come back.
In another twist in this case, the Mutt authorities have filed a counter-complaint naming a JDS leader, ex-MLA and former administrator of the Mutt, SK Basavarajan. The warden, who's been named as an accused in the minor rape case, has alleged that the JDS leader is the one who raped the girls and hence filed a rape and kidnap case.
SK Basavarajan ಅವರು ನಿಲಯ ಪಾಲಕರಿಗೆ ಲೈಂಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ದೂರನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ದೂರಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಠಾಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಕರಣವನ್ನು ದಾಖಲಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Serious questions have been raised whether police will ensure fair probe when the seer has not been detained or arrested and is still a free bird who can influence the eyewitnesses as well as the victims. Political parties, meanwhile, are guilty of prioritizing their appeasement politics in the state of Karnataka. With journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia reaches the Assembly. He's speaking. Let's cut across.
नहीं दे रहे केजरीवाल जी, कौन से प्रश्न का जवाब दें? आपने बोला 8,000 करोड़ का घोटाला है, हमने कहा झूठ बोल रहे हो, महा झूठ बोल रहे हो. इन्होंने कहा 1.5 लाख करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया. मैंने कहा बजट ही नहीं है दिल्ली सरकार का.
सारे साथी अपनी सीट पर जाएं, सभी सदस्य अपनी अपनी सीटों पर जाएं. अपनी सीट पर चले दुर्गेश जी अपनी सीट पर चले.
Manish Sisodia there. He's arrived at the Assembly, the Delhi Assembly. Proceedings have begun. Of course, a lot of talk on the CBI raids on him with regards to the excise policy. The AAP government right now facing heat. Let's listen in.
400 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया. मैंने कहा झूठ बोल रहे हो. सारे प्रश्नों का जवाब दिए इनके. फिर बोले नहीं 144 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया. मैंने कहा यह भी झूठ है तुम्हारा, बकवास कर रहे हो. बोले हाँ बकवास कर रहे होंगे, चलो 30 करोड़ का है. बोले अपनी अपनी सारी बातों को खुद ही झूठ करते जा रहे हैं और हमसे कह रहे जवाब दो। सारे प्रश्नों के जवाब दिए हैं। फिर बोले नहीं 30 करोड़ का भी नहीं है जी। सीबीआई में इन्होंने, सीबीआई तो इनकी है, सीबीआई से लिखवाया एक्स कंपनी ने वाई कंपनी को बैंक में 1 करोड़ रुपए ट्रांसफर किए हैं, ये मनीष सिसोदिया का घोटाला है। हमने कहा झूठ है। किसी कंपनी ने किसी कंपनी को कोई पैसा दिया होगा तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया का हो गया, तो ये भी झूठ है इनका।
Order situation of the state is sick. The CM is busy in a picnic. Nothing can be more condemnable than the insensitive behavior of Hemant Soren ji. And what makes it worse, Hemant ji, it was your duty to protect our sister. If she has lost her life, it is because law and order situation in Jharkhand has completely collapsed. And while our sister was struggling, fighting her battle, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren ji, was busy partying and doing picnic. The behavior and the utterances of Hemant Soren ji, that such incidents happen on a regular basis, are painful and should be condemned. And people, not just of Jharkhand, but of the entire country, will never forgive you.
We're going to continue tracking the story. I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, Vijay Deverakonda's Liger was surely one of the most anticipated films of 2022, but it has failed to roar at the box office. The distributors are reportedly staring at huge losses, while the Telugu actor went to Mumbai from Hyderabad to make amends with an exhibitor who was upset with him with one of his recent comments on boycott trend. Here's the complete story. From Hyderabad to Pune, Ahmedabad to Delhi, Chandigarh and even Patna. For almost 30 days, both Vijay Deverakonda and Ananya Pandey were seen hopping from one city to another, found in every corner of the country to meet and greet fans. And what was it all for, you ask? Well, to promote their film Liger, which ultimately turned out to be a complete washout in theatres, courtesy its disastrous first week at the ticket counters.
Crossbreed hai mera beta.
That's right. According to reports, the film, which was rolled out in cinemas on August 25th, amidst much fanfare, is on the verge of concluding its theatrical run merely 4 days after the release. Over 90% of shows in the states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka have been cancelled after a steep drop on August 29, with theatres in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana expected to follow suit. This Puri Jagannath directorial collected Rs 33.12 crore gross worldwide on day 1 and raked in around 27 crore rupees on day 2. The film reportedly grossed around Rs 7.5 crore on day 3 of its release. Reports suggest that Liger, which was made on a budget of approximately 100 crore rupees, has headed towards one of the biggest disasters of Indian cinema. So much so that the distributors are staring at huge losses. Filmmaker who handled the theatrical deals, meanwhile, has made handsome profits before the release, and he reportedly has planned to compensate them. Now, Liger was special and most anticipated film of 2022 for many reasons, and Vijay Deverakonda's Bollywood debut with it was one of them.
I love you!
He was in fact quite confident about the box office numbers.
We'll do a very big number day 1.
You're confident enough?
Yeah, bookings have opened.
This sports drama, however, opened to negative reviews and was even rated as the worst Indian film on IMDb. There was quite a buzz when the film was announced. The makers also took on board legendary icon Mike Tyson.
If you're a fighter, what am I?
But nothing seemed to have worked in favor of the film. In fact, it all started to go downhill when production faced multiple delays due to the pandemic and took 3 years to make Liger.
They call me Liger.
What also went against the hype around the film was the boycott calls that were made on social media. And when Vijay Deverakonda was asked about it, he said that he had faced such obstacles during the release of his previous films and that he believed his hard work would pay off regardless of such trends.
फ्री में एक्टिंग किया, पिक्चर बनाने के लिए लोगों का प्यार मिला और वो पिक्चर बहुत बड़ा हिट बना. रिलीज़ करने के लिए कोई नहीं था. 8-9 मंथ्स लगा कोई रिलीज़ करने के लिए, मिलने के लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं थे. I was absolutely nobody, so I don't even blame them for not backing me. जब मेरा तीसरा पिक्चर था जो अर्जुन रेड्डी था, पूरा स्ट्रीट्स में थोड़ा पार्टीज और यूनियंस उतरा कि पिक्चर को रोको, तब लड़ना पड़ा रिलीज़ के लिए. फिर लोगों का प्यार मिला और वो बहुत बड़ा हिट हुआ और आप सब मुझे उसके वजह से थोड़ा बहुत जानते हैं. फिर मेरा अगला 2 पिक्चर रिलीज़ के पहले, एक तो 10 दिन पहले, एक तो 3 महीने पहले पूरा लीक हो गया था ऑनलाइन, टेलीग्राम पे, गूगल ड्राइव पे. और जो लोग एक और आदमी को ग्रो करना नहीं देख सकते, वो लोग पूरा सोशल मीडिया में फैल रहा था कि ये पिक्चर बोरिंग है, ये अटर फ्लॉप है, इनका करियर ख़त्म हुआ. पर जब रिलीज़ हुआ फिर लोगों का प्यार मिला और दोनों बहुत बड़ा हिट हुआ. और अब इंडिया के लिए बना रहा हूँ पिक्चर, तो थोड़ा बहुत ड्रामा होना ही चाहिए. हाँ, लड़ेंगे. माँ का आशीर्वाद है, लोगों का प्यार है, भगवान का हाथ है ऊपर, अंदर आग है, कौन रोकेंगे देख लेंगे.
A small clip of this statement went viral in no time and he came across as arrogant to many, including the executive director of KT Galaxy and Maratha Mandil Cinema, Manoj Desai, who blamed his attitude for the movie's failure.
मिस्टर विजय, तुम्हें ये चर्बी आ गई है. देखना हो तो देखो, नहीं तो मत देखो. जब नहीं देखेंगे तो तापसी पन्नू की हालत क्या हुई है, नहीं देखेंगे तो आमिर खान की हालत क्या हुई है, नहीं देखेंगे तो रक्षाबंधन की हालत अक्षय कुमार की क्या हुई है. हमारे पिक्चर को बाइकआउट करो, ये होशियारी क्यों मार रहे हो? OTT पे आएंगे तब देखेंगे. कोई OTT पे भी नहीं देखेगा. इसकी तुम्हारी इस तरह की हरकत से हमारे थिएटर के एडवांस बुकिंग में बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है.
This message video from Desai went viral and reached Vijay, who then specially flew down from Hyderabad to Mumbai to make amends with the exhibitor.
हमेशा खुश रहो, हमेशा खुश रहो. God bless you.
नॉर्मली मैं एक्सप्लेन नहीं करता हूँ, पर पापा ने बोला मनोज देसाई साहब भी हर्ट हुआ तुम जो बोला, एक बार जाकर एक्सप्लेन करो जो तुमने बोला. अगर कुछ गलत बोला तो माफी मांगो. दोनों का मिक्स, they call me Liger.
Interestingly, Liger is Vijay Deverakonda's third film that did not work at the box office. So if at all he does another Hindi film, will he be able to leave a mark in Bollywood is $1 million question. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. It's time now to fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's Fully Foreign. BTS member V and Blackpink member Jennie have been the center of attention for many days now. The K-pop stars have been rumored to be dating, and now photos of them together have gone viral on social media. The leaked pictures have left fans of both the K-pop groups angry. This isn't the first time the duo's picture broke the internet, and many fans believe that professional editing skills have been used on the stars to put them together. As of now, neither of the artists' agencies have responded to the claims of their romance. It has not been confirmed if the pictures are real or doctored. Meanwhile, the Winter Bear singer has jetted off to US for a schedule, and on the other hand, Jenny is busy promoting her latest song, Pink Venom, with her group.
Come and give me all the smoke, don't leave me more like I'm so rock and roll. Come and give me all the smoke, that's yourself, I just stop, drop. I bring the pain like ra-ta-ta-ta, 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 ra-ta-ta-ta. Straight to your straight, to your straight, to your bone like ra-ta-ta-ta, 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 ra-ta-ta-ta. I bring the pain like.
Put it in. I'm tired of people thinking I'm some kind of joke.
Your dad and I agreed it would be best if you just stop being who you are and doing the things you love.
My whole life, all I wanted.
I'm afraid we found your son at a polka party.
The trailer of Veer, the Al Yankovic story is finally out.
Just to make up new words to a song that already exists.
Oh, well, you should do that then.
Who my little hungry one? Hungry one. Open up a package of my banana.
Daniel Radcliffe will be seen in the titular role and dons the strangest of costumes for the eccentric role.
Every once in a great while, I can spot a talent that I know is the future of music. But first, we gotta find you a stage name. Al Yankovic. It's long, it's hard to pronounce. So I'm just gonna throw this out there. Weird Al Yankovic.
The trailer also shows a glimpse of how Al truly started writing his songs and the way he was impressed by current tracks.
Do I know you?
Madonna, I was wondering if you were going to do a parody of my song, Like a Virgin.
I'm curious, is that song autobiographical?
Name me one creative genius that doesn't have a checkered past involving alcohol,
That's the medicine.
and drugs.
I think Madonna's a bad influence on you. What? No offense.
The biopic follows the story of Yankovic's life from his meteoric rise to fame with early hits like Eat It,
You can't send it back, just eat it,
and Like a Surgeon.
I'm a quack, the disgrace of the AMA, 'cause my patients died. Yeah, my patients died before they can pay. Like a surgeon.
To his storied celebrity affairs and lifestyle.
I pushed away my band.
You're all just a bunch of normals. I'm the weird one.
You gotta take care of yourself. I saw in you something special. An artist with something to give to the world.
The film is directed by Eric Appel and written by Al Yankovic himself.
People watching around the world right now, all I want to say is be as weird as you want to be.
Where the Al Yankovic story will premiere at Toronto International Film Festival on September 8th. The film will also release on streaming service Roku channel on November 4th.
I totally deserve that.
Okay, season 2, here we come. Let's go.
The Kardashians will be returning with season 2 of their hit show.
Yeah, how iconic this is. You just have no idea.
In the 2-minute clip, each member of the Kardashian family opens up about their struggles and triumphs.
I feel like I'm becoming my own woman, but I really want to be my own boss.
Going through what I went through was incredibly hard. I just feel that I'm a fish in a fishbowl.
It's been such a season of independence.
I really feel like I found my personal confidence.
Kim speaks about her season of independence and makes no mention of Pete Davidson, her now ex-boyfriend, post-divorce from Kanye West last year.
You got this. We're built for this.
Kim and Pete's whirlwind romance came to an end after 9 months of dating recently. The SNL star was promised to be a topic of discussion on the new season after making his debut in the season 1 finale. The trailer also focuses on Kim's reaction to backlash over comments made in an interview about women in the workplace, and also appears to address the Met Gala Marilyn Monroe dress controversy.
In case you missed us.
Oh my God. Life is good. I have a new boyfriend. I'm just having a really good time. I made a baby.
This is my 11th grandchild.
I need my first night out. I haven't had a night out in almost a year.
This is
The
definitely...
Kardashians season 2 will start streaming on September 2nd.
I wish we could have one boring day in this family.
Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck recently tied the knot for the second time at Ben Affleck's estate in Georgia. A video from the wedding went viral shortly, in which Lopez is seen singing for Affleck. Their chemistry and tender exchanges created a great buzz. Ain't Your Mama hitmaker Jennifer Lopez has reportedly revealed that the video was filmed without their consent. She further described it as a private moment. She also highlighted that those in attendance were made to sign non-disclosure agreements to avoid such incidents. Meanwhile, the singer and actress will be next seen in action comedy Shotgun Wedding. She also has the mother in her kitty. Ben Affleck, on the other hand, will be seen playing the role of Batman in Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom and The Flash.
มันจะแย่แค่ไหนนุ่นหนักแน่ๆเกือบ40มิลแล้วพี่และยังสูงขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยค่ะเราต้องไม่โทรแจ้งเหรอพี่พายุมาแน่ๆค่ะ
The trailer of series Thai Cave Rescue is out.
แต่แค่ข้อมูลแค่นี้เนี่ยนะลืมเรื่องนี้ไปเลย
The series is based on the real-life rescue operation of 12 Wild Boars soccer team players and their coach in 2018. The group was trapped in Tham Luang caves due to heavy rainfall and needed an international recovery mission that garnered worldwide attention. The series will see the events unfolding from the boys' point of view and is shot across Thailand.
We're going to need extremely fit divers.
We're SEALs. We're trained for combat diving. We've never done this before.
Whatever you believe in these boys.
What happens when one of those boys dies? Because we both know that's going to happen. So are we just going to walk away?
และพอจิตของเราสงบเราก็จะหาวิธีก้าวผ่านความกลัวไปได้
The water is rising. The boys will be cut off from the outside. Not even the best cave divers in the world would be able to get back in.
Thai Caves Rescue will start streaming on Netflix from September 22nd.
ไปก็ไปด้วยกันยังก็อยู่ด้วยกันหมดนี่แหละแต่พี่ก็หวังว่า
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
เป็นครอบครัวนะ
แม่กูเคยบอกว่าความกล้าคือไม่ใช่ไม่กลัวแต่ถึงมึงกลัวมึงก็ต้องทำใช่ไหมล่ะ
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
From Shah Rukh Khan to Kartik Aaryan, A.R. Rahman to John Abraham, we bring you what is keeping our celebrities busy. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending.
Shah Rukh Khan is on a roll. The actor is currently in Chennai to resume the shoot of Atlee's Jawan with Nayanthara, and reports suggest it would be a month-long schedule. Vijay Sethupathi will also be a part of this action thriller, as he will be seen in the role of an antagonist. That's not all. Jawan will also feature Sanya Malhotra and Sunil Grover in pivotal roles. Recently, Deepika Padukone was also spotted with SRK and Atlee in Chennai, leading to speculations that she may have a cameo in the film. Meanwhile, SRK has been juggling between the shoot of his upcoming movies and had recently wrapped up the London schedule of Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey. The film is based on the story of immigrants and also stars Taapsee Pannu in a key role. Apart from Jawan and Donkey, Shah Rukh Khan will also be seen in Siddharth Anand's Pathaan alongside Deepika Padukone and John Abraham. The film, which is set to roll out in cinemas on January 25th, will also feature Salman Khan in a cameo.
Ready.
Kartik Aaryan has reportedly turned down a Pan Masala endorsement deal for which he was offered a tempting amount of 8 to 9 crore rupees. The move comes at a time when several A-listers were endorsing Pan Masala. In the recent past, Akshay Kumar had received much flack for the same. Later, he came forward and issued an apology. Meanwhile, on the work front, Kartik is riding high on the success of his last outing, Bhool Bhulaiya 2, which also featured Kiara Advani and Tabu in pivotal roles. Kartik will be seen in Rohit Dhawan's Shehzada, which is the Hindi remake of Allu Arjun's Ala Vaikunthapuramalu. He also has Hansal Mehta's Captain India and Mr. Freddy in his kitty. The government of Canada has honoured A.R. Rahman by naming a street after him. The Oscar award-winning composer took to social media to share a few pictures from the same. Rahman also shared an emotional statement expressing his gratitude. He wrote, and we quote, "I feel like this gives me immense responsibility to do much and be inspiring. Not to get tired and not to retire yet. Even if I get tired, I'll remember that I have more things to do, more people to connect, more bridges to cross." Meanwhile, on the work front, A.R. Rahman is currently busy with the post-production work of Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan 1. The first part of the film will release in theatres on September 30th. He's also simultaneously working on his directorial debut, Le Masque, which is a virtual reality film. Apart from these, A.R. Rahman is also gearing up for the release of Chyan Vikram's Cobra, which will hit the theatres on August 31st. John Abraham is set to collaborate with Ritesh Deshmukh for his upcoming film 100%. The actor took to social media to share this announcement video. He captioned it as a roller coaster comedy packed with action, music and spice. We guarantee you 100% entertainer. Diwali 2023 just got bigger. Are you ready? Directed by Sajid Khan, the film also stars Nora Fatehi and Punjabi actress Shehnaz Gill in key roles. Meanwhile, John was last seen in 8 Million Returns alongside Arjun Kapoor. The Mohit Suri directorial also featured Tara Sutaria and Disha Patni.
कौन हीरो कौन विलन?
मैं हीरो हूँ तेरी कहानी का। तू हीरो तो मैं तेरी कहानी का विलन।
As far as his other projects are concerned, the actor has Arun Gopalan's Tehran, co-starring Manushi Chillar, in the pipeline. He will also be seen in SRK's Pathan. His first look from the film was recently shared by Shah Rukh Khan on his social media.
हमारे देश में हम नाम रखते हैं अपने धर्म या जाति।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
पर उसके पास इनमें से
That's all we could pack in the show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. Also, do not forget to send me your feedback on Twitter handle. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. No detention, no arrest for rape accused. Muruga Matsya protests erupt demanding justice. Mutt throws its weight behind the pontiff, calls rape charges a conspiracy. Hearing on in the Ganesh Utsav celebrations at Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan begins. Massive security deployment on the ground. Flag march conducted to maintain peace. Bengaluru's sinks after torrential rain. Whitefield Road flooded. Traffic disrupted. CBI checks bank lockers of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister in Liquorgate controversy. Sisodia says nothing was found in the locker. BJP targets AAP government. Tharoor set to throw in his hat in the Congress presidential race. Stresses need for big organizational overhaul in the party to stay relevant.
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article,
which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
With a net worth of $137 billion, Gautam Adani becomes world's third richest person in the world, surpasses Louis Vuitton boss, trails behind Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Breaking news just coming in. Bengaluru Idgah Maidan row hearing has begun in the Supreme Court. Couple Sybil arguing for the Waqf board. Sybil says it's already being used as a playground for kids, but for religious functions, what will it do? Your lordships know. This order should not create problems there. Couple Sybil for Idgah management says ownership of land clarified in 1964 by the Supreme Court of India. Elections are next year and suddenly this happens. Anisha Mathur is now joining us for the latest on this. Anisha, very clearly Kapil Sibal is bringing forth the political element of this entire story about how the elections are next year and suddenly this is happening, and that's the kind of argument put forth by Kapil Sibal. What's going on right now as the hearing is underway? Anisha will be joining us in moments from now to get you more details. But Kapil Sibal currently, as we speak, is arguing for the Waqf board. That's the breaking news coming in. Sudden row as elections are next year, says Sibal. It is the Idgah Maidan row. The hearing has begun in the Supreme Court. So the apex court is hearing this particular case. Sibal says it is already, that is the Idgah Maidan, being used as a playground for kids, but for religious functions, what will it do? Your lordships know. This order should not create problems there. Anisha joins us for the very latest. Anisha, I believe the hearing is currently underway as we speak. We've brought our viewers up to speed with the arguments put forth by Kapil Sibal. What's going on right there in court?
Well, Chaiti, at the moment as we speak, Senior Advocate Dushyant Dave has started arguing on behalf of the Idgah management, that is the Karnataka Muslim Association. Now, remember, there are two petitions before the apex court, one by the Karnataka Board of Waqfs, the second one by the Muslim Association, which is the management committee of the Idgah as well. Both petitions have raised similar concerns, saying that this ground that is under dispute now has been a Waqf property and has been recognized as a Waqf property since the 1800s. They're also saying that in 1964 there was a case relating to construction of road through that area, and the Idgah committee had won that case even up till the Supreme Court, where it had noted that this is the Idgah area. There is a graveyard here which has been in use, and just because there is a path going through which people used to cross over from one side to the other, and just because children have been using this open ground as a playground does not mean that this is a public space. And that is a judgment that Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal has been citing to show that this is not a area which can be used as a public ground by the state. What he's also arguing is that till now this issue had never come up, but now with the elections coming up next year, and this is an argument raised by Kapil Sibal, that with the elections coming up next year, suddenly this issue has come up, and this is a question of religious tensions being created in the state. He's also said that the municipality, the Bangalore municipality, had no right to suddenly raise this concern. Now, Dushyant Dave, who is appearing for the Idgah committee, is currently arguing. My colleague Srishti is inside and sending us minute-by-minute updates of the hearing itself. She's saying that the Mr. Dave is arguing that the High Court order is incorrect, that the High Court should not have taken this kind of an approach. For 200 years, this land has been in the possession of the Idgah, of the Masjid Committee, and now this issue cannot be raised, because even under the limitation issue, if anybody had a problem with this land being notified as a Waqf land, they should have raised the issue within 1 year of that notification, and that notification is from the 1960s, and since then no objection had been filed. So why is it that suddenly this issue is coming up? Remember, the Ganesh Chaturthi is tomorrow. The application that was filed, the demand that is being raised by right-wing groups in Bangalore is to hold Ganesh Chaturthi Puja and the celebrations for the next 4 days in that Idgah ground. And that is why this matter is being heard on an urgent basis before the Supreme Court on whether the Karnataka High Court could have passed an order allowing the state government to take a call on allowing religious ceremonies in that ground or not.
And since we're discussing this, and the matter clearly is being heard in the Supreme Court on an urgent basis right now, if you could just give a little bit of a background in terms of the Karnataka High Court and the order passed by the High Court there.
Well, yes, Chaiti, that is what I was coming to. The Karnataka High Court, remember, last week on Friday itself, had passed an order saying that it is for the Karnataka government to take a call on whether this land can be allowed, whether religious and cultural ceremonies can be allowed for a short period of time on this land. The single bench of the Karnataka High Court, remember, earlier last week, had denied that request to hold the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. But the division bench, the two-judge bench, on the very next day, reversed that order and said that no, this is since the ownership of land is under dispute, it is for the state government to take a call, because India, and this is a quote from the High Court order, that India is a multicultural, multi-religious society, and therefore it is for the state to decide whether to allow this kind of function or not. Now, Mr. Sibbal, in his arguments on behalf of the Karnataka Waqf Board in the Supreme Court, is saying that this is an unnecessary dispute that is being created, that the ownership of this land is not in fact under dispute, and it is only because elections are coming up that this issue has been raised. Mr. Sibbal is also has also raised this argument that and Mr. Dave has also raised this argument that the Karnataka government or the Karnataka High Court could not have passed any such orders. In fact, an interesting argument raised by Kapil Sibbal was also that if you allow the religious and cultural ceremonies of other religions on that land, then, and this is a direct quote, then we all know what can happen. So he's very indirectly or directly arguing that there could be rise in communal tension. One more update we are getting from inside the courtroom is that the Dushyanth Dave, who's currently arguing on behalf of the Idgah committee, is also raised this argument that would a Muslim community be permitted to hold their religious functions if the ground was owned by a Hindu trust. This is a very clear religious argument that is being raised now, and the Supreme Court bench of Justices Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that this kind of an argument should not be raised. The bench has said do not refer to anything that is not born out of this current dispute. So a very political and religious argument being made before the Supreme Court that this land belongs to the Idgah, belongs to the masjid. So why is it that there is a sudden demand to hold the religious and cultural festivals of other religions on this land itself? The argument that's being made is that just because it is an open ground, just because there is no wall surrounding this ground and children are allowed to play in it, does not make it a public park or a public space.
Very interestingly, you also mentioned the arguments put forth by Dushyanth Dave too. If you could expand a little further on those arguments as well.
Well, yes, Chaiti, as I said, the arguments that are currently going on, even as we speak, Mr. Dushyanth Dave is putting forward his arguments, and we are getting updates from the court where my colleague Srishti is inside the courtroom. Dushyanth Dave has raised a two-pronged argument so far. He's still arguing as we speak, but so far he's raised two prongs of the argument. One, that the High Court of Karnataka should not have passed this kind of an order. For 200 years, this land has been in the possession of the Idgah committee. It has been used since there are records dating back to 1870s when this area was used as a graveyard and then as the Idgah grounds. That to file a suit now to challenge the ownership of the land now is completely incorrect. That is the legal side of the argument. The religious political side of the argument that Mr. Dave is raising is that would a Muslim community ever be permitted to hold their religious ceremonies in a ground that is held by a Hindu trust. So that is a religious political argument that he is raising, that when you will not allow, when there are incidents where you would not permit Muslims to hold a religious ceremony on a ground that is held by a Hindu trust, then why do you want a Hindu religious ceremony to be held on a ground that is held by the Idgah trust? So this is a very complicated, nuanced question of religion, politics and law that is being raised here. Legally, the Idgah trust is arguing through Mr. Dave and Mr. Sibal that the land belongs to the Idgah, that this is not public land, that the Karnataka government has no right to say that any other function can happen on this land. The second prong of the argument, of course, is the more religious political question, that this issue is being raised only because the elections are coming up. This is a Hindu-Muslim issue and there is an attempt to create communal tensions in the state. And as we speak, the arguments are still going on. We'll have to see how it works out before the court. Back to you. You know, it's a very interesting argument, Anisha, that is being made by Dushyant Dave, reversing this particular situation, saying what if the ground was owned by a Hindu trust, and would then, in that case, any quote-unquote Muslim events or festivals be allowed to be conducted at those grounds? But I do believe, as you rightly mentioned, the court said, told Mr. Dave that do not make any arguments which are not born out of this particular petition. So it's going to be very interesting to know the stance that the court ends up taking, given the intertwining of politics and religion that is coming through in this case. Quite an iconic one, I must say, Anisha. Well, Chaiti, this is, as you say, there's a lot of interplay of politics and religion in this issue, and that is why we have seen a lot of communal tension, a lot of questions being asked in Karnataka and outside it. This question, this is why repeatedly the issue that is being raised before the court is that this kind of an issue could create communal tensions. We've seen the statements that have come out from
there's a breaking news coming in right there. It's on your screens at the moment, where Kapil Sibal, who is making arguments now after Dushyant Dave, says why was suo motu FIR filed and what is really happening in this country, he questions, in the Supreme Court hearing which is underway. Anisha, updates on that front?
Well, yes, remember, Chaiti, in this particular issue, there is a FIR that was filed just a few days ago when certain right-wing groups had threatened violence in case they're not allowed to enter the Idgah premises. Now, Kapil Sibal has mentioned that FIR, and this is also something that the petition also mentions, that there is a suo motu FIR that was filed by the local police on this issue because they fear that there could be some incident of violence, and that is an issue that should alarm the state as well as the Supreme Court. Now, this argument is being raised right now as we speak. Kapil Sibal has said that the suo motu FIR was filed. What kind of things are happening in this country where a police suo motu files an FIR, and this is an alarming situation. The court, of course, is continuing to hear the matter. Now, senior advocate Huzaifa Ahmadi, also for the Muslim petitioners, is arguing and he's raising arguments with regard to the Waqf board notification of the land. Now, remember, what is happening is that the thrust of the argument really in the court is about ownership of the land. Apart from that, they're trying to keep it they're trying to raise the legal arguments, and along with that, they're also raising the religious and political arguments. So, Mr. Ahmadi, who is now arguing, Mr. Huzaifa Ahmadi, he's saying that the prima facie case is in my favor, which is that the Idgah's favor, that the revenue authority, which is now saying that the revenue records are not updated, they are saying that this is a state-owned land, that revenue record is contrary to the Waqf Act, that the single judge of the Karnataka High Court had in fact passed a very balanced order, and it is the division bench of the High Court, which should not have passed this order. In fact, if I'm just going to read out what Mr. Ahmadi is arguing. He's saying that the single judge had passed a very balanced order and there was no interference required, that they were reasonable before the single judge, and we have said that the playground, because that ground, the Idgah ground, is used as for children, by children to play, that it can be used as a playground and for national festivals, but to allow religious festivals in that area would create a problem. That is this line of argument now being taken by senior advocate Huzaifa Ahmadi in this case. So we are seeing a lot of religious, political, cultural arguments as well. We're also seeing this issue of the ownership of the land and whether the Waqf...
While we're getting our viewers all these updates that are coming in from the Supreme Court as well, we will continue bringing the arguments that are being put forth by Ahmadi, by Dushyant Dave, by Kapil Sibal as well. One question which is out of, the legality of it all, Anisha, that arises is, aren't there any other Maidans right there where this particular festival of Hindus can be conducted, or Idgah is the only one over there in that vicinity?
Well, Chaiti, this is a question better answered by somebody who's on the ground in Karnataka and can possibly do a survey of all the open areas available in the city. Because this is also a question, however, that is being asked at a political level, at the level of the larger debate. Why is it that there is a sudden demand to hold this festival on this ground itself? Why is it that this kind of communal tension is now being created? Because remember, this is an argument that the Muslim side is also taking, that when there was no dispute about this particular property for several years, for several decades, why is it that suddenly 1 year before elections this issue has become so important? Why is it that suddenly an FIR had to be registered by the Bangalore police because of the threats and the statements being made? So it is very clear to somebody who's, and speaking as somebody who's watching this entire issue play out in the courts in the last several days, Chaiti, it is very clear that the legal issue and the religious political issues are very, very separate. There is a very deliberate attempt seeming to be made to create an issue out of what exists there. Whether or not this is public land is a separate issue. Whether or not you can claim to hold religious festivals on one particular land and say that no, we will do this here and no other place. And whether the other side, the Muslim side, is also correct in saying that no, you cannot do this here because this is our land. It is very clear that something fishy is going on in the state of Karnataka, and we will have to ask this question of the Karnataka government, of the Karnataka authorities, of the Bangalore authorities, that why is it that just 1 day before a major Hindu festival, this entire issue is blowing up so much that the Supreme Court has had to hear it immediately just 1 day before the festival. This is a question that we need to ask the government, we need to ask the authorities, we need to ask the political parties involved, that why is it that when there is a festival that is based on devotion and love, why are we seeing religious disharmony being created in the country? Back to you.
Absolutely. I do believe that Ahmadi is now going through the operative part of the single judge order as well. Anisha, do we have any updates on that front?
Well, yes, Chaiti, as we've been speaking, the arguments are still going on. My colleague Srishti Ojha, who's inside the courtroom, is telling us the updates of the hearing. Now, remember, what is before the Supreme Court is an appeal against the division bench. That is the two-judge bench order of the Karnataka High Court that was passed just on Friday. That Karnataka High Court order had allowed the state government to take a call on whether religious or cultural festivals can be allowed for a short period of time in that particular Idgah. Now, what is interesting is that two-judge bench order had in fact reversed a single-judge bench verdict of the Karnataka High Court, which again was passed just last week, where the single-judge bench had very clearly said that this is an interim order. If any religious practice is being observed on that ground so far, it is open for them to say that they can use it. That single-judge bench order also said that the playground, the children can be allowed to continue to play in that playground, and national festivals, which in legal parlance, national festivals usually refers to the Independence Day, Republic Day celebrations, things like that. Now, when the single judge bench had very clearly said that this is an ad interim order if a religious practice, and I'm reading out the updates that we are getting, that if any religious practice is currently being observed on the ground, it is open for them to say that only I will use. The single judge bench had also said that they are not taking away the ownership of this land from the Idgah at the moment, but the very next day after this single judge bench had passed its order, an appeal was filed by the Bangalore Municipal Corporation before the division bench, which then said that no, this is not at this point, because the festival is next week, because the state is claiming ownership of the land, we will allow the government to take a call on whether something of a religious or cultural nature can be done on this land for a short period of time. And that is what this argument now being raised by Mr. Huzaifa Ahmadi is, that the division bench of the Karnataka High Court has passed an incorrect order, that they should not have taken up this issue at all, that the single judge bench had passed a balanced order, because the Bangalore Municipal Corporation's petition, which is saying that this land is not Idgah land, this land is public land, that itself is an incorrect petition. And that is the argument that the Idgah Management Committee is now saying. Now, the Solicitor General, as we speak,
But what's the fact over there, Anisha? Who owns this land? It's owned by the Idgah Trust. It's owned by them. Is that correct?
Well, Chaiti, if you go by the Supreme Court orders, then yes, 1964, the Supreme Court said in its order that this land, this particular parcel of land is owned by the Idgah. After that, a Waqf notification was also issued. And that is, I am simply reading out the arguments that the Muslim side is giving so far. There was a Waqf notification in which that land was also included as part of Waqf property. That notification has never been challenged, which basically means that at that time, the Karnataka government did not object to that land being notified as Waqf property. But now suddenly the Bangalore Municipal Corporation, the BBMP, is saying that court records may say something else, but our revenue records, the revenue records maintained by the municipality, those say that part of that land is a graveyard, but the other part of the land is public land, it's a state land. And that is why this petition has come before the Karnataka High Court, that is this a valid, which documents are valid? Is the revenue record the valid record, or is it that the other records, the Waqf notification, the Supreme Court order,
Solicitor General have to say on this front? What does the Solicitor General have to say on this front? Clearly, because the ownership issue has been raised by the Waqf lawyers, the ones appearing for the Waqf board. How does the SG respond to this?
Well, Chaiti, as we speak, the Solicitor General has just started giving his argument. Now, what the Solicitor General is saying is that this is an open plot of land. It does not have any demarcated boundaries. And the 1964 case that is repeatedly being referred to by the Idgah Trust was with regard to an issue where the municipal corporation was trying to build a road and a school on that open playground. And at that time, the SG is arguing that that order deals with who has possession of the land. So the court is currently asking the question to the Solicitor General to clarify whether the issue is of possession or of ownership. Because remember, while you and I as laypersons may understand possession and ownership as pretty much the same thing, legally they are different. Even if somebody is in possession of a particular property, they may or may not have the legal ownership of it. Idgah Trust is saying that we have had ownership as well as possession of the land for more than 200 years. The Solicitor General is now arguing that the 1964 case was only with regard to recognition of what is on that land and not who owns that land. So, because of these legal nuances, Chaiti, the question you asked me just a few minutes ago, that who exactly owns that particular property, that is what the court will have to at some point of time consider.
That's an interesting one. That's what the court will have to also ascertain. So breaking news coming in as the SG has started arguing for Karnataka government, something that Anisha was just mentioning to us a while back, issue mainly of land possession. So see, there the SG has also started speaking about the land possession issue as well. So looks like the hearing is going to go in that direction now in terms of the possession of the land per se, more than getting into the religious or the political arguments of all of this. I'll go to Nagarjun in moments from now, but Anisha, if you could respond to that.
Well, Chaiti, as we speak, this is not a very easy issue. As we've been discussing for the last several minutes, this is about who owns that particular piece of land, what is actually there physically on that piece of land, whether there is a religious claim on that land, and if there is a claim of one religion on that particular land, can the state government then say that no, not just that one religion, but other religions can also conduct their rituals on that particular land? This is a very, and particularly because religion is a very hot button topic in our country, because it is something that emotions and politics are intertwined with. This has become a very, very important issue. Now, the Solicitor General is also referring to the 1964 judgment of the Supreme Court, where the Idgah, where according to the Idgah lawyers, they had been recognized as the owners of that land. Solicitor General, on the other hand, is arguing that the corporation, and this is a very interesting argument, by the way, Chaiti, that from what we can see, the Supreme Court is asking, was the 1964 issue a question of ownership or only possession? And I'm going to quote what Srishti, our reporter Srishti, has said about the Solicitor General's argument. Yes, court says that corporation is... I'm sorry, just 1 second. I'm just updating that.
No, you take your time, Anisha, with that. Take your time.
The court has said that corporation has been unable to show, and this is a very, very interesting argument here, Chaiti. Corporation has been unable to show that it is the owner. This is a categorical statement being made by the Solicitor General that in 1964, the Supreme Court has noted that the Corporation of Bangalore has been unable to show that it is the owner of that particular property. But the Solicitor General says that this is not a conclusive thing. There are other issues that need to be considered. And now more arguments are being made. So it seems that seems to be a very complicated route being taken in the arguments also by the government and by the
also at the same time, it's interesting that the arguments are going towards the ownership of this particular land, and that alone, probably the religious and political arguments are being kept in the silos for the moment, and that perhaps is for the better, because now they're just arguing on the merits of the ownership of the land, and that's a very interesting one. I'm coming back to you, Anisha, on that. Nagarjun also is standing by with us. Nagarjun, before we get into the situation on ground as this particular hearing is underway as well, one question that comes to my mind is there any other ground around that particular vicinity where a festival of this nature can be conducted, or is Idgah the only one?
Well, of course, there are ample number of grounds which Ganesha Utsav can be held. In Bangalore, usually what happens is people put the pendal on the road itself. They block the roads, they put the pendal. At least per area, one big pendal will be there where DJs will come, orchestra happens, and that's where the festival is celebrated by the whole area and public in the locally. What has happened now is this Idgah Maidan, let me show you on the other side, is the Minar where the minority community, they come here often offer prayers during the holy month of Ramzan as well as other festivals of their religion. And right-wing organizations here have been saying that if this is a public property, why cannot we celebrate a Hindu religion? If Muslims can offer their prayers here, why can't Hindus offer the prayers? So the government is ready, no matter what the Supreme Court says. If you allow also, we are ready. If you don't allow also, we are ready. We are done with the prep. Let me take you through this whole security preparations. Behind me, me, you're seeing the rapid action force which is in full swing here. Since morning they have done a route march, and they have tried to build the confidence of people among the Chamrajpet localites here, saying that we are here to make sure that there is no untoward incidents that will happen, and the rapid action force will be here along with the police, along with the Bangalore police. So totally around 3 DCP, that is the Deputy Commissioner of Police rank officers, IPS rank officers are deployed here, along with 40 odd Assistant Commissioner of Police. So behind me you can see a company of rapid action force with state-of-the-art ammunitions in their hands, and they are saying that they are ready no matter what the Supreme Court says. They are ready to make sure that we will provide security for the festival to be celebrated. If not, if the court doesn't permit, they are also willing to provide security to the locals here to make sure that the Hindu groups don't come forcibly install a Ganesha idol. So the security has been beefed up here. All eyes towards the Supreme Court as to what exactly will happen in the next few hours.
No, absolutely. Nagarjun continuing to be with us right there, and Anisha is getting us all the updates. Anisha, any more updates coming in right there from the Supreme Court?
Well, yes.
Okay,
Chaiti.
breaking
So
news just
now,
coming
as
in.
we were
Breaking news
talking
just
about
coming
it,
in.
and,
Hold on right there.
Nagarjun-
There's breaking news. Muruga Seer booked under SC/ST Atrocities Act, also as one of the kids belong to the scheduled caste. New charges brought, but no arrest for the Seer as yet. This is the latest coming in. Muruga Seer has been booked under SC/ST Atrocities Act, as well as one of the kids belonged to the scheduled charge. So there's one more charge being brought. So new charges are being brought against the Seer, but there has been no arrest for the Seer yet. And that brings us to the big question in terms of why is there no arrest when there are so many charges being brought forth against the Muruga Seer. He's now been booked under SC/ST Atrocities Act, also as one of the kids belonged to the scheduled caste. There are so many new charges being brought, but there has been no arrest for the Seer as yet. That is the breaking news on your screen. New charges brought, but no arrest as yet for the Seer. He is not facing arrest. Rape accused Seer has now been also booked under the SC and ST Act. SC Act invoked as one of the minor victims is Dalit, and now there are new charges on the Seer, who's already facing heat over rape accusations, and more charges against the Seer now. Big question arising as to why no arrest has been made on this front. If you have a reporter with us, let's go straight across to our reporter in moments from now. But this is the big story we're tracking at this point. Rape accused Seer been booked under SC and ST Act. This is the Muruga Seer that we're talking about. We've been reporting this story. We'll get you the latest that is coming in from this particular Lingayat Seer. He is the chief pontiff of the prominent Muruga Mutt in Karnataka's Chitradurga, and there were multiple accusations against the Seer. Nagarjun was with us a while back. He can update us on the story as well. He was booked for sexually assaulting minors in Karnataka, and there were also rumors of the Seer absconding from the Mutt. And top sources in police have said that he's neither been detained or arrested as yet. There has been no detention. There has been no arrest. There's also a rumor in the grapevine that he was absconding from the Mutt. And he's the chief pontiff of the Pramana Muruga Mutt in Karnataka's Chitradurga, facing rape charges, sexual assault charges against him. He's been booked under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, and now more charges against the Seer. Allegations of rape against prominent Lingayat Mutt Seer Shivamurthy Muruga has rocked Karnataka, while the Muruga Mutt pontiff has been booked under several sections of the POCSO Act for rape of 2 minor girls. No detention has been made. No arrest has been made as yet, despite charges under the POCSO Act being a non-bailable offence. With just months to go for the state polls, political leaders across political parties, alongside junior seers of the Mutt, have all backed the seer despite the allegations leveled against him. However, the seer has claimed that the case is a part of a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Meanwhile, protests erupt against Chitradurga police and district administration for not taking strict action against the seer who's been accused of rape. The District Sessions Court in Chitradurga will hear the anticipatory bail petition of the tainted seer on 1st September.
ವೈಚಾರಿಕೆಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಸಹಿಸದ ಕೆಲವು ಪಟ್ಟಬದ್ಧ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯ ಮುಖಕ್ಕೆ ಕಪ್ಪು ಮಸಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಈ ಆರೋಪ ಮುಕ್ತರಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಡಿನ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಆಶಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸತ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಬೆಂಬಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಖಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು,
ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. 164 ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಅವರ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಸರಿನಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಾ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ
ನಾವು ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರು. ಈ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಇದೆ. ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು. ಇನ್ನು ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೀತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆ. ಈ ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ.
ಈಗ ಅತ್ಯಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ದಲಿತರು ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಲಿತ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಪೋಕ್ರೋ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಈ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ.
ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಿದೆ, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು? ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟೇನಿದೆ, ಆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾದ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕಾದು.
लॉ सबके लिए एक है, अलग अलग हो नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी हो रहा है, इंक्वायरी के बीच में हम क्लीन चिट भी नहीं दे सकता और अपराधी ऐसा भी कह नहीं सकता. इंक्वायरी के बाद सच पता होगा. मुख्यमंत्री स्टेटमेंट भी दिया, हम लोग इंक्वायरी करेंगे. इंक्वायरी फ्री हैंड दिया है ऐसा कहा है मुख्यमंत्री ने. इसकी वजह से हम लोग आज स्टेटमेंट बीच में देना वो ठीक नहीं होता है.
Sagar Raj is now joining us live from Chitradurga Mutt. Sagar, if you could tell us about the charges, the additional charges that the seer is facing now, and if you could clarify, there are some rumors that the seer is absconding. He's not been arrested and detained clearly. When is that going to happen? So many questions come up.
No, Seer is not absconding. He is at the Mutt, and there were several Swamijis who had addressed a press conference, had backed Muruga Rajendra Swamiji, and they went on to say that few force is trying to malign his image and trying to conspire against him. And as we speak now, you can see we are outside the Chitradurga District Court complex, where the statement of the victims has been recorded under CRPC 164 in presence of a magistrate. And this will be very crucial when it comes to this particular case. case, because once this particular statement has been registered, it is inevitable if they have admitted to the magistrate that they were being sexually abused inside the hostel, and it is inevitable the arrest of Swamiji by the police. But how long the police will take? Will they take by more time? Because so far they have not detained the seer from the mud. They have not summoned him. They have not questioned him so far. They have given him a free hand. But now, after CRPC 164 statement has been recorded, it will be very crucial for police as well as for the seer as well.
Big questions arising on why the seer is not facing any detention or arrest still, because Sagai just clarified to our viewers that the seer is not absconding. He is very much right there in the premises, and hence the question arises is that why has there been no arrest? Thanks so much, Sagai, for joining us with the latest details. BJP MLC calls for rape accused seer to temporarily step down. BJP MLC Vishwanath will write to Prime Minister on the ongoing case and issues in Karnataka. That's the breaking news coming in. Vishwanath says that quit being the head of the mud temporarily and face investigation. Please come back after a clean sheet. Society will accept you. That's the breaking news coming.
It's not the question of BJP or any political party. This is the question of executing the law of the land.
Right.
Because the aggrieveds are the minor girls, you know.
Yeah.
So after this case, the India government has taken a very good stand after the Nirbhaya case.
Right.
The whole India, the union government, all other state governments accepted this post-coup.
Yeah.
And even that was amended in the year 2019.
Right.
Yeah. So, such a strong case we have got here, such a strong case.
Absolutely.
That must be executed. This is because the minority girls, they should not be offended.
Yeah.
Their chastity or anything, their education, everything must be protected, you know. Everything must be protected. This sexual harassment, no one tolerate this, you know. That too from a priest. No.
Wreak havoc in Karnataka's Bengaluru and Ramanagara districts on Monday. Whitefield Road in Bengaluru was flooded due to yesterday's rain. Traffic was disrupted due to waterlogging on the roads. Heavy rains lashed Bengaluru, inundating low-lying areas on Monday. And the flash floods due to incessant rainfall has caused widespread destruction in Ramanagara, killing at least 2 people while rendering thousands homeless. Rains had effectively shut down the expansive national highway that links Bengaluru and Mysuru. The district administration declared a holiday for all schools and pre-university colleges in the city today. Met Department forecasts cloudy skies and light to moderate rainfall in Bengaluru till 1st of September. Heavy rainfall also lashed various parts of Kerala's Kottayam district on Monday evening. Met Department has issued yellow alert for rainfall that has been predicted for all the Kerala districts excepting Kasaragod.
It is BTM layout and Madiwala area. This street is completely inundated after 48 hours of non-stop rain. You can see to what extent the water logging is. This gate to my right was completely submerged. Also, the water levels have come down. The BBMP and the fire department have constantly been working to remove the water and drain it back to the lake or the drain here. Let me try talking to a local resident here. How bad has been the rain here and how much did you see the water logging in your house?
So bad. Water came to our house only and insects are coming inside and the carpet is piling up. Everything is bad, so bad. We are not able to go to office.
And how often do you see this happening? Every time it rains, this happens?
Very often. It's like every 3 or 5 days in a month like this. Every month it's happening every month.
So you heard one of the residents saying it's done. They face these situations quite often here. They don't have drinking water because the rainwater has gone into their water tanks as well. This is the machine that the BBMP is using, the fire department is using to drain out the water from the road here. Fortunately, the sun is out. However, there has been alert from the Met Department for the next 3 days for heavy rainfall. Nagarjunwar Kanath for India Today.
Slipping to a break when we return, Rimzim Dadu completes 15 years in the fashion industry, the design innovation, artisans, the craftsmanship, all of that merit art at the Kiranadar Museum of Art. We're bringing you a story on how art meets fashion and the relevance of it all.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Idgah hearing in the Supreme Court. The matter has been referred to a 3-judge bench. That's the latest coming in at this point. Tomorrow is Ganesh Utsav, and now the Idgah case has been referred to a 3-judge bench. That's what we're picking up at this point. We'll go back to our reporter Anisha Mathur, who's joining us from the Supreme Court in moments from now, and explain to us what really happened in the Supreme Court, because clearly right there, the Idgah case has now been referred to a 3-judge bench. The latest coming in as far as the Idgah Rao is concerned. We got you both the sides of the argument. We were tracking these developments very closely. The Idgah case now referred to the 3-judge bench. That's the latest coming in from the Supreme Court. Lawyers have sought not to mention case before the CJI as well. That's the big breaking story we're bringing to you at this point. The Idgah case referred to the 3-judge bench. Anisha Mathur now joins us for the very latest. Anisha, what happened there?
Well, Chaiti, twists and turns galore in this matter as the lawyers for both sides were arguing. Now, the bench of Justices Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that we as 2 judges have different opinions. This matter needs to be mentioned before the Chief Justice so that this issue can go before a 3-judge bench. And it is now 10 minutes to 4 p.m. Chaiti, and this is a very important, very contentious issue. We'll have to wait and see if the Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit, agrees to list this matter before any other bench. Now, as we speak, this matter is now being mentioned before the Chief Justice of India to be listed before a 3-judge bench immediately. The senior advocates, Dushyant Dave and Kapil Sibal, have rushed from Court 7 to Court 1. And I'm going to ask my camera person to show you behind me Satya, if you can just show the zoom towards the courtroom here, court premises here. Right behind me is the Supreme Court. Court 7 is towards the back side of the court building. They have rushed from one court to the court number 1, that is just the Chief Justice's court, and immediately requested for a 3-judge bench to hear this matter. The mentioning is going on right now. The Chief Justice, in fact, remarking that logically this issue has to go before 3 judges. The lawyers are saying that the bench has to be constituted immediately. If there is a delay, then the entire issue will be over.
There cannot be a delay as far as this case is concerned, because tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi. So any particular time that we know when this matter will come for the hearing before the 3-judge bench?
Well, Chaiti, as we speak, the hearing is the Chief Justice's bench is considering this matter. We are getting minute-by-minute updates on this issue from our reporter Srishti, who's inside the courtroom. Justice Lalit and Justice Ravindra Bhatt. Interestingly enough, by the way, today most of the benches in the Supreme Court have sat as 2-judge benches after 2 p.m. All the miscellaneous matters are being taken up by 2-judge benches. So at the moment, there's not even a conveniently placed 3-judge bench which can suddenly take up this matter in addition to its own court proceedings, its own current matters. So at the moment, the Chief Justice would have to consider this now. Chaiti, just right now, we are getting information that the Chief Justice has said that let me see if any other judge is available. We'll be late by 5-10 minutes. The Chief Justice will take a decision within the next 5 to 10 minutes on which judge is available to sit in a 3-judge bench, because Justice Dhulia, who with the Justice Hemant Gupta was hearing this matter for the last several minutes, he is scheduled to sit in a special bench with the Chief Justice very shortly. And now the Chief Justice is
coming in the Idgah case. Supreme Court says consensus between bench could not be established. Liberty to mention before the CJI. I'm reading out the latest updates. Just hold on right there. Matter to be mentioned before CJI for urgent hearing today itself. Senior Advocate Dushyant Dave mentioning Idgah case before CJI Lalit. That is CJI UU Lalit. Matter to be mentioned before CJI for urgent hearing today itself. Dave says government has passed order to let the land be used for Ganesh Chaturthi. Bench has asked which city. Dave says Bangalore. Sybil says there's judgment from this court. Suddenly in 2022, they wake up and say they want to use the land. CJI says logically it has to go before 3 judges. Councils asked bench to be constituted. Everything will be lost. This case just got over. We requested for status quo, but CJI Lalit and Justice Ravindra Bhatt discussing amongst themselves, and the CJI has asked for papers. So that's the latest coming in. Consensus between bench could not be established. Liberty to mention before CJI. Matter to be mentioned before CJI for urgent hearing today itself. And Senior Advocate Dushyant Dave mentioning Idgah case before CJI UU Lalit. CJI to consider setting up a bench to hear Idgah case today itself. And Anisha, that makes sense because tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi. So obviously the CJI is considering setting up the bench to hear Idgah case today itself. We're still waiting actually in terms of what time this is going to happen. It has to happen at some point today, but we don't really know what time. Those updates are just trickling in as we speak. Anisha.
Well, yes, Chaiti, as we've been speaking, the Chief Justice is taking a decision on this. Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit, has said that let me consult with other judges, let me see who is available to take up this matter, because the 3-judge bench will have to be constituted to hear this matter. Within 5 to 10 minutes, Chaiti, we should get an update from the court. The court will pass a direction on which bench will be hearing this matter. Right now, however, the breaking news that we have is that the 2 judges, Justice Hemant Gupta and Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, who had been hearing this matter for almost an hour now, have said that they are not agreeing with each other on what can be done about the Idgah issue, about this Ganesh Chaturthi celebration dispute, and therefore this matter will now have to be heard by a 3-judge bench. There has to be a 3rd judge to act as a tiebreaker. The complication, however, is the fact that it is almost 4 p.m. The Supreme Court timings are about to get over, even apart from that, most of the benches today are after 2 p.m. have been sitting as 2-judge benches, so there is no conveniently placed 3-judge bench to suddenly take up this matter. The Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit, now saying he will consult with the other judges and see who is available to take up this matter. Additionally, Justice Dhulia, who's been hearing this matter so far, is also supposed to join Justice Lalit's bench for a special bench matter hearing. So it is a very significant. It is going to be very significant to watch in the next 5 to 10 minutes where this entire issue is going to go. What twist and turn will happen next in this matter. And for the last hour that we've been hearing these arguments, Shetty, it is a complicated question, made even more so because of the stand being taken by the state government. There are revenue records which say one thing, there are Waqf notifications and Supreme Court orders which say something completely different, and it is the state government now saying that no, the Waqf notification doesn't matter, the court order doesn't matter, our revenue records say it is Sarkari land, therefore we should be allowed to do what we want with it. So it is going to be a very, very crucial question before the court, especially since Ganesh Chaturthi is tomorrow.
You're saying that it's a Sarkari land has been, or the government land has been mentioned by which party?
The state government, Chetty, the state government for which the Solicitor General had appeared has been arguing that this is Sarkari land, and that is why functions of all religions should be allowed on this particular land. The Idgah Trust, of course, saying that no, this is Waqf land, it was properly notified as a Waqf land, and in 1964 the Supreme Court recognized it as a Waqf land, and that Waqf notification has never been challenged. The Solicitor General trying to shift the argument around, saying that the Waqf notification is something different. The revenue records of the state, the Khata Khatoni records of the state say that this is an open ground which is a Sarkari land. So that is an issue that will also at some point have to be decided by the court.
But Anisha, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, if the Supreme Court is recognizing this land as Waqf land, should there be even an argument on that front? Sorry, explain this to the layman.
Well, Chaiti, that is where this entire complication, nuance and the government stance comes in. If you see the 1964 order that the Idgah Trust is citing, that order was with regard to now, again, I'm going into very complicated legal nuances there. That order was with regard to injunction and easement rights, which basically meant that at that time, the Idgah Trust said that yes, there is no boundary on this land. Yes, children play on this land, and yes, people use this land as a path to go from one side to the other. But we are in possession of this land. We are the owners of this land, and therefore the government cannot build a school or a road on that land, and therefore the government cannot encroach upon part of that land. Now, what the state is now saying is that just because that 1964 order was about access and easement and not about ownership, the state is claiming that revenue records, that is the Khata Khatoni record of the state government, say that this is part Sarkari land and part graveyard, and that part Sarkari land is Sarkari land. Therefore, whatever the government wants to do on that land should be allowed. The Idgah Trust says that no, it has been notified by the Waqf board via a valid notification as the Waqf land. It is no longer Sarkari land, and in fact, since the 1800s, because it was an Idgah, because it was a graveyard, it has never been Sarkari land, whatever the revenue records may say. So that is where this whole nuance of ownership, possession and easement comes in, because government is now saying that no, for the last 50 years we may have remained,
Anisha, we're coming back to this. We're coming back to this. Today itself, the CJI is going to be considering setting up a bench to hear the Idgah case, and that's the big story we're tracking at this point. We're slipping into a short commercial break. This and more on the other side. Stay with us. I'll see you in moments from now with the headlines.
You are watching India Today.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces: China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces: China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy: China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force: China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves: China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks: China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines: China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships: China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery: China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft: China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first this evening. The CBI has set up a bench to hear Bengaluru Idgah Maidan case as Hindu groups seek celebration of Ganesh Chaturthi at the premises. Massive security deployment on the ground. No detention, no arrest for rape accused Irqa Seer. Protests erupt demanding justice. Mutt throws its weight behind the pontiff. Calls rape charges a conspiracy. Bengaluru sinks after torrential rainfall. Whitefield Road flooded. Traffic disrupted. CBI checks bank lockers of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister in Liquorgate controversy. Sisodia says nothing was found in the locker. BJP targets AAP government. Shashi Tharoor said to throw in his hat in the Congress presidential race, stresses need for big organizational overhaul in the party to stay relevant.
I have no comment to make, except what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
With a net worth of $137 billion, Gautam Adani becomes world's third richest person in the world, surpasses Louis Vuitton boss, trails behind Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Breaking news coming in. Idgah hearing in the Supreme Court. Matter referred to the three-judge bench. Supreme Court says consensus between bench could not be established. Liberty to mention before the Chief Justice of India. The matter to be mentioned before CJI for urgent hearing today itself. So CJI will consider setting up a bench today to hear the Idgah case, and this will have to happen today, obviously, because the Ganesh Chaturthi's festivals is tomorrow. The matter had come for an urgent hearing when Kapil Sibal pressed for it, who was appearing for the Waqf board, saying that the festival is tomorrow and hence the hearing should happen today. So the hearing did happen in the Supreme Court. We brought you up to speed with both the sides of the arguments made by the lawyers. Of course, after hearing the entire matter, the matter was referred to a three-judge bench. So that's where we stand at the moment. There is consensus between bench could not be established, says the Supreme Court. Liberty to mention before Chief Justice of India. The matter is going to be mentioned before CJI for urgent hearing today itself. In fact, a little while back, there was CJI, UU Lalit and Justice Ravindra Bhatt were discussing this matter amongst themselves as well. The CJI asked for papers as well, and the CJI is now going to be considering setting up a bench to hear the Idgah case today. Anisha Mathur now joining us live from the Supreme Court on this. Anisha, of course, this will have to happen today because tomorrow is the Ganesh Chaturthi. Any indication from when we last spoke about when this is going to happen?
Well, Chaiti, you and I are both waiting for orders from the Chief Justice of India. Chief Justice of India and UU Lalit has said that he will be consulting with the other judges, that Justice Dhulia, who was sitting with Justice Hemant Gupta so far in the last hour and a half to hear this Idgah matter, will be joining him and Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt to consider this matter, and then the court will decide on what time and which bench can hear this particular issue. Now remember, this is being this entire issue is being made more and more complicated because this Karnataka government has taken the stand that they do not accept what the Waqf records or the court records say. The Karnataka government has taken the stand that just because there was no clear title of ownership, they are saying there was no clear title or ownership of this land. That is why they are saying now that this is Sarkari land, even though the Idgah Trust is saying that the Waqf notification is there, which was never challenged, which clearly says that this is Waqf land. Now, because we have a government now saying that revenue records and Waqf records are very different and that the government is claiming ownership, that is where this entire issue has come to has become stuck on this point. The argument raised on behalf of the Idgah Trust and by the Karnataka Waqf Board, the senior advocates Kapil Sibal, Dushyant Dave, Huzaifa Ahmadi, all of them have questioned this in very stand taken by the state government. They are saying that there was no complication on this issue for 200 years. This land has been a graveyard and an Idgah since the 1800s. There are records dating back to the 1870s and in the 1930s that this is an Idgah. In 1964, this was recognized by the Supreme Court as Idgah land. So why is it that after so many years, suddenly the state government is coming out and saying that no, this is not an Idgah, this is an open ground and therefore Sarkari property? At the same time, apart from this land ownership issue, is the very, very crucial legal, political and religious dispute that is brewing here with the Idgah Trust saying that this is Idgah land. There should not be religious festivals and of other religions on that land. At the same time, there are right-wing groups in Karnataka who have said that they are insisting on using this very piece of land for the Ganesh Chaturthi festival. Now, with just hours remaining, it's past 4 p.m. on Tuesday. On Wednesday, that is tomorrow, is Ganesh Chaturthi. So in the next few hours, the Supreme Court will have to consider the correctness of the Karnataka High Court order, which allowed the government to take a call on this issue. Even if the question before the Apex Court, Chaiti, really will be that even if you accept the Karnataka government stand that the ownership of the land is not clear, even in that situation, can you say that this is not Idgah land and therefore government has the right to allow other religions to hold their religious or cultural festivals? The Idgah lawyers are very clearly saying that, well, we are okay with children playing on the playground. We are okay with this being used as a thoroughfare. We are okay with national festivals such as Independence Day, Republic Day, etc. being celebrated on that ground. But we are not okay with the religious festival of another religion being held on this ground, and more so because this is being insisted upon just a few months before election, because elections are next year, and that is why, according to the Idgah Trust, this issue is being blown up in this manner. The Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, will be shortly taking a decision on what will be done. The two-judge bench of Justices Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia, which was hearing this matter so far, has said very clearly that the two judges on the bench have differing opinions on what should be done. They cannot decide on what should be done. Therefore, there needs to be a 3-judge bench to hear this matter. And we are at this moment waiting for Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit, to take a decision and constitute a bench on this matter. Remember,
absolutely, and you had a slight bit of a Freudian slip right there. You meant CJI, UU Lalit right there, and you know that better than most of us actually. And it was a Freudian slip, so yes.
I made that mistake and I apologize very clearly.
No, not
We've been
at all.
used to saying one name for the last year.
Course,
it is just
happens
day 2
to
of
the best
Justice
of us.
being on
We're
the
getting some
bench.
breaking news coming, cutting across straight to it. ODP municipality to construct a circle after Veer Savarkar. Decision was unanimously taken in the municipal corporation session. There was no opposition from the Congress in the session. The final decision will be taken after gathering public opinion on the same. That's the latest breaking news we're bringing to you at this point. ODP municipality to construct a circle after Veer Savarkar. Decision was unanimously taken in the municipal corporation session. There was no opposition from the Congress in the session. The final decision is going to be taken after gathering public opinion on the same. Big story coming in at this point in the polarization in Karnataka. We'll get you our reporter to bring you up to speed with the latest details, but municipal body has unanimously passed the decision. Final decision on roundabout after the public meeting. They will be constructing a circle after Veer Savarkar. This is a unanimous decision taken by the municipal corporation. They had a corporation session to decide on this, and now they've unanimously decided to build this roundabout, which is a circle, and it will be named after Veer Savarkar. That's the story we are reporting on at this point. Allegations of rape against prominent Lingayat Seer Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru has rocked Karnataka, while the Muruga Math pontiff has been booked under several sections of the POCSO Act for the rape of 2 minor girls. No detention or arrests have been made as yet, despite charges under POCSO Act being non-bailable offence. Which is months to go before the state polls. Political leaders across political parties alongside junior seers of the Math have all backed the seer despite the allegations levelled against him. However, the seer has claimed that the case is a part of a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Meanwhile, there is protest that has erupted against Chitradurga police and district administration for not taking strict action against the seer who is accused of rape. District Sessions Court in Chitradurga will hear the anticipatory bail petition of the tainted seer on 1st September.
ವೈಚಾರಿಕೆಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಸಹಿಸದ ಕೆಲವು ಪಟ್ಟಬದ್ಧ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯ ಮುಖಕ್ಕೆ ಕಪ್ಪು ಮಸಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಈ ಆರೋಪ ಮುಕ್ತರಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಡಿನ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಆಶಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸತ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಬೆಂಬಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಖಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು,
ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. 164 ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. The statement of the Home Minister and other ministers, Chief Minister and the former Chief Ministers, ಅವರ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಸರಿನಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಾ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು
ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರು. ಈ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಇದೆ. ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಭಕ್ತ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು. ಇನ್ನು ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೀತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆ. ಈ ಮಠ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ.
ಈಗ ಅತ್ಯಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ದಲಿತರು ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಲಿತ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಪೋಕ್ರೋ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಈ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ.
ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟೇನಿದೆ, ಆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ.
Breaking news coming in. 3-judge Supreme Court bench assembles to hear the Idgah case. The bench assembles, so it's happening right now. All right, there's the latest. 3-judge Supreme Court bench assembles. This is to hear the Idgah case. Anisha Mathur is going to be joining us. Remember, we had reported just moments back as to how the CJI was considering setting up the bench to hear the Idgah case today itself, and this had to happen today because the Ganesh Chaturthi festivals are tomorrow. So the 3-judge Supreme Court bench has assembled now. That's the latest coming in. This is for the hearing of the Idgah case. We will get you more details in moments from now. But in fact, the CJI earlier had also said logically it has to go before the 3 judges. There was some sort of a difference of opinion that had taken place between the 2 judges. And hence, it was only fair that this goes to a 3-judge bench. Now, the CJI UU Lalit has constituted this particular 3-judge bench to hear the case. Justice Banerjee, Oka and Justice Sundaresh are a part of this bench. 3-judge Supreme Court bench assembles now to hear the Idgah case. The matter has been scheduled for 4:35 p.m. It's going to be heard by Justice Indira Banerjee, Justice A.S. Oka and Justice M.M. Sundaresh. That's the latest coming in. 4:35 p.m. is when this particular hearing will begin. I beg your pardon. But the 3-judge bench has assembled. Justice Banerjee, Justice Oka, Justice Sundaresh are a part of the 3-judge bench. Anisha Mathur is joining us. So Anisha, as we were discussing earlier itself, that this would happen some point today and it's already out. 4:35 is when the hearing will begin, and the 3 judges, M.M. Sundaresh, Justice A.S. Oka, Justice Indira Banerjee are constituting the 3-judge bench.
Well, yes, Shweti, news just coming in. The bench headed by Justice Indira Banerjee with Justices Oka and Sundaresh on the bench will be hearing this matter from 4:35 p.m. Chief Justice UU Lalit very clearly saying that this matter will be heard today itself by this bench. Remember, this entire complication of ownership, land dispute and religion has come up because the state government is taking the stance that the Waqf Board notification and the 1964 Supreme Court judgment have not made it clear who owns that Idgah ground. In fact, interestingly enough, even though the 1964 judgment of the Supreme Court very clearly says that the Bangalore Municipal Corporation has not been able to show that they own this land, the Solicitor General appearing for the Karnataka state government is saying that just because we were not able to show our ownership does not mean that the Idgah owns that land. That land is Sarkari land according to the Karnataka state, and that is why they believe that the religious functions of all religions should be allowed to be held there. What is also important is that the Solicitor General has argued that permission to hold the Ganesh Chaturthi festival has been given only for 3 days, that is tomorrow, day after, and Friday, and there is the issue of who owns that land can be considered at a later stage. The Idgah Trust, of course, on the other hand, saying that this has been an Idgah, it has been a graveyard, it has been part of a recognized revenue and land records for the last 200 years, and it is only now in 2022 when this entire religious issue is being created that because there's an election coming up next year, this issue has come up suddenly, and they have said that this is a deliberate attempt to inflame religious tensions in the state. Now, with
breaking news just coming in at the moment, the Delhi political dangle continues to escalate now. We're getting you live visuals. CBI opened Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bank lockers In Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad, live visuals coming in. CBI heat on Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia. Protests taking place here in the national capital. We're bringing you live visuals. CBI opened Sisodia's bank lockers, remember, and visuals coming in from the national capital of the protests that are taking place. Manish Sisodia's lockers were opened in presence of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and his wife and were checked in connection with the ongoing probe of the excise policy in Delhi. Reacting to the CBI action, Sisodia said nothing was found in the locker. He also took a jibe at Prime Minister Modi over the CBI raids. You can just take a look at the visuals coming in at the moment. They're trying to cross over the barricades, the protesters. You can see right now, all right, he's addressing the crowd. In fact, can we listen in to what is being said right there?
जिन्होंने पूरे जीवन नशाबंदी और शांति का संदेश दुनिया को दिया है, ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी बनाकर शराब में चोरी करने के लिए महात्मा गांधी जी की समाधि को कलंकित करके आए हैं। हम सब लोग महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर वापिस चलेंगे, शांतिपूर्वक चलेंगे। हम लोग चलेंगे नहीं चलेंगे, मैं पीछे मुड़ के देखूं सब गाड़ियों में बैठ बैठ कर भाग जाएंगे। पड़ेगा, इसीलिए हम सब लोग लाइन से महात्मा गांधी की समाधि की तरफ कूच करेंगे। हमारे विधायक वो हमारे साथ होंगे। जो लोग थोड़े से ओल्ड एज हैं, चलने में सक्षम नहीं है, वो गाड़ियों को पीछे पीछे काफिले में लेकर आएंगे। अपनी अपनी गाड़ियों को बसों में जो है वो बसों से बोल देंगे कि वो लोग राजघाट महात्मा गांधी की समाधि की तरफ कूच करेंगे। हम सब लोग, मैं पूरे एक बार आपके संघर्ष के लिए, मुझे लगता है एसएचओ साहब, एसीपी साहब से ही अब आने वाले प्रदर्शन में हमें झगड़ना पड़ेगा। आप भी शामिल हो इस शराब नीति में, इसका मतलब कही जाता है। कहाँ जाना है हमने, कहाँ जाना है? महात्मा बापू जी की समाधि पर जाना है, उनके रास्ते पर गंगा जल छिड़कनी है। ये पवित्र जो अपवित्र आत्माएं गई थी, जो शराब में घोटाला करके गई थी, उसको शुद्धिकरण करेंगे। महात्मा गांधी जी की आत्मा व्यतीत होंगी जब एक चोर शराब के मामले को लेकर, भ्रष्टाचार के मामले को लेकर वहां पर बैठा था। इसलिए सभी लोगों से निवेदन है, मैं सभी पूरे पत्रकार भाइयों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि दिल्ली की जनता की हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए आप लोगों ने निश्चित रूप से राजनीति में लोकतांत्रिक चौथे खंभे के रूप में आप लोगों ने जो सहयोग किया, आप लोगों के आभार, ये बहुत बहुत
Biduri right there addressing a sea of protesters in the national capital. Amit Bhardwaj is joining us. Amit, what's going on in Delhi?
Well, this is yet another protest by the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are trying to, target the Aam Aadmi Party over the liquor policy. And in series of protests that we have been witnessing in the national capital, this is another protest being faced by the BJP MP Ramesh Biduri and his supporters, and they are trying to train their guns at the Aam Aadmi Party as well as its convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and along with that Manish Sisodia. In fact, Mr. Biduri has also responded to the allegations and counter allegations by Aam Aadmi Party as well as Manish Sisodia, where Mr. Sisodia had said that CBI has not recovered anything from his house. So in that particular context, the BJP MP Manish Ramesh Biduri said that, if he has done no wrongdoing, if there is no corruption in the liquor policy, then why is Manish Sisodia so scared and afraid? He should wait for the CBI to give him clean sheet. So clearly, the political battle and the political storm in the national capital over the liquor policy is not settling down. In fact, it is escalating with every passing day. On one hand, you have the BJP trying to target Aam Aadmi Party, holding press conferences after press conferences. Protest outside CM residence is not stopping. Every other day, you are witnessing BJP MPs, BJP leaders, and Delhi BJP leaders, to be specific, trying to put pressure on the Delhi government as well as AAP leaders over the liquor policy of 21-22. However, on the other side, you have the Aam Aadmi Party responding to the allegations of the BJP and is also accusing the BJP.
All right, Amit, thanks for joining us with those details right there. The Delhi political dangle continues to escalate. CBI opened Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bank lockers in Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad. The lockers were opened in presence of his wife and were checked in connection with the ongoing probe of excise policy in Delhi. Reacting to the CBI action, Sisodia said nothing was found in the locker. He also took a jab at Prime Minister Modi over the CBI raids. Kejriwal and Sisodia's mentor, Anna Hazare, wrote a letter to Delhi Chief Minister and accused him of promoting liquor. Meanwhile, BJP continued to attack Kejriwal and Sisodia and asked Kejriwal to sack Sisodia. The Delhi Assembly witnessed massive ruckus over CBI action. This comes after overnight protests at Assembly by the Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, AAP delegation will meet CBI today to file a complaint against LG VK Saxena. The delegation will submit supporting documents along with the complaint.
सीबीआई उस लॉकर को खोलने आई थी, उसकी जांच करने आई थी। उन्होंने हमें भी बुलाया था। लॉकर में भी जैसे मेरे घर में कुछ नहीं मिला, वैसे ही लॉकर में भी कुछ नहीं निकला। मुश्किल से 70-80 हज़ार रुपए के कुछ बच्चों के, कुछ मेरी पत्नी के ज्वेलरी वगैरह कुछ इस तरह की चीजें हैं। मुझे बहुत खुशी है इस बात की कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर पे रेड करा दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर की पूरी छानबीन करा के, तलाशी करा दी, वहां से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई भेज के मेरे लॉकर की जांच भी करा ली, उसमें से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। यही इस बात का सबूत है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी की सारी जांच में मैं और मेरा परिवार पाक साफ निकले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी की पूरी सारी जांच में एकदम क्लीन चिट है। कहीं कुछ ऐसा चीज नहीं है जिसको ये कह सके ये क्यों है, ये क्या है, ये कैसे है। कहीं एक पैसे का क्वेश्चनेबल कुछ नहीं है।
दिल्ली के माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय जी के ऊपर एक सवाल उठा है कि उन्होंने खादी ग्रामोद्योग का चेयरमैन रहते हुए 1400 करोड़ रुपए की मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की कराई, अपने स्टाफ से कराई। उनके स्टाफ का बयान है इस बारे में, ऑफिशियल बयान है। इसके मामले में, इस 1400 करोड़ की मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के मामले में एलजी साहब के खिलाफ जांच कब होगी, कब ईडी रेड होगी, कब सीबीआई रेड होगी, इस बात का जवाब दो।
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई मेरे घर पे भेज दी, वहां कुछ नहीं मिला। प्रधानमंत्री जी की सीबीआई को मेरे बैंक लॉकर में तलाश लिया, वहां भी कुछ नहीं मिला कि मुझे कह सकें ये भ्रष्टाचार कर रखा है, देखो ये पैसा कहां से आया, देखो ये सोना कहां से आया, देखो ये प्रॉपर्टी कहां से आई। क्लीन चिट है मेरे लिए सीबीआई की, प्रधानमंत्री जी की क्लीन चिट है। सीबीआई वाले भी मान रहे कि संतुष्ट ने, बोले कुछ नहीं मिल रहा जी।
मॉडल तो ये भी बन गया है कि मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। और अब जब हम सवाल पूछते हैं कि इस मधुशाला में जिस प्रकार से हुआ घोटाला, तो अब ये जवाब देने के बदले कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पर चले जाते हैं, कभी एलजी पर चले जाते हैं, कभी गुजरात चले जाते हैं, कभी 2024 चले जाते हैं, कभी असेंबली में पहुंच जाते हैं। असेंबली में किसी भी बहुमत टेस्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जनता जो है वो करप्शन का टेस्ट चाहती है, कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट नहीं चाहती।
भ्रष्टाचार के संगीन मामले में फंसी हुई सरकार अब तरह तरह के प्रपंच कर रही है, तरह तरह के आदेश जारी कर रही है। वो किसी भी तरह ये इनके प्रकरण भ्रष्टाचार के इस मामले को दबाना चाहती है। जो पकड़े